King, Mike in the night, and the Gemini crew. Ooh. Mike into the night, you're here with Mike in the night. Mike into the night, you're here with Mike in the night. Let's just talk about the world, give this page another turn, 'cause you're here with us tonight. Everything's alright when you're here with Mike in the night. Mike in through the night, you're here with Mike in the night. Giving the world light when you're here with Mike in the night. Mike in through the night, you're here with Mike in the night. Sometimes things are just absurd, so let's just talk about the world, 'cause you're here with us tonight. Mike in through the night, you're here with Mike in the night. Mike in through the night, you're here with Mike in the night. Let's just talk about the world, give this page another curl, 'cause you're here with us tonight.
I bid you all good morning, good evening, and good night wherever you may be watching this transmission. You are tuned in to the Mike in the Night-a-thon. 6 hours long. We'll play clips. We'll read comments. We'll open links that you guys sent here in the chat here. We'll also get people calling in, of course. Call-ins are mandatory tonight. And the day is the 28th of March, 2020. And man, did we ever start out to a bad year. Man, this year is, we've been talking about it since like the end of December. Everything looked bright and clear. Everything just looked like we're set for a good 2020. We were looking on the horizon for a financial reset. We were looking on the horizon for a new, possibly an event horizon that will bring down the markets and create correction in housing, let people start families, let people start a new life. Man, first week of January hit, man, it was a poop storm going right through the hole, still till today. And that's why I'm going to make, gangland. That's right, Per Grosser saying it's gangland. That's what it is. Yeah, so this is becoming to turn out one of the worst years so far of my entire life in existence. I thought 2019 would have been bad because I lost my father, God bless his soul, but 2020 is turning out to become Oh, good quality program. We got Just Cringe Diversity Channel. Hopefully, we could get him to call us on Skype. We are going basically for 6 hours today, so we'll have we'll keep going right through the stream. But I need you guys to be patient, with me opening links and stuff. I start to slow down over time. I'm a 42-year-old man, and I'm getting older. I ain't getting any younger, unfortunately. But that's that, guys. And the whole point of this transmission, guys, I really want you guys to understand the importance of preparedness. I get a lot of complaints from people. A lot of people have unsubscribed to my channel because all I'm doing is fear-mongering. And I'm like, guys, I'm not. You guys follow me in my life. You guys follow me in my business. You guys follow me in my family. You guys follow me in what's going on with whatever. And this is what's happening. Now, we are so privileged to have a jump on this. You guys have no idea how privileged we are today to have a jump on this. Back 150 years ago, the video I made sitting in my car for you guys, 150 years ago, we wouldn't get a jump on this. We would start seeing people dying for no reason and going to the hospital and dying. Doctors being called to homes, no one knows why. Doctors getting affected, not knowing. This could wipe up 50% of the globe if we don't have a jump on this. This could wipe out 75% of man. Just 25% of the people that are completely immune to it will kind of fly below the radar. So Pergrosso is saying Mike is the kingpin of fear mongering. Yeah. So we got Nat Pacheco in the house. We got Leaf in the house. We got I don't know 777 in the house. We got from the UK, and we got Pergrosso in the house. The Don, and the Don in the house. BC Matrix, my man, who's supporting me on Patreon. Guys, get over to Patreon. Angela comments all the time. Angela's the best. Corona is a curtain hiding larger truths. Yes, it could be it's definitely a front for them to implement and take away our freedoms and rights, right? That's definitely a great never let a opportunity go to waste, right? We got Serenity now in the house. Yeah, baby. Justin Peters in the house. Who else we got? Oh man, I got so many people in the house. K-Pax in the house. Yeah, man, guys, thanks for tuning in. It's gonna be a long show tonight. We got Nathan from Langley in the house. Ben North in the house. Yeah, big Rob Ben Z in the house. Yep. Doing way better. Canada's doing way better than flattening the curve of Europe. No. Canada's not doing way better, Cobra. Canada is 1 week, 2 days behind from Italy. I've been counting it down on the show, and I've been saying it every day. I've been counting down the days. Yesterday was 1 week, 3 days. The day before was 1 week, 4 days. 1 week, 5 days. And now we are here. Saturday afternoon, Saturday evening here, 6 p.m. where I am. We are officially 1 week, 2 days away. And you will see how flattened we have this. Oh, yeah. So we got Grant telling us not to take the vaccines. Serenity now says, poor Tomondi represent. And we got, comments are going nuts. And I'm very happy you guys could be here. Timothy, yeah, man, $10 Australian. I got your back, Mike. Proper Prepping 101. Yeah, Timothy, if you want to call into the show, send me a super chat. So, guys, here's the thing with this stuff. With Super Chat, joining the channel, I'm going to hold back. Guys, hold back on that stuff because I have some bad news. I ain't getting any of the money ever. So, we'll talk about that later in the show when I start to, start getting angry at stuff. I'll just start getting angry at YouTube. You know what I'm saying? But, yeah, YouTube is not playing fair with that when it comes to any of that. That's why I'm promoting people to go over to Patreon to support this transmission. So everyone's rolling in from everywhere. Guys, this is a huge deal. And again, let's look at it from a historical lens, like I did that video in my car. Pretend. We don't have social media. We don't have all this crap. You know how many people would be dying around us and like, why is everybody dying? People need to remember the importance of having this social grid that we have is also working in benefit. Then somebody commented and it made a lot of sense. And they said, hey, Mike, but airplanes aren't helping us. That's a double-edged sword. That's right. Airplanes aren't helping because countries, realistically speaking, should close their borders. But in Canada, they like to hand flyers out at the airports. And those flyers are important. All right, here we go. Yeah, Cobra Jones saying, Mike, good move not going to the Philippines. That's correct. Thank you, Cobra. Thanks for having my back on that. Pergrosso saying, YouTube is robbing Mike worse than the homeless looters. That's 100%. 1 quadrillion %. I'm so disappointed with building a side hustle, getting people, creating a platform, working it hard.
I love China.
Oh, we got Donald Trump with us tonight.
I love China. I love China.
All right. Okay, guys, so here we go, guys. Quick channel plug before we kick off some of the articles and start taking in a few calls, guys. I'm going to take this in slow motion, so everybody just take her easy. So here is our map. We're gonna refer to our map every time I do a channel plug. We are officially sitting on 662,000 cases, 30,000 deaths, And 141,000 recovered. Closed cases, 172. Active cases, 490. There's your hockey stick, guys. And here we go. This is fully updated. The United States of America right now has a total cases of 123,428. These are people that have been tested. So they got 66, 19,000 new cases. Total deaths, 2,211. And new deaths, so I don't know if this is within the last 24 hours or the last 13 hours or whatever it is 515. Italy, in second place, 92,472. They new cases, 5,974. And new deaths, 889. Total deaths of 10,023. So you look at the percentage here of this, it's almost like 10% have passed away. Then China, China, look at this. China, new cases, 45. Every country has thousands. China, new cases, 45. Watch this, guys. Watch this. Don't blink because you'll miss it. Ready? Fangulo. Right here. I'll do it again so in case you miss it. Ready? China's got 45 cases. Everyone has thousands of cases. But here you go. Watch this. Fangulo. Yep. Any chance of the kids going back to school before summer? No, I don't know. That's probably going to be in the fall in September if it permits. I don't know. Mike Banks sent me $1. Thank you, Mikey Banks. I got Mike Banks on Skype now. I talked to him the other day. I talked to Mike Banks the other day. So I'll get him on the show to give us a little bit of we got Supreme Cannon who's away. He's got his do not disturb on, so I'm not gonna bug him right now. 26 Gunter. We got my man Andrew Baker in Australia, said he'll come on. We got Eduardo coming on. We got Evan, something's happening. So, uneducated customers, he didn't reply yet. Obviously, Lord Humongous. We should get Walking Journey, because Walking Journey has a complete different 180 aspect of this. He believes that this virus is to deplatform his president, Donald Trump. And that it's in 3 weeks, everyone's going to forget about this, right? So it'd be nice to get him on there to give us his point of view, and I hope he's right. I hope this is everyone's that's what I hope. But from what the looks are, the problem is, and I'm gonna go back to square one for a second. The problem we're having here is we relied on the China numbers. We relied on what China was telling us, and we believe and. Being Canada needs to believe what China says, right? You know what I'm saying? So that's
I love China.
That's the problem. So because we follow China's numbers like from day one, first week of January, when they had to announce this mass pandemic because it was becoming a huge situation, and then guess what? Canada believed them. Australia believed them. They can't look racist. And look what happened now. Now it's spilling all over. Anyways. China, 40... So, okay, look. Okay, watch this. USA, 19,000 new cases. Italy, 5,000 new cases. Spain, 7,000 new cases. Germany, 6,000 new cases. You go all the way to the bottom of the list. Watch this. To the bottom of the list. The highest to the bottom. Look, right at the bottom of the list. The last country. Like the 20 from the bottom country. Look. China. The epicenter of the release of this, or whatever happened with this. China. 45. What did they do right? What did they do to fix this problem so fast? Hold on, here, watch this. In case you missed it, that's for China right there. What a bunch of liars. What a bunch. And the way they're treating their citizens, and the way they're treating people in that country like animals. And I have no problem with the Chinese people. I love the mystery of the Orient shrouded in secrecy. I love that. I love that whole dragon thing. I used to participate in the dragon ceremonies over in Vancouver because I had a big side store next to a McDonald's in a mall in downtown. I used to always participate with the thing. I have no problem with the people, the culture. It doesn't matter. It's the communism. It's telling people what religion they're allowed to follow, telling people what they're allowed, what they can't do, what they're allowed to say, control their social media, control everything. And that's why I refuse to see Canada, what's left of it, become like that. Because once it becomes like that, it's going to become a huge issue. So disappointed on but you know what? The Communist Party is 100 years today. 100 years this year. When China announced, when China was communism and communistic society and blah, 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 they should have just created an iron curtain for China and then just said, you know what, we'll send our work to Central America, South America, make them grow a little bit, send cheap stuff up north to North America, get stuff from Europe occasionally. You know what I mean? Just leave the because they're going to treat their people like garbage. They tie them to tables. They handcuff them to tables. They treat people like animals. They weld people in their homes. So, very, very just disappointed with just how things played out. Here's the map. It looks like it's on par again. This here from John Hopkins. Yeah, I think it's been updated. So John Hopkins is back updated here. Where's Canada sitting? Is Canada going down the list too with no cases? Did they squash this? No, they didn't. They didn't squash nothing. Yep, Canada 5,500 cases. Canada's around Portugal, just around. Canada surpassed Portugal. Portugal had more cases. Portugal is obviously closer here to the hot zone in Italy. So in northern Italy, you got a lot of migrant workers making Gucci wallets, and that's how it broke out there. And it started breaking out around. But the people in China that got the 2-week jump on it, because remember, they announced there was a problem in China. In 2 weeks, everyone with a lot of this went to Dublin, went to Edinburgh, went to Christchurch, went to Sydney, went to Auckland, went to Perth, went to the Gold Coast, went to Darwin, went to Los Angeles, went to San Francisco. They went to Toronto, Vancouver. They got the jump, and they knew something was wrong. And they got out of Dodge real quick in a heartbeat. But America and Canada will see an Italian style. I don't want it. I'm not preaching for it. I hope I'm dead wrong. But it's just getting started. It's 1 week, 2 days to go, guys. Okay. Here we go. Oh, the entire Caribbean's littered. St. Kitts, St. Marcia, St. Lucia, St. Charles, Kingston, all these places, man. What? Port of Spain and Trinidad. They're all these islands are littered. You know why? It's because a lot of cruise ships go through there, right? A lot of cruise ships dock, go into Port of Spain, spend a couple hours, go up to San Juan, spend a couple hours in Puerto Rico. You know what I'm saying? But let's see what Cuba has. 119 cases, 4 recovered, 3 deaths in Cuba. Oh, man, look at America, man. Look how it's so... Look at that. It's so redded out. Okay, wow, we got quite a few people. We got almost 150 people watching. That's huge, guys. Usually on Mike in the Nights, I get maybe 90, 110, 90, 120. That's 150 people watching. Thanks for tuning in, guys. Feel free to take a power nap. Come back later. We'll be here for a couple hours. I'll even leave people on speakerphone talking for a while I take my breaks and bathroom breaks, right? Okay, guys. So don't forget to do not join here. Just go up here to Patreon and go ahead and support me here on Patreon if you guys don't mind. Join the family, guys. Join the family. And this is what it looks like when you join the family. You could message me privately on Patreon. Tig Nim is there. Everybody I know is on there. Here it is. Buy me a coffee if you want to support the transmission. YouTube's being very cheap when it comes to... I did a lot better when I had 3,000 subscribers when it came to side hustle, my little side hustle I got going here. I'm pouring myself a glass of water. Mike Martins, you're a great channel. This is better timing for another. Yeah. No, it's a special Mike in the night.
I love China.
All right, so let's do this, guys. Let's get a few articles up here real quick, and then we're going to start to hammer out a few people to call in. So here it is, guys. There is no gold. COMEX reports, a report exposes conditions drawing physical crunch. So what's happening is everyone's running to the safest haven on Earth, and that's gold. Gold is the safest haven on Earth. Physical. Okay? You go to Deutsche Bank, they sell you one of these. Piece of paper saying whoever bought this much gold on this day, Deutsche Bank, and they crimp it and give it to you and say, here you go, you have 5 ounces of gold in our vaults. This certificate proves it. Now people are going in to pick up their gold, and guess what? There's no gold available. They said they'll mail it. They'll mail it out.
I love China.
Yep. So we got Big Bronze here. We got Reno Kings here. We got Kryza Shredder here. Joseph Johnson. I thought Mike said not to buy from Teesprings. Yeah, don't buy from Teespring. Yeah, guys, I'm sorry. I forgot to mention. Don't buy anything off Teespring. Of all the sales I made, which was very impressive. I love you guys. I got 91 cents for it. So, yeah, that's not going to fly, right? So, I'll let you know if I straighten out with them. My Teespring is still there if you want to get something, but I'll straighten out with Teespring after this crap. Everybody goes back to work and find out what the heck is going on. Anyways, Trump says, no quarantine necessary. What? For New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut as U.S. death toll tops 2,000. What? No quarantine necessary? Okay, we're going to have to open that on another area to find out. Roosevelt abruptly exits Venezuela, sells assets to Russian state amid U.S. squeeze on Maduro. So apparently they put a hit on the guy during this crisis. And put a hit on the guy too. Midnight on planet lockdown, Bob Dylan strikes again. Like a ricochet at heaven's door, Bob Dylan has released a masterpiece discussing John Fitzgerald Kennedy's assassination. Joe Biden, believe all women except the one accusing me of sexual assault. I can't believe that this guy's still a front man there. I'm not even going to question or comment that. I'm just going to pretend I didn't even see any of that there. $9 trillion former Fed strategist now expects Fed's balance sheet to double this year. Is that 9? Okay, how many zeros that is? That 9? That's million, that's billion. 9 trillion. It's a different world now. Global solvency issue becoming systematic. Without us, Instacart will grind to a halt. Delivery workers threaten to strike over hazardous pay. Hey, I don't blame them. Going delivering groceries to someone's house, and somebody is super nitpicking. I don't want it on that counter. You don't move it on the floor. You put it up there. You're this, and you're not going to get a tip if you don't put my stuff in the fridge. It's like, whoa, no, man, no way. It's not worth it, man. So we got Serenity now saying Sleepy Joe. We got Ben North saying all your gold is in China. Timothy Cranuk says Mugger Joe. Sleepy Joe, yeah, Serenity now, Sleepy Joe. Daniel O'Brien, when I get my $1,200, I'm getting silver. Wife will just have to live with it. That's right. You tell Mike Martins. You know who Mike Martins is? She'll be like, no. Be like, well, I'm buying silver because he said so. She'll be like, I don't know who this Mike Martins is. Coronavirus cases updated. Texas reports more than 2,000 cases and 27 deaths, a 19% increase over Friday. So we're looking at a big deal in Texas. We got we gotta get our man here. We gotta get 26 Gunter. Got 26 Gunter on here. 26 Gunter is a very important person. He has been actually calling in, and he's been updating us step by step in what's happening in Wisconsin. And you would think Wisconsin, one of the out of the way cities, one of the kind of like least traveled to spring break cities wouldn't be so bad, but it's actually getting pretty bad there. Oh, Supreme Canada in the house. Woo! We got a Shima in the house. Did you see Trump flag off the naval hospital ship come to comfort to New York port? Tig Nim saying, I think COVID's overblown. I hope it is. I really hope it's overblown. I hope it's one of those crazes that go around and then it just dies off and then that's it. I really hope so. BC Matrix in the house. 26 Gunter, ring up the phone line. Yeah, let's see if he's here. Did you guys see him in the yeah, he is. He's here. He's here. I just saw him. Let's kick it off with him first and we'll discuss. Let me open Wisconsin cases here so I could ask him questions about it. So so you guys are gonna have to bear with me today. It's gonna be a long show, so just bear with me on this, guys. Okay, Wisconsin, 6 hours ago. All right, let's get something else. Cases in Wisconsin. Officials urge people not to go out. Oops. Milwaukee. Let's see here. 15K. Really concerning. Wisconsin's trend. Yep. All right. Let's get, this is from 2 First Alert. Let's check this out real quick.
News this morning, continue to get your questions answered about COVID-19. And joining us again live this morning, Dr. Ashok Rai, who is president and CEO of Prevea Health.
Also been live on Facebook this morning asking.
We should have. The other countries that have been successful here have done that safer at home, that social distancing long before us. We still don't even have all 50 states under that order right now. For some reason, we've decided as a country for it to get bad before we actually...
It's like putting an alarm in your car after you get it back from when it gets stolen.
Did that versus other countries have really had an opportunity to squash this down. If you see the graphic here, you can see that, obviously this all, the first cases we started to report were in China and they got up to a really high number very quickly. And then the rest of the world really started to gain their number of cases.
So there it is, guys. See the cases going. There's Italy. That's when Italy goes crazy hockey stick. That's why, because in northern Italy, they have those manufacturing places to make Gucci wallets. So there it is. So this has changed. Guys, this is an old graph. I don't know why it stops there, but it actually gets worse than that.
Put down through, safer at home or social distancing. And then as we get more testing and we learn more about the disease and we can get out in public more, but still keep it under that threshold where healthcare can take care of you, that's what keeps that death rate down.
Yeah, here's the problem. Italy, they're making choices. Like, should we get a ventilator for this guy or who's more important? That I would never, ever. I would prefer to say, look, just take me. Take me. I can't make that decision. I can't make a life or death situation for somebody else. Real Kevin Thompson is back, saying my money is frozen. Mike Banks in the house.
Because of the shortages we're dealing with, the shortage of testing kits and ventilators and other things, is this causing hospitals to make difficult decisions about who gets to live, who gets to die?
Yeah, unfortunately, we saw that in Italy, and we talked about that a few weeks ago as colleagues of, wow, how could it get that bad that...
Oh, it's just getting bad. It's just getting bad. And here is...
New York is seeing the most cases in the U.S., stressing its hospitals. And here in Wisconsin, there are now more than 700 cases.
Action News this morning, continue to get your questions answered about...
All right, so it's just basically this guy here. Let's get our man in the house here from Wisconsin here, if he could come on. Wisconsin cases up 15% from Friday. This is not a good thing. Let's get Buddy let's get our man from Wisconsin here on the phone, on Skype.
Yo, Mike, what's happening?
Yo, not much, dog. All right, what's going on? You're in Wisconsin. You've been following. You've been coming on every week, pretty much since this thing broke out in China.
Yep.
And now it's in your neck of the woods in Wisconsin. And I was telling people, not in a bad way. I was just saying, look, Wisconsin is one of the least visited places when it comes to spring break. It's the least. You know what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, it's it's kind of one of the biggest flyover states. You know, it's like the 20th ranked economy in the country. It's mostly known for agriculture, so it doesn't really. The two biggest cities are like 300,000, have like 300,000 people. So it's not like Chicago or something.
Of course not. Of course. I think even Syracuse is bigger, and Rochester in New York.
But
anyways,
yeah, we hit over 1,000 cases today. 1,048. We're at 17 deaths. As far as I know, all the deaths are still older people, 50 plus. People are taking it serious.
It's not 70 plus like before?
No, not unless I typed in 70 in the comments. I was probably
No, not you. I'm not saying you. I'm talking about it's not 70 like China was stating back in January?
Oh no.
Yeah. Continue.
But people are taking it more serious.
Yep.
They think there's going to be a national lockdown coming. They're kind of ignoring the social distancing. We don't have like a firm stay-at-home order right now. It's just kind of like, you know, any non-essential businesses are closed, so people are discouraged to go out. But I work part-time in a fast food restaurant, and I'm going to school. And every Friday we have long line of cars going out to the street. Just for 2 hours straight, we'll be, you know, nut to butt in the kitchen, just going hard. And it's like, why are people coming out to eat? You know, shouldn't they be home? Should they be saving money? You know, but just kind of odd. Grocery stores aren't bare. You know, there's things missing here and there, but things almost seem kind of normal. There's less traffic out on the roads, but you'll see people out walking their dogs and things. I do see an increasing amount of people wearing face masks and gloves. It's what they should be doing.
Are the malls still open in your area?
I live in kind of a rural area. I'm about 45 minutes from the state capitol.
Okay.
And I've been meaning to drive down there to go to Cabela's. I might go there this following Monday, check out the city, see what it's going.
Make some videos for us.
Yeah, I wanted to make a video last time I went to Walmart to show just how wiped out the food was and everything. Like, even in my small town of about 12,000 people, although we have a bunch of smaller towns and villages around, so probably between like 30 to 40,000 people live in the surrounding area.
Let me ask you this question. Do you have Amish in your area? Amish and those, Quakers?
Yeah.
And how are they faring with this, or do they even know? Did they just completely disconnected, or what's?
Well, you would see them in town. Now that I think about it, I haven't seen any at the stores for a little bit. I don't know how they're doing, or if they've even heard about it. I'm sure they have, because they do operate like little bakeries and farmers markets out in the country. Mm-hmm. So I'm sure people probably tell them about it.
Okay.
The United States of America.
Okay, and so where do you see things happening now? We had you first on the phone when you had 3 cases or 2 cases in your state, and now we're looking at what, over 1,000 now?
Yeah, there are people calling for the governor to make a firm stay-at-home order, and that's probably where we're heading. I would say the way Wisconsin and Louisiana responds to this is how the other more rural states will respond eventually.
Right.
I can't say for certain if they'll issue a national quarantine. I kind of think they would once the stimulus checks are sent out, and that way they'll just kind of tell everybody, hey, you got a week to go, raid the grocery store, get what you need, and we're going to lock down the country for 30 days.
Yeah, you actually mentioned that last week when you were on, and that's a really good strategy to do that. Do it this way: get the money out, get everybody well loaded up, and then go ahead and shut it down.
They're letting the states handle it, which is what they should do. But eventually, they're going to run out of states that are fully running. They don't have any businesses shut down or anything. So the economy's at the point of completely stalling anyway. No matter if the Federal Reserve prints up $200 trillion, nobody's going to be spending money.
Yeah. All right. Anything you want to add to this?
No, I just can't blame people for being nervous if they don't want to come on the show tonight. How often does the average person get to meet a celebrity of your caliber? You're on the dirty, Mike.
Yeah,
so.
I'm on the dirty, man. I'm the best, man. I got more comments than the friggin' the what do you call those people? The Kardashians, man.
Yep. Yeah, I appreciate you having me on, and
I appreciate you coming on and giving us an input on what's happening in your neck of the woods. So keep on going, keep on plugging with us, and let us know. We had you on the show with 1 or 2 cases in your state. Now we're at 1,000 cases 2 weeks down the road. It's like, wow, really?
Yeah, it seems like we're adding over 100 cases every day now, so could probably be at around 3,000 by the end of next week. So I'm sure we'll probably know more about what the governor intends to do. I got a feeling they might shut the state down.
Okay.
Starting in sometime in April, before any kind of national lockdown comes into play.
Okay. All right, 26 Gunter. Thanks for so much for joining us, and we'll talk to you soon.
Yep, bye.
So that is our man from 26 Gunter. In the comments, you'll see him there. And he is from Wisconsin, giving us an update on what is happening here in Wisconsin. And like I said, we had him on the show with 2 cases. And people are this. Then a week later, everyone's going crazy buying toilet paper and stuff. And then a week after, it's like 1,000 cases later. You know what I'm saying? Brother John said he did a 17-hour marathon chat the other night. Wow. Tig Nim is giving some valuable advice. Pull some cash out of the banks. Timothy's asking if there's anybody from New York in the house. We have a couple of listeners that picked us up recently from Rochester, New York, who have messaged me several times from Rochester. And a couple of people from New York, from Albany, have messaged us also here at the show, saying, I watch your show, I'm from Albany, New York. And then there was somebody that reached out to me last week that watches us from Syracuse, New York. So, New York's a big state, a lot of people. Generation XX20 saying, buy some silver. It's good to have real Kevin Thompson in the house. Yep, good to see real Kevin Thompson. We got Kill Knee in the house here. I took all my money out of the bank. Good. Who else? Housing used to be a big part of the economy. It used to. Our whole entire
I love China.
Economy is based off of basically rolling in money from other countries. All right, so there's our Wisconsin update there. All right, let's move on to another story real quick here. Let's see what we got here. So this is what's happening now in Texas, guys. And Texas appears to be lagging behind other populous states testing for COVID. So they're under testing. So public testing available in San Antonio, Dallas, Austin, and Houston. More than 11,000 people have been tested in Texas of March 24. Abbott said he expects the state to start testing 10,000 people weekly and is expecting 15,000 test kits from the Federal Emergency Management Agency. So that's there. This was 8 minutes ago, guys. I kind of want to bring this to your attention, if that's okay. Infant with COVID-19 dies. Cause of death unknown. Well, wasn't it COVID-19? An Illinois infant with COVID-19 has died. The cause of death is unknown. The investigation is underway. Well, that hurts, man. Having a child, an infant, and just having it pass, just, man. The risk of death and severe illness from COVID-19 is greater for older adults and with people with other health problems. In most cases, viruses causes mild or moderate symptoms, which can include fever and cough, but also milder cases like pneumonia, sometimes requiring hospitalization. Children have made up a small fraction of the coronavirus cases worldwide. A letter published in the New England Journal of Medicine by, Chinese researchers, forget it. Chinese researchers, they're not transparent. This is a big one from the Los Angeles Times. Coronavirus patients in California ICU beds has doubled overnight. So we're seeing it get worse in California. Is going to be huge. And I really wish I'm wrong. So we got Spiffy BB in the house saying, hey Mike, tuning in from Coquitlam, just got off the road. They have never been so quiet. Vancouver is so quiet. 20 minutes and we will hear the applause for all those working in hospitals. Yeah, let's get an applause here going. Let's go to my studio audience. Where's my studio audience? Big time. Those frontline workers, big time. Clap louder. Oh yeah, those people working the front lines and risking their lives. Oh yeah, big time. This is a big deal. Lots of people are struggling with this. This has affected a lot of people. You know, I'm freaking out because I lost my trip to the Philippines and stuff, and then there's a lot worse things happening, you know. And okay, guys, be careful, guys. Be careful with whatever you think is a cure for this, because there's a lot of people taking medication that they shouldn't be taking, and it is not looking good, guys. Stop taking whatever you think people are telling you to take to cure this. Okay, have a little honey, have a tea. Yeah, that's great, but stop buying stuff like this hydroxyquina, whatever this crap is. People are dying from taking this stuff. You are not allowed in Canada. Go to a river by yourself and fish. Okay. So Timothy is saying, so no snowflakes, know what hospitals are for. War Plan Red is active. So looks like gas, I don't know if this is correct, guys, is 39 cents a liter. So I'm not sure if that's right. Vitamin D for me. Yeah, that's what she's saying. Finally, Lord Humongous is here. Lord Humongous, God bless you. Steve the plumber, let's get him on the show. He called me earlier, and I wanted to talk to him. And I was in the middle of... Steve, can you talk, or are you super busy? Probably in the middle of something. Oh my God, real Kevin Thompson just said that the prices are crashing. Yes, Kevin Thompson is here, and he's letting us know what is happening right now in his neck of the woods. Let's see if we can get Steve to pick up his phone.
Charge the system 50 psi. Hello,
Stevie.
What's up?
How you doing, buddy?
Oh, just running around with my head cut off. We had an emergency come in, and I'm just finishing up here. Can I call you back in about 2 minutes when I get into a position to talk?
Sure.
All right, cool. Give me like 2 minutes. Bye.
All right. So that's Steve.
I love China.
He'll call us back when he gets 2 minutes. Well, in 2 minutes when he gets in a position here where he could talk. So here it is, guys. Coronavirus test results in Texas are taking up to 10 days. Guys, this is a big deal. I'll tell you why we're looking at a big deal here. 10 days? Do you know how many? Like, that is... I don't know why Texas is really behind the ball. But remember, guys, we're getting the jump on this. So we got 1 week, 2 days left till we become like Italy, according to the trend, the way it's moving. And we've been following this for a while now. Joseph Johnson's asking, will there be another live stream this long next week? I don't think I could survive another live stream this long. Yeah, applause for every person here, for every single person working during the COVID-19 epidemic. Let's do. That's better. Man, getting doctors. Let's get a quick article here real quick. Let's go down to Massachusetts here. Top health official tests positive for COVID.
Jumping again across the country tonight to more than 100,000 with more than 1,500 deaths. Here in Massachusetts, there are now more than 3,000 cases and 35 deaths. And of course, we do have team coverage following it all closely for you tonight. Beginning with NBC 10's Malcolm Johnson, who's live at the State House with breaking details. Malcolm.
Shannon, tonight, a source tells NBC 10 Boston that the governor is not going to self-isolate, but that has yet to be confirmed by the...
So governor is not self-isolating till he gets confirmation, basically. So the governor doesn't know if he has the illness.
Governor's office. The coronavirus outbreak now hitting a high-profile leader in the Commonwealth. Friday evening, word that the Massachusetts Public Health Commissioner, Dr. Monica Burrell, has tested positive for COVID-19. The commissioner says she was tested Thursday night. The doctor saying her symptoms are mild and she's been practicing good social distancing.
You'll see that we have a graphic here today that displays some of these concepts and has reminders about what social distancing is.
But just last week, we saw Dr. Burrell standing side by side with other state leaders, including Governor Baker, updating the Commonwealth on the coronavirus pandemic. In a statement Friday night, Governor Baker writes, Lieutenant Governor Polito and I wish Dr. Burrell a speedy recovery.
But she's not, I guess she's not self-isolating, I guess, but she's waiting for results.
And are glad she is recuperating at home. Dr. Burrell is doing exactly what everyone should be doing, which is staying home.
Okay, she's staying home. I misinterpreted what they said earlier. Sorry.
If you feel sick and taking this virus very seriously. The public health commissioner says she will continue to carry out her work at home, adding that she's notified her close contacts of her positive test results.
That's good. Doing the right thing. Good job. Good job. Good job. So we got Baker there. He's announcing visitors to Massachusetts to self-isolate during the coronavirus outbreak. And let's head over to, where's this? Here it is. So we got 35 deaths and 3,200 cases in Massachusetts.
Baker today asking anyone who's traveling into the Bay State to self-quarantine for 14 days. Signs just like those on the highway. Our team coverage continues.
Wow, that girl's pretty.
Now with NBC 10's Eli Rosenberg, who's live at Logan with the details on this. Eli.
Yeah, Shannon, those landing at Logan, and there weren't many, handed this flyer right here telling him they're expected to quarantine for 14 days. Governor says this is the latest effort to try and stop the spread of COVID-19. For those flyers at Boston Logan Airport Friday night.
Wow, look at Logan Airport.
A flyer upon arrival.
All travelers entering Massachusetts have to be quarantined for 14 days.
Hey, see the guy with the microphone? He's got a boom on this, like a 10-minute boom. We had somebody join the channel, Aquarius. Thanks for joining. We'll see if I end up getting paid for that. Unfortunately, YouTube has been very hard to pay. I don't know what's happening. I don't know if the people are self-quarantining there. I don't know what they're doing. Okay, let's go here.
And your compliance is expected.
Jez Sabadukia was handed one as soon as he landed from New York.
He got a flyer. Look, he got a flyer. I'll show you. He got a flyer. Look, he got a flyer.
Kia was handed one.
In Canada, when this thing was going hockey stick in China, people, well, there was like 13 to 17 flights a day going into Vancouver from China. They were getting these flyers.
As soon as he landed from New York City. And it's not just here at Logan.
Attention passengers.
At South Station on Friday evening, those coming off Amtrak trains from out of state also being handed them. The flyer urging those who have been away from the Commonwealth to self-quarantine for 14 days.
It's been a wild couple of weeks.
It's a good move, Dr. Robbie Goldstein, an infectious disease doctor at MGH, told us recently.
If we don't implement those measures right now, we are at risk of overwhelming our healthcare system in the same way that the New York City healthcare system is overwhelmed.
This is different.
Rhode Island is taking things a step further. The governor there
Rhode Island is south of Massachusetts, guys. The capital is Providence. I have a lot of family that live in Providence, Rhode Island, and in Massachusetts.
Mandating anyone from New York self-isolate. Police were out Friday looking for those with New York plates.
Yeah, lady just...
Back at Logan, about as quiet as it ever gets, as Jez prepares to wait this one out.
My room is fully stocked with food, so I don't really need to get out for 14 days.
And the governor did say today he actually doesn't have any legal authority to enforce this, but he hopes people will follow it. Travelers.
All right, guys. So let's see if we can get Steve on. I'm not sure if he's ready. He said he's going to call back. So, all right. Mass layoffs. Oh, yeah. Mass layoffs. We are seeing mass layoffs. Timothy Mack in the house. We got Amy Wall in the house. I think it's the first time I've seen her. Papa Pist in the house. Always, always, always. Downtown East Van. Woo! Johnny D, man. All right. Steve is working, says Kevin Thompson. All right, so let's get into more stuff here on what's going. There's so much going down, people. This is going down for real. This is going down for real. But is it a front? So Walking Journey, I don't know if he's busy, but Walking Journey has been preaching that this is a front and everybody will forget about it in about 3 weeks from now, and this is nothing to worry about, and they're just doing that basically to deplatform his president. So that is a really good angle, because we want to know his angle, right? And kind of understand where he's coming with this. It'll be really nice to know where he's coming with this, right? And close the border, says Gordon. Oh, there's Steve right there. Stevie.
What's going on?
Okay, go ahead and make the announcement of what Kevin Thompson said in the comment section.
House prices are crashing.
Yep. Continue.
Yeah, it's good. I'm glad he's alive. I think he's going through some significant financial hardship at the moment. With him going into a little bit of detail above and beyond him just making the submission that his money's frozen. But he did say that he lent to a third party private money, and subsequently, if that mortgage isn't being paid, then he's not getting his cake. So it's an unfortunate set of circumstances, and I hope he has the ability to call that mortgage or something along those lines. Not trying to give any unsolicited advice, but do what every other private investor is doing with respect to loaning out their money, to a third party person. Call it. Do not renew. Do not renew that mortgage. You only have to do 1 year. That's all you should do, is a year or less when it comes down to private money. And hopefully he's, 10 or 12%, plus 2, plus 4, whatever it may be. But I don't want to go any further than that. It's just a situation where it it also wasn't his money, right? It was HEATLOCK money that he lent out, and I was very, very concerned about this prior to this happening. He had mentioned this in the past, and that's just a recipe for disaster.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so now let's get talking. What's going on? Layoffs, banking, unemployment, job war. Go ahead, Steve. It's open mic.
Well,
tell us what you want to talk.
Yeah.
You talk. Go ahead.
Well, rumor has it that we're approaching 10% with respect to unemployment in Canada. I don't even want to go to the U.S. right now because that's just not happy all the way around. I have reason to believe, based on a number of conversations I've had with people that are in the financial sector, they've told me that 10% is merely what they have recorded. They can't process things fast enough. Mm-hmm. Our unemployment in Canada will probably go to somewhere to the tune of 20% by the time this hits full throttle.
Mm-hmm.
It's unfortunate because nobody was prepared for this. Nobody had, very, very few and far between had reserves set up for this. Everybody was living way too close to the margin, mm-hmm. way beyond their means because they were forced to. That's just the way that the market was. House prices were way too disproportionate to wages.
Well,
and now they're back.
Steve, average wage earner buys average home. Okay? Average wage, not minimum. Average wage earner buys average home. A little fixer-upper, a 3-bedroom, 2-bath bungalow to get started. Now, average wage earner needs to work 25 years to put a down payment on $1.3 million average home. It's not going to fly, Steve.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're right. It isn't. It's just one of those things. It's kind of crazy when you think about it. And you know what, Kevin Thompson, if you heard unemployment's going to 30%, you know what? That is quite possible. Anything's possible. And you're right. Nobody saw this coming to a certain degree. I didn't expect COVID-19 to come into the situation that we're in right now. I fully saw that the economy was receding. But as many people have said, COVID-19 is not, the cause of this recession. We were already receding well before COVID-19 ever came into effect, in terms of it hitting North America or hitting, China for that fact. Mm-hmm. However, that said, it definitely was the trigger. And it's going to send us into a deep, deep recession. I'm hoping it's not a depression, because that would just be, that's going to be awful. However, we are at the 11th hour almost where we're starting to see credit freeze. And when credit freezes or seizes, whichever way you want to call it, in a credit-driven economy, right. In other words, if people can no longer borrow and the confidence is gone, subsequently, we're done. It's finished. Everything will be locked up. And that's why the Bank of Canada and also the Federal Reserve and everybody in the U.S., jointly, they are trying to throw every single thing they have at this to keep things going and stimulate this and do quantitative easing here and there, throw their wallet at everything they possibly can, including the kitchen sink. Because if they don't and credit seizes up, there's no point in even talking on your show anymore, Mike, because we'll have so many problems. It'll be every man for themselves.
Mm-hmm. It'd be like, I just throw a dart at the dartboard and we'll talk about that.
Yeah.
We'll have a bunch of like things that are happening in 2020, one of the worst years so far. We'll have a whole wall full of things, and then we'll just throw a dart at the wall, and whatever it hits, we'll talk about that, because that's how bad 2020's been so far.
Yeah. Absolutely. Now, the Solid Extra just said negative interest rates. Okay, so negative interest rates at the moment is not even being discussed. In actual fact, it's been dismissed by the Bank of Canada. So I think it's important that everybody knows that a negative interest rate is very, very bad for an economy. You know, I'm not going to get into details, but there are other, places in the world that have tried to do negative interest rates, and it didn't work. It will not work. It will be absolutely devastating.
Well,
And
Germany's been doing it. A couple of countries have been doing it, and what they've been doing is the corporations have been buying the negative yield bonds so they could throw them or put them against any capital gains they have at the end of the year, right? So if they do have negative interest rates in Europe, and is it working? Well, no, not for the middle class. The middle class has no way out of this. It's the big rich oligarchs would buy these negative rates, these negative interest rate bonds, and take a loss on them so they could actually expense them against any capital gains they may have, so they don't have to pay back so much tax, right? So it's almost like it's a lose-lose for savers, right? And it's a plus for borrowers or people that are entrenched in debt.
Yes, to a certain degree, but we also have to remember something. If we go negative interest rates, guess what implodes virtually overnight?
The bond market, the bonds, the yield curve.
Well, yes, but more importantly,
deplode. I was thinking of deplosion. Sorry. What will implode? Well, we're gonna go. We'll see a mass liquidity go everywhere. People taking out loans and stuff, right?
Right, but it's the pensions. The pensions will not survive.
Okay, on the back end, yes. The deleveraging of the pensions. I'm sorry. Yes, continue.
It's gone. Yeah, it's gone. And if any school teacher, educator thinks that their pension is okay, you know what? You got another thing coming, because your pension is not 100% self-funded. Okay, it's in the market. It's doing this. It's doing that. And one can argue that the teacher's pension, I guess in Ontario, is backed by the government. And you know what? It's backed by the government to a certain degree.
I love China.
They will go ahead and bail the banks out.
Yes, they will.
Sorry?
Yes, they will, and they've already banked out they've already bailed out companies like Sears with these pensions and stuff.
Yep, they will bail out the banks before they bail out the pensions.
Mm-hmm. And they've bailed out. They've even used some of our pension money to bail out Bombardier and all kinds of companies.
Yep. So I mean, at this point, it started off recently. Our big banks got a $50 billion, that's B for billion dollar bailout, and it wasn't enough. And I've spoken to a very good friend of mine that's high up in risk with one of the big 5 or big 6 banks, and quite frankly, his job right now is to go through and coordinate with his team all of the garbage and all of the shit that is on their books. And there is a lot of it. He said 50 billion wasn't enough. And then they gave another 100 billion into the fund. And he's actually saying that still isn't enough. He estimates it'll probably be closer to $250 billion.
Mm-hmm.
$250 billion.
Yeah, that's well, what they did with a lot of those pensions too. But a lot of the organized unions were taking this to the casino too, right?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
And we have that happening too. So we have a lot of just so much. I don't know how to say. It's just so much hidden angles, or so many angles, like you said earlier. It's like. What do you want to target? It's like there's just so much happening, like in the late 70s, early 80s. One of little things that are happening now. One little thing, like not I'm talking about COVID. I'm talking about like one little infraction or one little thing that happened back in the early 80s. That was front page center, and everybody was embarrassed and ashamed to show their faces if they got caught embezzling, if they got caught spoofing markets, if they got caught stealing from pensions. If they got caught screwing people over. Nowadays, people walk outside and smile like nothing happened. You know what I'm saying, Steve?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're about to go into something that we've never seen, or I've never seen in my lifetime, because this is going to make 2008 look like Sunday dinner, as the Chronicle said. And I think this is going to be bigger than 89, 90, 91 recession.
Well,
we
see,
are
89. Look here, Steve. Hear me out. 89, 91 was a good autopilot. It was a good autopilot correction. Why? Because in 80, 81, markets were set to autopilot. Average wage earner loses his job. Average wage earner can't pay his mortgage. Housing market crashes. Correction. Gold spikes, and then everything. That's what happens when you have an economy on autopilot. Lately, it's first-time homebuyers loans. They can't compete with the Chinese investors. The Canadians need more help buying a house, buying a one-bedroom, 400 square foot house, a 400 square foot condo in the air with strata fees at $800 a month. We need more Canadians in this. This is going to help their future.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all a Ponzi scheme at the end of the day. You know, it's an unfortunate set of circumstances that has had to come down to this. That we had to get into the situation where the virus came into play, and we were already up Schitt's Creek without a paddle because I mean, we've got way too much debt as a country, and as we're going into a recession, no wonder you know they're trying to feel out what needs to be diverted into these, you know, mortgage-backed securities. By the way, is basically taken on by CMHC, and the taxpayer are going to be left holding the bag. But those loans and stuff like that. You know, Steve Saretsky said this today on YouTube, and he says that, you know, these loans are these you know, mortgages that are put over on diversion to be dealt with later by the taxpayer. When not if, but you know, when nobody wants to buy these bonds. They're never going to get paid. They're just going to get shelved or erased or evaporated or something along those lines. I'm not quite sure how the feds are going to deal with this, but I guess we don't have a say in the matter. That said, we're in for a very, very, very rough ride here because unemployment, you know, just because this whole COVID-19 thing goes ahead and stops tomorrow, for example, which is not going to happen. This will go on for several months now, from what they've said today.
I love China.
Unemployment isn't just going to spring back. Things aren't just going to, you know, all of a sudden go back to normal. House prices aren't just going to start to skyrocket. House prices are going to come down hard and fast as a direct result of unemployment, and furthermore, credit. You know, basically credit markets starting to no longer have appetite for risk.
Right.
And if anybody thinks that rates are going to continue to go down, Mike, they're dead wrong. In actual fact, mortgage rates will be going up as banks continue to price in risk.
Well, they're going to have to. The rates are going to have to soar, right? And rates are going to have to go to 4, 5, 6, 7%. Interest rates need to go to the moon. That's what Ronald Reagan did. Ronald Reagan did that back in the 80s because he had no choice. He had no choice. He had to basically reset the economy, and by raising rates, he that's what he did. But a lot of people don't understand that when rates went up to 7, 8, 9 crazy percentage rates, they actually started to see a recovery in the economy almost overnight, Steve.
Yes. Pretty much overnight, because people had no choice but to accept the actual situation. And they kind of, you know, from what I've been told, is they looked at one another and said, well, this is the new economy. And unfortunately, this is the situation. And hopefully that, you know, it never got to that degree ever again. But unfortunately, we're here, back with a vengeance, and it's that much worse.
It's worse because a lot of the money isn't even ours. A lot of it was parked here from China. Then what happens when it's not even our money now?
Yeah, you have no idea. I was told today, or actually yesterday, I should say.
I love China.
Point blank, the amount of money that is currently leaving North America is astronomical with respect to the housing. They're putting their houses on the market, these foreign buyers, and they're just going to start to liquidate. Right. They're going to go, and they're going to go hard and fast, because they know what's going on. They're not. The rats are leaving the ship.
I understand. Yes, because I know a lot of Europeans are getting one-way tickets out of Canada, like in Pearson International. a ticket processor friend of mine is telling me, when you're going on vacation somewhere, they're asking, oh, where you going? I'm going to Spain. And then the person asks you, why did you buy a one-way ticket? You say, well, I'm not coming back. I'm from Spain, right? So they're getting a lot of people just, not now because of COVID, but I mean, before this, they're just moving back to Europe. Like, screw that. I'd rather take my chances in Europe and not have to deal with all this crap. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. At this point, that's probably what's happening, and it's happening right, left, and center. People don't actually realize how bad the economy is going to be. This is only a little taste. Honestly, Mike, we're going to see a lot of people start to file for bankruptcy. We're going to see, forget about consumer proposals, they'll go straight to bankruptcy. We're going to see a lot of people, unfortunately, lose their houses. And I'm not just talking about, how it was before, leading up to this.
Right.
It's going to be a disaster. And people are going to be depressed. There's going to be, a lot of people that just can't take the pressure.
Steve, you remember this is the highest leveraged that any human being has ever been in the West. Like the highest amount of loans taken out, especially in Canada and Australia and New Zealand. They're seeing for every dollar they make, they owe back $2.10. That's nuts, dude.
Yeah. So as a country, that should tell you that house prices can't sustain with respect to people in the economy, because we're actually insolvent.
Mm-hmm.
So when
turn up my mic here. Okay. Continue, Steve. Tell us more. You're here for 6 hours. I'm just kidding. You're here for as long as you want to stay.
Well, I think it's important that other people, hopefully the Chronicle, can come on and explain his aspect of things. I don't even know if he's in the chat or not, but can come on and explain commercial paper. I think the Bank of Canada governor, I'm hoping he let that slip, because I don't understand why he would just come out and say that. But he actually said in the last press conference, after his most recent rate cut, from 0.75% down to 0.25%, or 0.25, that is. He basically said that the commercial paper market is frozen, and at that point, we're in big trouble, because that's where it starts. And ultimately, when people can no longer get those short-term loans with respect to businesses,
right? Because that creates lots of liquidity in the markets. If they can't get that, they're in trouble.
Absolutely. So what happens is they paid it back. They took out a 90, 100-day swap or a loan at a very reasonable rate, kept their other stuff in other GICs, or some were making way more money in terms of the retained earnings or profit, if you will.
Right.
And then they go out and they basically get this money at a very reasonable rate, which is 150% taxable deduction. Now that this isn't happening, all of a sudden that basically tells everybody that businesses are no longer able to do this as a direct result of non-confidence. Nobody is confident enough that things are making money. In other words, we don't know what your receivables are going to be, and everything was based on strategized sampling with respect to their receivables. I deal with this every day in my business.
Right, we know that. So people just tuning into the show that are wondering, this is Steve, a.k.a. Steve the Plumber. He's been coming on the show for about 2.5 years now. Usually he's on Trends in the Housing Market on Wednesdays, discussing where we're going to see the housing collapse, the housing correction, because we're in a huge bind right now that the average wage earner cannot get into a home in Canada's 4 major cities. And not only that, it's not like in the United States, you know what I'm saying? Where you could just pick up, there's like 20 big cities in Texas, you could just move somewhere else and start over. But in Canada, it's not that easy, especially with the amount of red tape, and the cost of living is just astronomical. So this is Steve the Plumber, guys, from Ontario. Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah. So I mean, that's one way of looking at things. Thanks for the intro, Mike. But I think what we haven't really discussed is the default rating in terms of all the businesses that aren't paying rent right now to their landlords, whether their landlords are individuals or bigger companies that are holding commercial real estate. And at that point, a lot of those businesses are basically going to default, not just on their actual rental obligations, but many other things as well. So it's a vicious cycle. I wouldn't want to be, to own commercial property right now. Well, I shouldn't say that. I own commercial property. I own my shop. But that said, I wouldn't want to have to be renting it out to another business because I would be lucky to get taxes, maintenance, insurance off my tenant right now with how bad the economy is.
Yeah. Let me ask you. I didn't ask you this. I'll ask you now. Are you prepared? Do you have anything in preparedness? What do you have for prepare? I mean, you don't have to tell us exactly what you have, but are you loaded up? Are you ready to have to self-quarantine for a month if you have to?
For a month? No, I'm not. A month, I probably couldn't do it for a month. I might be able to do it for 2 or 3 weeks. But yeah, there's just no way. I've gone out and I secured when I knew this was starting to get bad, and I remember having conversations with you and many other people, not just within the YouTube family, if you will. I knew this was probably going to get bad. Therefore, I went out and I got myself as well as 10 other guys fully outfitted in a PPE gear. That's full respirator, full jumpsuit, the whole 9 yards. And it came, full circle because that's what we used tonight when we had to go out in an emergency situation. And that's how we are going ahead and, serving our customers on an emergency basis only. With respect to, if it's non-essential, we're not dealing with it.
Right, right. Yeah, people are complaining my mic is too low. I'm trying my best. I have it cranked up. So I have it cranked up. I'm trying my best to get this thing. I'm trying. Let me go into advanced properties here real quick and get the mic. Media source, desktop audio. Let me see if I could get this thing up higher. I'm trying really hard to. Here we go. Mic. Here we go. There's desktop audio. So Steve, so you prepared. You think you got some preparedness. You're ready to go. So do you really see this thing going like Italy in the next week and a half, or am I just kind of creating what do you call it? Scaring people? Am I just doom and gloom? Do you see this thing going? I'm seeing it, and I've been counting this down. We are 1 week, 2 days away from it becoming like Italy here in North America. That's the United States and Canada. Do you see that as Steve, or am I just severely delusional?
I don't think you're necessarily delusional. I appreciate where you're coming from. First and foremost, we will not have the death toll that Italy has because we just don't have the elderly population like they do, and we're not packed in like sardines in terms of how Italy is. That's why New York is so bad, because New York is everyone's packed in like sardines. Mm-hmm. Sideways on top of each other, you name it. That's just how it is. That said, with respect to Canada, Canada needs to stop with these flights coming in from China. These flights,
you can't do. That's racist.
Yeah, you know what? Racist. I don't care what that fake feminist has to say. At the end of the day, people's lives are at risk. The Canadian population needs to be protected. And quite frankly, there are other people that can step in and say, enough is enough. You know what I mean? It's not going to take Justin Trudeau to shut down certain things. I know deep down inside, I want to believe that Doug Ford is, in terms of the Premier of Ontario, is probably going to say, no more flights coming in to my province from China, from Iran, so on and so forth. We are not flying to these countries. End of story.
I love China.
They can do that. They do have the power to do that based on the current situation. At this point, they're probably going to have no choice but to, because sooner or later, Donald Trump's basically going to say, you know what, enough's enough. Our borders, we are going to man our borders. We're going to do a number of different things because we don't trust you. We don't trust you enough to safeguard your own country, and we're right beside you. So, kumbaya.
I made a video about this yesterday because somebody asked me, why is Canada keeping flights open from China? People need to understand that Canada, like regions of Canada, are autonomous regions of China. You go to downtown Vancouver, like the biggest centers and all the big buildings and the skyscrapers, they're all owned by China. You know what I'm saying? All of our infrastructure, like major infrastructures, our biggest mine, coal mine in BC, is owned by China. They don't even hire Canadian hires. It's in the article I read. You know, how can you close the border to your basically own country? That's what I was getting at myself, because a majority of it is owned by, you know what I'm saying, Steve?
I absolutely know what you're saying, and unfortunately, we're of the opinion from a government standpoint and an economic standpoint that if we shut the border or close off all flights incoming and outgoing to China, all of a sudden you've cut off an astronomical amount of money supply.
Right. And we are very, very extremely desperate, to be honest with you, to get this money supply in as fast as possible, right? And seeing that Canada is one of the only destinations you could go to, where do you think the money's going to come, right? It will eventually have to siphon. Well, Australia still has flights open to China, too. Australia does, too. Australia can't afford to close its flights in from China.
Yeah, well, at this point, I don't know what to say. I'm actually genuinely concerned that we haven't done so. Mm-hmm. And you know what? This this is going to get real bad before it gets any better. And to answer your question, like I said, we will not have the death toll, or I hope we won't, as Italy had. But the U.S. is in a lot of trouble. As of this evening, I think there was 58,000, chalk it up to 60,000 cases just in New York City.
Yeah, New York is becoming a very big. We're going to cover New York in a couple of minutes after when you're done. We're going to talk a little bit about New York State. New York is a big deal, right? And
I got that right, Mike. And I'm only questioning myself because just the other day they had 10,000 confirmed cases. So all of a sudden they had this spike here. I don't know. I might be wrong on that number. I'm sorry.
Okay, I have to ask you something. Spain, I think it's Spain. Spain just sent back the test kits that came in from China and saying they're garbage and just sent them back. I was on the news the other day. I just thought I threw that in there. So the test kits, I did a video a few days back on test kits being faulty. And again, Steve, this goes back to when we were talking about this at the beginning of January, when we said we don't know what we are dealing with.
It's very true. I've been told by somebody who deals with within the task force with respect to Ontario and interconnected throughout North America. And he's told me that there is reported that there could be up to 5 cases or 5 different strands of this virus floating around. Do I believe it? I don't know. Do I think there's more than one strand? Absolutely. Because it's definitely going to change from person to person. There's going to be some modifications or mutations, if you will. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a chemist. But these things are pretty serious, and there's a lot of people who aren't taking this serious. And you just go to Home Depot, for example, and there are people there. I'm running in to get something for an emergency situation.
I love China.
Trying to restore primary heat source or water to a house or a building, for example. And there are people there that are buying bird seed and fertilizer and paint and all this other stuff because they're bored and this is what they need to do. They need to go out to Home Depot, mm-hmm. and they're expecting the 6 foot or 6.5 foot regulation of kind of sort of social distancing, if you will. It's like they don't even care. They don't even realize.
And there's a new virus that's out in China that's more toxic or more worse. Some guy on a bus died of it on his way to work. And it's found in mice or something, or mice bites or something. And no, it's not rabies; it's something else. And he died of it on a bus. And it's more lethal and more contagious than the coronavirus. But the Communist Party is not going to comment any further on it. I'll bring up the article here. You just go here, type in "man dies on bus," China, and it comes up. It's an article from 4 days ago. Man who died on bus in China tests positive for hantavirus. Hantavirus is basically a pandemic. It's okay. Let me go here. Hantavirus emerged in 1950s American-Korean War. It's a spread from rat/mice. If humans ingest their body fluids, human transmission is rare, but don't panic unless you eat rats. So that's another virus that's actually lethal and kills you a lot faster than. All we need is something like this to mutate in somebody, and we're toast.
Yeah, it's a scary time. I don't know what to say with respect to that. That's kind of crazy. Really, truly crazy. They need to get certain things in order, and they need to get it in order real quick, real fast. But moving on, Mike.
Yeah, go, man, go.
Yeah, what else did you want to talk about?
So you've. I want to ask you. So you didn't buy the house when I told you not to buy that house.
You know what? It came down to literally the 11th hour, and then we walked away, and we we managed to escape out of that one because that would have been pretty brutal. Mind you, I would have probably been able to get out of it anyways, just with respect to I guess the overall situation. A lot of people are going to have a hard time suing people for their deposits as they continue to try to walk away and get out of real estate transactions. In this particular case, I didn't actually firm up on the deal. I didn't remove a couple of my conditions with respect to the deal, and that's how things sort of did what they needed to do. So that said, there's really nothing that anybody can do. But 1990, and I believe it was sort of perfected into law by 1993, is what's called frustration clause. And just to give you the 411 on that, frustration clause comes into effect when an agreement or some sort of a contract becomes frustrated by an external force, an act of God, if you will, in terms of a tsunami or a hurricane or something along those lines. In this particular case, it's the virus. And the virus is a direct result of people not being able to go to work or losing their job or something along those lines. And they actually can't be.
We got Jay Smith in the wants to know about real estate prices. Steve already said they're going to go down astronomically. And then Solid Xers saying Steve the Plumber and Supreme Cannon, they have created a hotline in London, Ontario to report people who are breaking the quarantine. So it's basically 1984 all over again. If you see something, tell somebody, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, just to finish up on that frustration clause, once a contract becomes frustrated as a direct result of something like COVID-19 and the transaction, or in this particular case, agreement of purchase and sale can't go through, and title cannot be transferred because of job loss or whatever it may be, that seller must actually return any and all deposits to the buyer and relinquish the buyer from the contract. And there's no recourse legally.
Right. Well, there's only a legal recourse when you go against them, right? But when the big guy goes against you, there's nothing you could do, right?
To a certain degree, but in this case, if you are the purchaser, and your situation changes, like you lost your job or something like
I understand.
I love China.
you get your money back.
Yeah. All right, Stevie. All right. Are you gonna tune into the rest of the show?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's gonna go on for a little while longer, so I hope you could just leave it in the background and go to sleep, man.
Yeah, you know what, Mike? The last time I did that, and I went to sleep with you in the background, I got nightmares, buddy.
I will tell you, this is going to be something
so
special.
good to be with you, Mike. Thanks for having me on. We'll talk real soon, and I'm gonna listen to the rest of the show. You have yourself a wonderful and exciting evening.
You too, brother. Good night. God bless you.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
Bye. That is my man, Steve Ola. Steve the man. Let me see if we can get our guy from Australia to kind of give us a different aspect of things. So I'm messaging him if he's there. Hopefully he'll get back to me. Let's get Eduardo on the show. Eduardo's going to give us a little bit of insight on what's happening in the eastern part.
President Trump.
Mike, how's it going?
Eduardo, how are you, my brother?
Good. You're welcome to put me on camera if you want.
Okay, perfect. Let me see if I can get this thing straightened out. Here you go, guys. Here's Eduardo. Thanks for coming on, boss. Okay, all right, we're good. What's going on? It's open mic. Okay, this bud's for you. So it's open mic, buddy. Go ahead and spiel your. Go ahead.
Never let a good crisis go to waste.
Yep.
What did Trump do in the last 48 hours?
Go ahead, tell us. There's so much going on, I can't even keep up anymore.
$6.2 or $6.5 trillion bill he signed today.
Yes, that's right. That's right. I saw that.
Not billion, trillion.
With the capital T.
Oh yeah. And what's the whole debt of the U.S. Federal government? It's 23 or 24 trillion.
20, yeah. So that's like a quarter of it.
Yeah. Who's going to pay that back?
Mike Martin's.
No, Mike Martin's kids.
Yeah. Grandkids. Yeah.
And grandkids.
Yeah.
So, I'm really I'm not upset with Trump. He's painted into a corner. What's he going to do? He's got to bring the economy back. So now he's going to load up the bankers with a whole bunch of fiat currency. Why are they doing this?
Mm-hmm. Well,
why?
Huh?
Why?
Well, they have to. They have to implode some way. They're gonna have to. I'm gonna be really honest with you. I can really see the fear in a lot of those leaders' eyes. I see it. I really do. I really see the fear now. I've never seen Donald Trump afraid in my life.
Derivatives.
Of course, yeah. But we're not going German derivatives, are we?
That money's got to come back. It's got to be paid back, and it's being loaded up on the American taxpayer. That's where the banksters and corporate America is getting 4.2 trillion of those dollars.
Right.
U.S. citizens are only going to get, 80 billion? That's a drop in the bucket.
Yeah, that's more than what Canadians are going to get.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the fiat currency around the world, it's falling apart. This derivative scandal, that's what tipped off 06, 07, remember?
Hold on,
nobody listened.
Let me add something. Hold on. That's what tipped off negative interest rates in Germany, derivative markets.
And bankers can't make the overnights.
No.
The Fed's been pumping money in there left, right, and center.
But
the banking system is imploding, guys.
But Eduardo, a main reason why a lot of the banks can't meet their overnight is because other banks don't trust other banks anymore like they used to. Before, other banks would lend to other banks to meet their overnight rate. Now, banks are just not trusting each other at all.
Well, sure, because they all know that they're all screwed and it's all fiat and it's all going to fall apart.
Mm-hmm.
This shit show is going to be on fiat currency. That's what's going down now.
So do you see a Zimbabwe thing come into place where they're going to have signs outside of restrooms saying do not use our currency as toilet paper?
You know what? We should be there already, but we're not for some reason. Look, what's Canadian dollar worth? I haven't looked in a few days. Last time I checked,
64 cents, I think.
64.
Yeah,
Cheers.
68. I can't remember. I know the Australian dollars, it was bouncing around 59.60.
Yep. So people that bought a little bit of silver and gold, hoard it.
Hoard
it's
it.
could save your life in a few months.
Okay, Eduardo, let me ask you a question. What's the deal with bullion dealers across the world not having stock? And some locations are selling anywhere from 20 to 30% over spot.
From what I've seen, Kitco is a big distributor, and they also do some stuff on the internet. They've got there's 4 or 5 major, or maybe 6 major dealers in Canada that get stuff from the Canadian Mint. The prices of silver have dropped. If you're a miner, are you going to sell at $11 an ounce?
Nope.
Well, so supply's been bought up. The deliveries are not showing up.
Mm-hmm.
They're not stupid. They're going to sit on it. I wouldn't be surprised if platinum miners sit on it themselves, because these companies, the ones that are run properly, have got 2, 3, 4 months of cash on hand to keep operations going, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's a shit show. You know, I'm a little bit older than you. I remember the 81 recession. People were walking away from their houses when interest rates went up to 20%.
Jingle mail. They would drop off. They would go to the bank, drop the keys off, or they would. A lot of what one guy did with this. He had a BMW. It was like an 81 BMW. He parked his BMW in front of the bank, put the keys for the car and the house on the dash of the car, and walked out. Just like left his car and the keys for his house, and just like walked away.
Well, the only people that lose are the repo people and the lawyers that got to go chase these guys for paperwork and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Now, do you guys remember the recession of 91?
Yeah, that was a mild one.
Really?
Well, it was
only
mild.
the second time was.
Well, that was a good. You know why? It's because we had to get our books back on track, or get our. We had to meet our. How do you say it? Put our books on. You know when the books have to be balanced. We saw a lot of unnecessary borrowing, a lot of government expenditures that shouldn't have not been, and was that the time of Brian Mulroney, or we talking just after him?
That was, I believe they brought that recession in to force the GST to be accepted.
That was during Mulroney time. Then Brian Mulroney had to implement that GST to pay down our deficit, right?
Yeah, whatever. I think they forced it on us so people would be so worried where the next meal is going to come, they wouldn't worry about the 5% GST, right?
Right.
That was supposed to pay down the federal debt.
Nope. That was supposed to be scrapped in 91, right? They were supposed to scrap it in 91, right?
They were going to use that to slowly pay off the federal debt, so we'd have more money for hospitals, and we wouldn't be being banksters and deflating the currency and all that stuff. It was supposed to be corrective action. That's the way it was sold to us.
It was a 7-year deal. It was 7 years, right? And then they were supposed to get rid of it.
Yep. And it's still here. And growing.
Yeah.
So
let me throw a curveball. Let me throw a curveball at you. Now that these cities are going bankrupt, and a lot of the middle class workers that were in there that actually contributed to the infrastructure, do you see cities implementing now a city tax, a city added value tax, like Toronto tax 2%, then your GST 5%, and then your PST 7%? Do you see cities adding a levy on?
I can't see that happening just yet, because things are going to get a lot worse before they get better now.
Okay.
And are they that creative? No.
Well, let's hope.
And are people going to have the money to pay it?
Yeah.
The carbon tax is still coming in a few weeks, or in a few days.
Is that going up like they said, like that much?
Yeah, they didn't say they were going to scrap it. So, and if you've been buying food lately, I noticed groceries probably went up 10% in the last 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You guys got any shortages of toilet paper in BC right now?
Well, in my store, I put a picture up on my community. It's just all fully restocked. All sorts, double ply, single ply, cottonelle, everything back in stock.
Cool.
Yeah.
Costco here in Toronto, you're still restricted to 12 rolls.
Okay.
And it's $11 for those 12 rolls.
Wow, that's a big racket. That's like the mafia. The mafia should jump in that, man.
Yeah. So gas is cheaper. What are you guys paying for gas? I seen 61 cents at Costco yesterday.
We're at 90 something cents, and I think in some parts of the states they're paying $1.30 a gallon, $1.60 I think in Rhode Island.
Wow, $1.60. That's 40 cents a liter, U.S. Okay, that's about the same as Costco then. When you add the exchange of 65 cents or whatever it is. That's not bad. But yeah, this derivatives thing is going to wield its ugly head, and it's going to take down the fiat currencies. Trump, I think he had to do this. He's got to try to save the economy somewhat or make that appearance.
Okay, question. Amero. Are we going to see an Amero, a North American dollar, Canada, United States, and Mexico? Are they going to unify to strengthen some sort of a more strengthened backed economic currency?
I haven't heard anything like that. All I know is the banksters have already got their own cryptocurrency happening, right?
Okay.
They want to go to a cashless society. That way, there'll be nothing done on the black market at all. You won't be able to do anything really with paper currency or fiat currency. And then once they control the currency, then we're done.
Well, then they can impose negative rates if they need to, right? And then there's no way to pull your money out of the bank like they tried doing 5 years ago in Cyprus when people try to do a runoff on the banks and the banks were limiting them to 20 euros a day or something.
What was it that started that? They borrowed too much money, right?
That's right. But in Argentina, they got to go to Brazil if they want to buy Bitcoin, and if they want to buy gold or US dollars in Argentina, they're limited to buying $100 American per month in Argentina.
Per month or per week?
Per month.
It's going to take a while to get to Miami for a weekend, isn't it? Poor guys.
Yeah, that's what's happening. So they're restricting. It's almost unconstitutional, yes, but it's still like not. If you're not free to spend your money on what you want, then I see that as 100% lockdown. I see it as a huge lockdown. We're getting Eduardo back. We're getting a poor connection here from Eduardo. Eddie, are you still there? Can you hear me? We're losing connection with our man Eduardo. They probably on him or something. No network connection. I think he's probably caught a pretty bad... Guys, is my mic too loud? Is it cracking? Anybody could give me some feedback on the mic. Is it too loud? Everyone's complaining it's too loud. Or it's too low. Yeah, CIA. All right, guys. All right, Eduardo is now not answering. So we had him on the show. He gave us some really, really, really good insight on what is happening. And too loud. Okay, so I turned it down. I'm going to have to practice adjusting the microphone levels as I go ahead. Okay, it should be okay now. Yeah, when you're not on Skype, it's on Skype. It's not too loud. Too loud. Yes, it is too loud. Volume just increase. Distorted. Mic, it's kind of loud. Loud. Okay. All right. How is it now? Better? Okay, it's better. All right. No one's freaking out. Nobody freak out on me here. I got it on super low. Let me turn down the gain a bit and then adjust the volume. This mic thing's been a nightmare for me. I need to get an audio crew here helping me out from time to time. Much better. Okay, good. So when I get people on, I have to crank it up manually every time. I can't forget. Solid Extra in the house. So he's Solid Extra is telling us in the comments that there's a hotline now that if you see somebody breaking curfew, you call them right now and say, "Yo, man, what's up, man? Listen, I want to tell you something. I see Buddy outside." You know what I'm saying? So we had Eduardo. Okay, we got Liam. Liam who's going to come on from Southeast Asia. This is like our 5th or 6th guest on the show tonight. Wow, we got 258 people watching. Now the mic is too low. Kevin Tavares. Woo! All right, this should be okay now. Too loud. Too loud. 5-second lag. Too loud. Still too low. 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 Supreme, I believe the beast is the system. Okay, everyone's complaining I'm too low. Still too low. All right, how's that now, guys? Now this should be distortionist here. Here we go. Here we go. Low, low. Volume too low, Mike. Volume too low now. Ha, ha, ha. Man, I can't get this mic thing to work. Okay, it's good. It's better, better, better. Yes, it's perfect now. God bless America. Okay, guys, let's move forward. Hold on, hold on.
I love China. I love China. I love China.
I could leave that on a loop for you guys on my channel like 40 million times. Loop it in an hour. Thanks, guys. You have all my back. We got Epic View. We got Amanda in the house. David Xavier in the house. Slow Roller Scratcher in the house. Paul S. in the house. Globetrotter Mike in the house. Ben Savage in the house. Everything and Anything is in the house. Kevin Tavares in the house. Mike Banks in the house. Supreme Cannon in the house. AV1611 in the house. Mr. Peabody, my friend. Angela in the house. Real Kevin Thompson in the house. Andre Dieck in the house. Jay Smith in the house. Rainier Mall in the house. CV in the house. Tyler in the house. Al's in the house. 26 Gunter. Coinbits. Oh, yeah. So people are complaining now it is too loud. All right. I'm using a Yeti mic, and I've downloaded downloaded the drivers for it. I've been, it's always been a microphone issue with me since day one. Okay, Matrix wants to come on the show. Hold on, we got to get, what's his face on here. Where's Mike Banks? I got to get Mike Banks on. We got to get a first-time caller on the show here. He just added me the other day. I really would like to speak to him. He's been commenting on the show now for like a year now, so I kind of, man, where is he, man? Mike, volume is too loud. All right, is that better, guys? Jeez. All right, let me see if I can get Mike Banks here. All right, Mike Banks. Wait a minute. He's not here. Why isn't he here? I added him. What the hell? Yo, Mike Banks, did you change your name on your Skype? I must have a different name on his Skype. He needs to eat a headset, or needs a headset. Yeah, I want Mike Banks. My neighbor said turn down Mike Martin's down. Well, am I really that loud, guys? Is it really that loud? I know what it is. I got to go into advanced properties, and I have to... All right. It should be better now, guys. He'll call later. He's eating canned goods. Mike Banks is eating canned goods. All right. Let's see if we get Elijah in. Elijah was on the show last time, and there's Eduardo calling back. So let's finish up with Eduardo here. Yo, Eduardo, you're back.
Sorry about that, Mike. My computer just froze, and that was it.
Oh, it's like frozen on the frozen section when you just said froze.
No, I love China. I love China.
So where were we? We were talking about derivatives and how great they were, and then you're talking about a North American currency.
Yeah, well, there was the you remember that currency that was called the Amero, right? United States, Canada, and Mexico. They wanted to create an Amero for almost a decade now, and I think it's a pipe dream, but it would be a stronger currency given the three economies.
Well, we've got Ripple now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or the banksters do.
The banksters do.
Yeah. So you can bet the banksters will be trying to push that pretty hard, pretty quick. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the new currency to come forward, because
no, it doesn't surprise me either.
the Rothschilds do gotta, or I know the banksters are into it heavily, and they're trading between the U.S. and Mexico with it, using it for cross-border
Trade.
financing, what have you, right?
Yeah,
Trade.
it's easier to trade with one currency, of course, instead of having to buy a currency and then trade in that currency, right? That's how the petrodollar survived all these decades, because you would have to buy the currency in that money and then trade in that money, right?
Yep. The only thing is, I'm hoping that Trump is actually just playing his cards right, trying to get himself reelected, and then maybe after December, maybe that's when the hammer falls, and we go back to a gold-backed currency.
Yeah, I've never seen fear like when he's talking. If you look at his eyes, look into his eyes, zoom in and go close. Look at everybody, even the people standing around him are scared. It's not that they're scared of him. I think they've got a rude awakening of what's happening in Italy and how China's been lying through their teeth since day one, and now they're going to have a real reality of a nightmare on their hands.
Can I be racist for a minute?
Not really, but try.
Who works in all those shoe factories in that northern Italy town?
Oh, we discussed this. It's the Chinese migrants that went there to work and make Gucci wallets. We discussed that already.
Okay, so
that's not racist. That's like saying Portuguese people go work in Brazil in the coal mines. There's nothing wrong with that.
But anyway, so they were bringing this into this particular area. I expect to have a minor COVID-19 boom here in Markham, because there's a lot of Chinese here in Markham.
Oh, not as much as Vancouver, buddy.
Well, okay, I'll give you that.
Mm-hmm.
But so have the hospitals filled up there?
Yeah, it's gonna get to a point where they're gonna have to choose who gets the ventilator or not. That's where it's gonna have.
And it's going to be with the people that have health issues. We know this.
Mm-hmm.
Many doctors have been coming out and saying 80% of the people that even have it won't even know they have it.
That's correct. It could sit in you. The Pentagon released a statement a few weeks back that it could sit in you up to anywhere from 4 to 10 weeks.
Sure, and if you're in good health, you're gonna beat it anyways.
Right, but imagine how many people you will infect if you don't know you have it. That's the problem.
Yeah, so when I do go to Costco, I do wear my N95 mask, just where there's large gatherings of people, and people won't. The 6 feet rule just goes out. If there's no cops around, there's no one cares about the 6 foot rule. At least that's the way I see it. People look at you funny, so what? Okay, I'll be a little bit proactive and just err on the side of caution. But the point is, we got to keep working. We got to keep the economy going. And what's really important in life? You got your family, you got a roof over your head, you got food, you got some clothing. Nothing else really matters, does it?
No.
So everyone's busy chasing the dollar.
That's what happened, Eduardo. A lot of people lost a fear in God. A lot of people lost, I've been seeing a lot of people becoming more and more ruder. Like disrespect for each other. People are not becoming, humble anymore. People are not opening their hearts to and giving second chances. It's really scary, Eduardo, where it's come very fast.
So what's going to be so where is this going to go? People that didn't save any money, that didn't stock up, the people that are bigger, the alpha males or the alpha crooks, they're going to be out. They're going to start robbing houses for food. It's going to come. That day will come soon, because a lot of people aren't going to be getting the money they need to survive. And what do they promise us? $2,000 a month or something?
Too large.
That won't even pay a lot of people's mortgages if both people have office jobs.
Eduardo, if we had average wage earners owning average wage homes, then $2,000 a month would be a lot of money. But because average wage homes aren't priced, an average home of 3 bedrooms, 2 bathroom, 80-year-old bungalow is $1.2 million. The average wage earner will not have any money.
Why did housing go to $1.2 million?
Because we blew it up with foreign money. We laundered $200 billion in 4 years in Canada through the real estate.
Yeah, so Mexico's got it right when they won't allow foreign buyers.
Right. You can't go to Mexico. You can't buy nothing in Mexico. I hate it when people say, my friend owns a thing there. It's like, nope, read the fine print. It's leased. You don't own nothing in Mexico.
So they haven't seen the boom in housing prices, right?
No, because to own in Mexico, you have to be Mexican. And
Yep.
Mexico has a Mexican tourist visa policy that you can't stay in Mexico more than I think it's there's depending on what country. Like if you're from, let's say from Iraq, you have a 30-day, and then if you're from, let's say Russia, it's like 60 days. If you're from Canada, you can stay 90 days. Like there's certain different limits with the Mexican tourist visa.
So even if you start up a business in Mexico, you still can't buy property down there?
You can't own anything. It's got to go in the Mexican's name.
Right. And Mexico, how come they don't have any cases of this coronavirus?
They do. They do have cases. They're under how do you say, Eduardo? They're under serviced, or they're under checked.
Okay.
Spain got a pile of test kits in from China, and Spain sent them back. It was on the news today. They just you could have these friggin' things don't work. Good luck.
Yeah, something like 80% false positives or something.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, so can we really trust the numbers? And most of the test kits are coming from China anyways.
Right.
So if you've had a cold in the last year, chances are you can take this test kit and you're going to test positive for the coronavirus, which is a common cold, which is what they are testing for, but it's not COVID-19.
No, it's not COVID.
Yeah. And if you look at the symptoms and why do people need respirators, all this is just like pneumonia. You know why? It is pneumonia.
That's exactly what it is. But it starts
Yeah.
plugging you. It starts plugging you up real quick in a heartbeat, and it starts giving you it starts giving you this pluggage on your upper areas here in your lungs, and yeah. And
No, it actually, the fluid actually builds up in the bottom of your lungs, and then it gets worse and worse and worse, and that's what kills you unless they don't get you onto a respirator and get you on fluids and IVs and whatever else. They must have something to treat this or to lower the amount of inflammation that's causing all this fluid buildup. But it's basically the body is just trying to fight this thing off, and it's going into overdrive.
Right.
And that's what pneumonia is, or that's one of the things about pneumonia.
Yeah, we lost. Who did we lose to pneumonia a few years back? Freddie Mac? No, that actor, that famous actor. I was so upset when he died. He had pneumonia and he died. He just died like this. He was in quite a few movies, actually. I was really upset when I found out he died of pneumonia. I was like, he wasn't even old. But anyways, all right, Eduardo, you want to add any last thoughts? Maybe I'll get you back on the show in a couple hours.
It's going to be late here in a couple hours. Yeah, people, eat well.
Yeah.
Like really, eat well. If you got nano silver, it's good to boost your immune system. Stuff like ginger,
Yeah.
Eat your veggies, eat a balanced diet, get a little bit of exercise. Don't go crazy. I remember the recession of 81, things were really desperate. And in 91, I had to let all 6 guys go that were working for me, and I was out of a job.
Right.
For a month. And then I got a job for $10 an hour working for another general contractor. Meanwhile, I was paying my guys $25 an hour 3 months earlier. You believe that one?
Yeah, that's the change. That's what we have to start accommodating ourselves to the change. That's why there needs to be but the thing is, Eduardo, average wage earners buy average wage homes, but the problem is with average wage homes, they're no longer average wage, right? So that's the problem. You could buy Michael Jordan's house for the price of what a detached bungalow sells for in Toronto.
Well, in 91, people were blowing their brains out because the prices of real estate came down so hard, so fast. Mm-hmm. A lot of people lost a lot of money. And we could be there again. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'd be surprised if there isn't a major housing price correction because it's way overinflated. Mm-hmm. You know, I bought this house. It was complete gut and reno. Mm-hmm. Paid $165 for it in '96. I'm getting appraisals of over $1 million. I'm thinking, what, are you kidding me?
$1 million, dude. You could take that and you could go down to West Palm Beach, and I could find you a place for like $90,000.
90 grand.
I could find you 20 for $90,000.
I'll probably put that on my visa.
Yeah, I'm not kidding.
Seriously.
I'm not kidding. I'll email you 40 of them. 40 homes for $90,000.
Where is this?
West Palm Beach.
That's in Florida.
Yeah. That's where Trump lives.
I thought Florida was expensive.
What the hell are you smoking? It's like the cheapest state to live in still.
Natives.
North, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Mississippi. Those places are still affordable. Even Texas. Texas is still affordable. You can still get into anything in Texas still.
Well, here's to the housing correction. It's coming.
China.
I hate to say it, but it is coming.
Yeah.
And all I'm going to say is, guys, just be smart about this. Better times are ahead, I hope. How bad is Trudeau going to push it? Like the fact that he tried to take power, and it was a Tory conservative guy from Kingston that actually saved the day and said, no, you can't do this, and he voted against it. And he went against the government's policy of not showing up for that vote last week.
Yeah,
Trudeau, he wanted to be a dictator of Canada. He almost pulled it off.
Yeah, York City is under lockdown army style in the comments section. Early bird let me see what's going on here in the comments. Economy is handmade. I'm just looking at 80% correction. Lord Humongous says. We'll get him on the show next. Yeah. So what are you smoking there, players or DeMaurier?
These are natives, all natural.
Oh, good for
I
you.
can't afford legal cigarettes. I can't.
Well, try buying them in Australia. $50 a pack.
Get out.
I'm not lying to you. If there's somebody on Australia right now in the comment section, tell us how much a pack of smokes costs. Tell Eduardo how much a pack is. It's $50 a pack.
A bagged carton of smokes, 200 cigarettes is $16 on the native reserve. And these aren't bad, actually. It tastes pretty good. So, and they're tax-free, just like the wine I'm drinking with ginger ale is tax-free.
Oh,
Cheers.
gingerella.
With wine, white wine. It's
Nice.
a bit of a twist, right?
My dad used to drink it like that at dinner time, so he could burp it, digest his food better.
I just like the taste.
Yeah.
And the fact that it's tax-free, it's even better, right? Because it's homemade.
I love China.
Okay, Mike. Thanks for having me on.
You take care. Hey, thanks for coming on. You looking good? Don't mind me if I'm working in slow motion right now. I got like 13 hours to go, so we'll be talking. Thanks for talking more than me, because I'm just I'll be out of energy in 2 hours if I don't stop talking.
Well, maybe we should have a coffee delivered. Skip the dishes. Order a coffee.
I pass delivery coffee. I pass.
All right.
Take care, buddy. Have a good one. I'll see you in the comments.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
So, guys, that's my man Eduardo from Eastern Canada weighing in on what's going on. He follows the channel quite a bit, and I got native smokes yesterday, $22 a carton, good quality too, says Steve Stevens. Wow, we have 270 people watching. That's like the highest Mike in the Night. Usually Mike in the Night, the highest I've gotten, I think, was the 250 plateau. I've never had this many people. I've never had this many people on Mike in the Night. Wow. Thanks, guys, for tuning in. Let's do a quick channel plug here and read an article or two and get back to the next caller. So let's go over here, channel plug. I love these ads with these beautiful women all over the place. It's so good. They're like, we would like to run ads, to help support us. I'm like, no problem. Run all the ads you want. What's this girl here on the beach here? Run all the ads you want. Okay, here we go. Worldometer. We're going on Worldometer first. We have 663,000 cases right now. 30,000 deaths. We just passed the 30,000 mark. 142,000 recovered. And let's go down. There's all hockey sticks here. Hockey sticks. So let's go down. United States of America still on top with 123,000 total cases, 172 new cases, and new deaths plus 6, sitting at 2,227 deaths. Italia, 92,472 cases, 10,000 deaths. Total recovered 12,384. Italy right now still a 50-50 deal. Italy is still a 50-50 deal, people. 50-50. When you got 10,000 people die and 12,000 recover, that's like a 50-50 deal, man. That's really not a good one. That's really not good. Woo! So Metal Gear Mark III saying California is doing okay. Yeah, if they could just... Everybody could stay home for a week or two. The world ain't going to end if you don't go outside for 2 weeks. Okay, so we got Rainier Mole in the house, Pergrosa, Leaf in the house, Ben North in the house. Yeah, Ben North's been watching me a long time. So then here we go. We go to China. 81,439 cases. New cases. 45. So it looks like China found a way to clamp this down, eh? Wow, there's just I never heard of China ever lying. The Communist Party, they don't lie. And total deaths, they are. Let's go to total death ratio now. Let's get this graph to total deaths. Who's leading? Italy's leading with total deaths, followed by Spain. Spain moves into second position. This is so sad, guys. And then Spain is just like Italy. Look at this. Spain is like Italy. It's like on the same kind of graph of like when it comes to numbers. I don't think Spain has any reason to lie, because if they need help, I think the Spanish would say, "Hey guys, we need some help." You know what I'm saying? So we got, and then we go down to China, 3,300 deaths. Then you got Iran. Iran hasn't gotten many deaths. They were sitting at 2,300 a week ago. They're not moving that fast. France is moving fast. France is moving real fast. They're at 2,300. Then you got total deaths in the United States, 2,227, 2,227. Then you got the United Kingdom with 1,000. Netherlands 639, moving up the rank. I didn't see Netherlands here. They got Germany 433. I saw Netherlands way down the list with Portugal, right? And then total deaths in Indonesia 102. It's all these European countries are all kind of jumbled up together, right? Like I said, if you look on the map here, look at America, man. You look on the map. So we are, from what I've been calculating, 1 week, 2 days away from it going hockey stick or Italian like in North America. Why? Because it's moving from here, it's spreading up this way, so you get a little bit of a buffer or negation here in Poland and Ukraine and Belarus and Lithuania. You're getting a little bit of negation where there's not that many cases, but then when you get to like north and west of Italy, all the way down to Portugal, cases are going nuts. So it's moving this way, okay? Like it's coming up, it's looping up Germany. So it's going up this way, up Germany, coming down through France, up the UK, through France, this way. So it's moving its way west. Russia, it's not moving that far east. It's moving east. People are traveling east, but not as much in the winter, right? Who's going to go to Russia in the winter? Hitler went through Russia in the winter. Look what happened. So that's what's happening there. So let's move on here. So we got the United Kingdom here. So these numbers here look like they've been updated now. Let's see if we got this an update. Let's refresh this here. Yeah, it looks like we're getting correct numbers here now, finally. So, yeah, it's all Europe. Look, Italy, Spain, Germany, France, UK, Switzerland, Netherlands. I'm like singling out Iran and China out of here. But it's all Europe. Why? Because it's moving across. So it's moving to the Lusitania. So this is the Mediterranean here, guys. In front of Portugal right here, this is called the Lusitania. So it's going from the Mediterranean all the way through the Lusitania. Up here in the Baltics and through the English Channel here, through the English Channel all the way up. And a lot of cases starting to pop up in Ireland. What if, guys, hear me out. First and second week of January, people with money had time to leave for the Lunar New Year thing, and a lot of people left. And that's why you're seeing cases in all these other countries. But what if it's a 4 to 6 week, like 10 week inside of you, like the Pentagon was saying? What if it truly is wholeheartedly something that's in you for a while, and if you're super healthy, it could stay dormant in you for up to 12 weeks? No doubt. Like, you know what I'm saying? All right, so let's move on. Guys, do not join here the channel. If you want to join the channel, go to Patreon. I still haven't got paid anything from whatchamacallit, I get nothing from these guys. They don't pay me, and now they're not giving me, like, you work hard, you do a side hustle, you know, you want to make the best of what you got, and you know, especially through a tough time, getting the message out. So if you guys want to, I mean, you could buy something on Teespring. I'm going to contact them and ask them if I'm ever going to get paid from it. But if you want to buy something to remember the show about, or talk to your friends, just buy a mug or something. Buy it from a local YouTuber. I don't get much from it, I guess. And from here, just join the family, and you could message me directly. I talk to everybody on here on this thing. Okay, here we go. Let's move it out. Anthony D is saying Mike Trump congratulated the Chinese dictator with his imaginary turnaround numbers. Hold on, I got it right here.
I love China. I love China. I love China. I love China.
Woo! All right.
Japan. Mexico.
I love this Donald Trump soundboard. I just want to thank Donald. This. Oh, I can't believe I have over 200 people watching live. Guys, thanks for tuning in. Okay, let's go to... let me see. I promised to... I want to get Jake Warren on the show. I want to get also Lord Humongous on the show. I got lots of people messaging me on Skype tonight. Let me see if I got who can I get on here. Sorry guys, let me just kind of look around here for a bit. Give me a few seconds here. Let me just see if I can get my man. Okay, let me call him right here. Well, he's not picking up. Wow. That's our pathologist. We have a pathologist, a licensed pathologist on the show, and I kind of want to get him on. Let's go to Southeast Asia and talk to our man. Oh, he's got looks like an asteroid's coming towards the planet.
Hello.
Yo, what's up, dog?
I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were calling me. I thought you was calling somebody else.
Oh, no, I was calling you, buddy. Are you watching the show?
Yeah, I was watching.
Good. Okay, so tell us what's going on. You sent me something about an asteroid or something. Looks like I saw that the other day, actually. It's coming close to Earth.
Yeah, there's actually a few asteroids coming fairly close.
A few?
Yeah, but this is the one I just sent you, is the one that nobody's talking about. And I sent you a couple of screenshots. I don't know if you want to put them on.
I'm going to put them up right now. Here it is. So, guys, just before we kick this off, just when you thought it got bad with this COVID and what else are we dealing with? Wildfires, locusts, famine. You thought 2020 was a bad year? Well, we got an asteroid. So tell us, what's going on?
Yeah, so you can add this to your T-shirts of "I survived a asteroid."
So what do we know about this, and where is it coming from, and how? Well, we know it's coming from space, but what can you tell us about this thing?
Okay, so the name of this is called 2011, so 2011 ES4, and it is going to be the closest distance to Earth will be 126,000 kilometers.
Wow.
That might sound like a lot, but it's actually very tiny. And it's within our, it's between Earth and the Moon, so it's within our,
gravitational pull?
Yeah, but the main thing is the satellites, because that's where all our satellites are based.
Okay.
So if this doesn't hit Earth, okay, no problem. But what if it crashes through like 20 satellites?
Okay. Yeah, because it would be in that area where it's obviously satellites are going to be obviously within that range, right?
Thousands of satellites in there. So, like, I'm not, I don't know a lot about astronomy, but from what I've been looking and the screenshots that I've sent you from NASA, if that is true, what the data that NASA are giving you, then it'll be in that band where all the satellites are.
Mm-hmm.
And it's on the 1st of September.
So what are the odds of this hitting the Earth? I mean, I know that they have pre-recorded trajectories. I understand, but what are the chances of this asteroid getting nudged on its path towards us and ends up hitting the Earth? There's a good chance of it getting nudged by hitting something other piece of debris somewhere, right?
Well, possibly, yeah. As I said, I can't comment too much about this because I'm not an expert. I don't know too much about all this kind of things. But it's just something that we should be looking at, and something that I don't think the news has spoken about asteroids that are like 1 million miles away, 2 million miles away. But I haven't seen any mainstream media talking about this one that will be within the band of all the satellites and between Earth and the Moon, which is very close.
So we'd be able to see it from Earth depending on what time of day it passes, right?
Well, the size of it is around 49 meters in diameter.
That's actually pretty big. If that hits Texas or something, that could wipe out. Or if that hits in a specific part of the ocean, that could create a tsunami bigger than anything we've seen on Earth.
Yeah, and do you remember? I think is it the new $100 bill? Which was the dollar bill that if you fold it in a certain way, it shows a tsunami going over New York or something?
Oh yeah, they did that. They did it on a couple of YouTube channels. I saw.
Yeah, because before you had the Twin Towers on one of the older bills, right?
Right.
And now everyone's saying that there might be a tsunami. So who knows, right?
That's pretty big. I mean, but that size of that thing is that's actually very big. Actually, when you kind of sit back and think about it, it will cause a huge disruption. But what are what are the odds of it? I think the odds are actually very slim for it to collide into something else on its way here, right? So I don't know. I'm not a mathematician to figure out the odds, right? But this ain't good. So we're expecting this for what? September 1st?
Yeah, September 1st. So it's not far away, right?
No.
And it kind of makes me wonder, you know, the government knows a lot more about everything than we know. So if they know that this is coming, wouldn't they prepare the people? Stay indoors.
Yeah, stay indoors. Okay, here we go, guys. We got this right here. A large asteroid. This is from the Independent, UK's largest quality digital news brand. A large asteroid will fly close to Earth, but won't hit Earth next month, according to NASA data. CNN reports that the asteroid predicted to be between 1.1 and 2.5 miles wide is scheduled to fly past the Earth on the 29th of April at 4:56 p.m. Eastern. First spotted in 1998. Wow. The asteroid named 52,768, 1998 or OR2 will come within 3,908,000 miles of the Earth. That's actually very close.
Yeah, in the grand scheme of like the universe is very close. So that's another one. There's actually like about 20, 30 of these asteroids that are coming very close to the Earth right now. I think literally like the last week there's been about 10 of them in the last 2 weeks, a week or two. So there's quite a lot. But the reason why I circled the date of the 29th of April on that screenshot is because the European Space Agency actually made a video on the 29th of April, and it was released on YouTube. And they were talking about asteroid impacts, and they did one of those, you know, role-playing scenarios of what would happen. Mm-hmm. So it just makes me wonder, because remember that role-playing scenario? What was it called?
They did the role-play scenario for the virus like a week before.
Yes. So, you know, you put your tinfoil hat on and you put 1 and 1 equals 3, right?
Yeah. What? Okay, now, you see, that's why we get callers on from all over the world, because people see different angles that, you know, thank you for sharing that. That's very important. So for people that are just joining us or this is what happened. We got this war pandemic case scenario. Was that in Manhattan, New York, in the convention center? They had this setup of how electronically deal with pandemic and viruses and what to do and blah, 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 and blah, 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 and what to do and how to quarantine, where to find this and measures and how to bury, blah, blah, blah. Now they did one of these things for this stupid asteroid thing. And it's like, why aren't they telling us this? I don't know. Say something.
So I sent you the link to that video. It's just below that independent article.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to play it, but you can click on it if you want, and you can see it's from the European Space Agency.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I have it here. I have to go into the 1 second here. I have to go into the messages here to get that. It's not here, buddy.
Is the link just under the article? I can send it again if
Send
you
it
wish.
again because I'm just getting an image. I just got an image there, boss.
Okay, 1 second.
So a meteor asteroid 3 miles or 2 miles wide is going to come in. Oh, there it is. I got it now. All right, let's see what you got here. It's got music, so I gotta mute it. So this is the other meteor that hit. The asteroid impact.
So that's the video that I just sent you is actually their scenario, their role-playing scenario.
Oh.
But I just found it funny that they published it on April the 29th, but then on the same date, an asteroid was coming very close a year later, which was actually real.
Wow. So,
and if you want to be conspiracy related, 2 + 9 = 11, right? But that's just going way out of stream.
yeah, because this is crazy. Because I don't think there's nothing that we have on Earth. I don't think Bruce Willis could save us from this. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
we're so busy ripping each other apart or destroying each other that I think that we don't have anything on Earth that we could realistically do anything to that. You know what I'm saying?
Well, did you see, I don't know if you saw any articles about Japan actually sending like a kind of like a bomb into an asteroid to see if they could destroy it?
Okay, what happened?
Well, I don't know if they were trying to destroy it, but they actually pretty much bombed an asteroid to see what would happen. And it pretty much didn't do anything. It just made a little crater in the asteroid.
Of course it would. It wouldn't do nothing. It may. You have to hit it enough to try to veer it off its trajectory.
Mm-hmm.
So if the asteroid's far enough away, all you have to do is less than a thousandth of a degree. It will just take it right off of the Earth's trajectory. It would go completely somewhere else from that far away. Less than a thousandth of a degree, right? So it doesn't take much to kind of, but it doesn't take much for it to go on course to hit Earth, especially with our gravitational pull, right? That's not good, man.
And did you see the video that I sent you of Biden coughing all over the place in his interviews? And he's
I
claiming...
don't even watch. I don't even care. Like, I saw that. I'm like, yeah, whatever. It's like this guy is like, I don't even know why he's there. I mean, they should just get like Kermit the Frog or something to do. I don't understand, man. I don't even know why they're entertaining this or why they're. I don't know.
So what do you feel? What do you feel about all these celebrities and all these government leaders getting the virus? Do you think they really have it? Like,
I think they. I think they do. I think they have it, and I think they have it.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think they're making this up. I don't think they're trying to get in the spotlight.
Do you think there's a? I'm not saying that they're making it up, but do you think there's a disproportionate amount of celebrities and leaders that are getting it compared to the general population?
Nah, everyone's exposed like everybody else. Everyone breathes in the same air. I think everybody and anybody, unless they're living underground in some bunker, yeah. But you're still gonna have to get food from the surface somehow, right?
Mm-hmm.
No matter how deep you are or how many layers you have, you're still going to have to come to the surface for air regardless, whether it's food, whether it's gas, whether it's supplies, whether it's reaching out to somebody. You're still going to have to come up for air. I don't care who they are.
Yeah.
Unless you're Cobra Commander and you have this huge underground space station in the bottom of the ocean. I saw that on G.I. Joe, and I'm like, that's a great way to quarantine.
So on a personal level, I told you that I was going back to the UK, right?
That's correct. And how's your mom doing?
I haven't actually been back to the UK.
Oh.
Because my flights were cancelled.
So you're stranded?
Yes, I'm stranded in Asia at the moment. Pretty much all flights are cancelled. The only flights that are not cancelled, an economy ticket in US dollars, I'll just convert to, it's 202 US dollars. Economy ticket one way from Southeast Asia to the UK, 6,000 US dollars.
What? That's. Are you flying a private? Is it a private flight? Is it a private jet?
Thai Airways.
That's like the worst.
Yeah, worst airline as well, pretty much.
Holy crap! Well, you're gonna have to sit tight, bud. You're gonna have to keep in touch with your mom via social media, and just...
Also, people have said to me, maybe it's a good idea you don't go and visit your mom, because if you had it and you didn't know you got it, you don't want to be giving it to your 60-year-old mother, right?
No, you don't want to do that. Yeah.
So, and there's a lot of people like that are stranded in Asia. Well, not just Asia, pretty much around the whole world, because most airlines have cancelled. I mean, like Emirates has cancelled every single plane. Etihad has cancelled every plane. I think British Airways is the same. Most airlines have just closed.
So how's the situation on the ground with you there in Southeast Asia?
So if you everyone pretty much I'm in Thailand. So before I went to Bangkok to catch my plane, Bangkok does not feel safe at all. The numbers are going very high, not very high, but they're moving a lot now in Thailand, where they wasn't moving for a while, but it's just suddenly started to move. If you're away from the big city, life continues as normal. Thailand has introduced emergency measures, pretty much the same as the rest of the world. You can only go out if you get in supermarket food, chemists, emergency kind of things. So pretty much it's in lockdown.
I got an article here that the rising to Thailand's COVID-19 challenge, and it's a huge task where to begin, and hospitals are complex organizations. What kind of support? Yeah, I heard the hospital system there is pretty a complex system to understand too. It's like tax system in Canada.
Well, yeah, they have government hospitals, they've got private hospitals. For me, I think Thailand's actually doing pretty good. One main reason is their social order. I'm sure you know, in Asia, most Asian countries, they are very orderly people. They listen to their governments and they comply.
Right.
I went to the supermarket, everything is in stock. Even pasta from Italy, imported from Italy, is in stock. Rice, fresh fruit, toilet paper, everything's in stock. So people are not freaking out compared to the West.
Okay.
And people complying with the government orders. But one thing as well about society in Asia. So 7-Eleven, they have 7-Eleven in Asia as well. They pull out hand sanitizers on a chair outside the store for you to use before you enter the store. Could you ever imagine that someone in Canada would do that? Like the store owner would put a huge bottle of hand sanitizer on a seat outside the shop. How long do you think that would last?
Oh, it'd probably be gone.
Yeah. So this is a good thing about Asia, and why I like to live in Asia is because society is completely different.
So are they doing the 6 feet away from each other thing there in Thailand?
Yeah, they're doing that. They put in marks on the floor, with tape. making boxes where you could stand in the box, and then someone else stands in another box behind, so many feet behind you, and everyone's complying, right? Everyone's complying. My mom told me in the UK they only allowed, I think, one person into this post office at a time. Everyone else has to wait outside. And I think the supermarket is only allowing 10 people in the whole supermarket.
Oh.
You've got to wait your turn outside.
Yeah, they're doing it here in my town. What they're doing is they're actually creating a lineup outside the supermarket, and they're letting in like 13 or 18 people in at a time, and they follow these lines around. So I only went out to get something not a couple of days ago, real quick, in and out. I go and actually just check on my store and check on my stuff, make sure it's good. My alarm's set, my cameras are recording. I'm not too worried, right? But for it's a ghost town here where I am. Is it a ghost town in Thailand, or are still people out and about? Are they shut down? What's going on there?
Well, the government has told people to stay at home, and they're asking people to stay, but there's no, if you want to really go out, you can go out. So if you wanted to drive down the highway, then you can. Traffic is less now than what it used to be. But yeah, pretty much most people are staying at home, but people still have to go and do their daily business, right? But pointing on to about traffic and things, I sent you a link a long time ago. I'll send it to you again, and it's from TomTom. You know the GPS TomTom?
Yes, TomTom, the coordinates, yeah.
Yeah, you can actually look at the live traffic in any city around the world and compare it with a year ago. And this will give you a good indicator of how's the situation in certain cities, or how's the situation in certain countries. So I want to just send you something and show you that Wuhan has not gone back to normal.
Oh, I believe you. I totally believe you. Here we go. There, you just sent me that. Let me open that up right now. Oh, I believe you 1,000,000%. Let's look at this. Historical data, traffic. So congestion level, 0%. Traffic jams, 4. So it looks like there's nothing happening.
Yes, if you scroll down and you see the last 7 days or last 48 hours, and then you see the average in the blue, 2019, and then the live is in the red, like a line chart.
Let's see if I can find it. Here it is, yeah.
So you can see, compared to last year, it's at like 50% congestion at certain periods of the day, and the same time, like in the last 7 days, was 5%.
Wow, so there's nothing, there's nothing going on.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So this is a good real, it's real data.
Yeah,
it's
so
from
we got here Sunday, 29th of March, 2020, 11 degrees Celsius. Average congestion in 2019, 27%. Live congestion right now, 0%.
Yeah, so there you go. So it shows you that things are not back to normal in Wuhan. Or you could search another city, any city in the world.
Wait. Are you implying that the Chinese are lying?
No.
I'm joking. They're lying. They're a bunch of liars.
I would never say that Chinese are liars.
Yeah.
I love China. I love China.
So you're trying to say the CCP doesn't lie?
I love China.
Yeah. Anyways, I'm just trolling you, boss. Don't worry.
Yeah. I don't know.
Okay. So, all right. Congestion level now is at 0%. 26% less than average travel this year. Wow. Dude, that's nuts. I really appreciate you actually sending me this, man.
Because these are the things that people don't show, right? The mainstream media are not going to show, hey, look at this. This is the GPS data from TomTom. Have a look, They're not going to show you this stuff, right?
No, because this is powerful stuff. It just updated right now.
Yeah, it's live. All the cars with the GPS, as we was talking about satellites, right? They get their data from the satellites, from the cars going around.
Mm-hmm.
So I think this is a very powerful little tool that if you want to see if, when they say Japan is back to normal, or whichever country they say is back to normal, go and have a look at the city traffic in a major city and see, is it back to normal?
Wow.
Right? Do your own research. Do your own research. Don't just take the news from the big man, right?
Oh, the news from the big man is getting overrated. Everybody knows that, right?
Yeah, but it's a good tool that your viewers can use. I don't know if you want to share it.
Yeah. I'll just let me see if I could get this here. Copy this, put it in the right here. There we go, Tom. There it is, guys. Open it on the side, and there you go. And that's it right there. All right. Anything else? Any vital information you'd like to add to the show?
No, that's all. And I appreciate your time. And it's great that you're in 6 hours long. It's good. But yeah, thank you for all your hard work, and keep it up. Thank you.
Thank you. God bless you, and good luck. Okay.
Cheers. Bye.
Cheers. All right. So he didn't make the flight to last week. He was on the show, or the week before. He was picking up hand sanitizer for his mom, and then he wanted to go out to the UK to see his mom, and yeah, that's kind of interesting. I hope he does well. He'll find his path. He will get what. It'll happen. All right, so this is the long run-in. This is like the longest stream I've ever done, guys. I'm not even looking at the clock. I don't even care what time it is. What is it? 8:35 local time. Yeah, it's 11:35 in Miami, New York. So you start to see a lot of people taper off, and it's too late in the UK right now because I saw a lot of our UK watchers have already basically logged off. I don't see them here anymore in the chat. All right, let's go to a few articles here real quick, and we will go ahead and take another caller. Oh, I want to talk to Lord Humongous. I miss him. I haven't talked to him in a whole day. Yeah, cell phone thing is weird. Not sure to make of it. Yeah, I covered that. Yeah, let me do a channel plug, guys. Did I do a channel plug recently? I don't even remember. I'll do one at 9 o'clock. Okay. New York opposes quarantine. Italy deaths top 10,000 virus update. This is from 4 minutes ago. Tracking. Let's refresh this again. Here we go. Something here. Trump won't quarantine New York. China's 45 new cases. Oh, no. What happened? I thought China fixed this. Try 4,500 new cases, people. This is a lot worse than they're making it off to be. Yeah, do the intro theme. Yeah, I'll do the intro theme at 9 o'clock, okay, guys? I'll do the Mike in the Night intro theme at 9 o'clock, okay, guys? Remind me at 9 o'clock if you don't, it's 8:36 right now. And we'll kick off. This is like the longest pre-show I've ever did in my life. Mic volume is very loud. All right. How is it now, people? You guys have to remind me, guys, to adjust the microphone as I get guests on, because then you can't hear me, and then you can hear me. Oh, man. There we go. I think it's okay here now. I think it's not loud. I think it's not too low. And so Lord Humongous asking me to call the Raven. The Raven said he's got a few things he's working on in the background. So he's taking care of some family business. So and then let him do his thing. I don't want to bug the guy. So Solid Xer says no one will trust China after this. Dude, it's a communist regime. April 1st. Can you talk about rent payments effect on April 1st? Let's see what we got here. Let's look this up right now real quick. It's going down for real. Yeah, this is a big deal. April 1st. What's going on April 1st? News. Here we go. Tenants and landlords face dilemma as rent comes. Let's see what this is about, guys. This is a third person to ask me about this. April 1st. Here, let's watch
While
the news.
Canada tries to flatten the COVID-19 curve, BC's provincial health officer, Dr. Henry, says putting patients on a ventilator sooner rather than later seems to improve patient outcomes. BC has more than 1,200 ventilators across the province and...
Wow, 1,200 ventilators, and we got like 2 million people across the province. Woo! So residential tenants, landlords face dilemma as rent comes due April 1st. As economic impact of COVID-19 pandemic ripples across Canada, another wave may crest within the weeks as rent comes due for residential tenants. April 1st, a pressing deadline for tenants and landlords alike as the novel coronavirus keeps people at home and closes businesses, leaving tens of thousands of Canadians out of work. It reminds me of a Mission Impossible movie where the tick, tick, tick is ticking down and someone has to try to save the day before everything explodes, said William Blake, a landlord who spoke on Tuesday on behalf of Ontario Landlords Association. This is how a lot of tenants and landlords are feel about this April 1st rent deadline coming up. Advocacy group for both landlords and tenants are calling on the federal and provincial governments to offer some kind of relief before April 1st. British Columbia's Prime Minister John Horgan said Wednesday the province would suspend evictions, offering $500 monthly rebate to help renters and landlords during pandemic. They're just going to buy food with that $500. Grassroots movement has sprung up in several cities in the past few weeks, calling tenants to withdraw their rent payments either out of necessity or solidarity with those who can't make ends meet. So this is not telling us anything. It's giving us stories. We're not getting anything on this, guys. So if anybody knows anything on what's going to happen April 1st, please put a link in the comments for me, because we're just getting stories about what's happening, what people are feeling, right? So we got Gary Medij in the house, 11:40 p.m. in Toronto. Gary never misses a show. So what else we got here? Should we call Walking COVID, guys? Walking Journey? Let's get his channel up here. Walking Journey is the complete 180 of what I've been talking about, saying the mic doesn't sound right. I know why. Guys, I don't know what to do, man. I'm having huge microphone issues, guys. I'm really sorry. All right, is that better, guys? I don't know what to do, man. Is my microphone better, guys? Or does it sound like, Search for the Truth in the house. We got Lord Humongous in the house, Metal World in the house, Jay Smith in the house. So they're saying my mic is, what is my mic, too loud or too low? I don't know what to do. Why is it doing this today? So Craig Cook's asking if this is going on for 6 hours. Oh yeah, it's been going on for a while now, man. Guys, keep it further away, Mike? You're fine. Keep it further away, so that means it's too loud. Okay. Man, I don't know what to do with my mic, guys. I'm really sorry. Can you lower your recording level setting? Sounds like shit, says eBankU. Man, okay. I think I'm going to have to turn this down here. Hold on. Turn down my gain. And go over here. How's that? Is that better now? Or is it... Happy Saturday, Mike. Yeah, every time I get a guest in the show, the mic gets all jumbled up. And I'm not sure what to do anymore. Yeah, it sounds better. Just leave it there. We can turn it down on our end. Actually, sit back. Okay, I'm sitting back, man. Back is back. Sounds fine now. Good. Mic is good. Thank you, guys. You guys have my back. You know, I can't do this without you guys. Without you guys, the show doesn't even exist. I'm not even here. There's no point. Without you guys, sounds better. Okay, all right. I'm getting this thing. Metal Gear Mark III, thank you. Thank you, Oprah Overlord 1984 in the house, my man. Jesse Flores says, sounds better. Good. eBankU, let's get you on the phone real quick. I know you're in Japan. I'm just trying to remember what your Skype is. Yeah, it's not eBankU. It's your... I'm not sure what you're using. I'm not sure if you have me on Skype there, boss. But if you could add me... If you could call me on Skype, eBankU. I don't know if you're going to work or you're in... I know you're in Japan. I'm not sure what time it is. I know it's late afternoon, Sunday. I want him to call. I actually want to speak to him. I know he opened a new school in Japan. He's a Canadian who got fed up of Vancouver and moved out to Japan, saw the writing on the wall, and he's never looked back. He's been living the life he wants to live. He's living. I might go visit him one day if he allows me to. But I don't know where he is in my Skype. I have so many people here on my Skype, and I don't know where he is. Well, hopefully he gets this message. Ah, here he is. Ah, here we go. I found him. Let's see if this thing opens up.
I love China. I love China.
He ain't picking up. It's okay. I'm not gonna bug him. He's probably busy. Okay, we got Liam. Liam sending me something. Says, I forgot to show you this. Oh, it's another YouTube video. I gotta be careful with the flagging of the video. I'm not sure what this is. It looks like it's in a hospital. Restaurant trash.
The homeless man that we are told that just died, we've just seen the police take him away to the hospital. I'm filming this now. The police were just, you're in a communal area, my building, and you're lying to us, spreading fear, telling us that this man died, and he's just been down there and saw that he is not dead. He has just been taken to the hospital by the police. He spoke to both the police and the homeless man. That man was a bit drunk. He asked him if he was okay, and he was fine. This was 5 to 10 minutes ago, and now you're coming up here spreading lies and fear and telling me this man is dead, and he is not dead. This man is not dead. Take them letters, take them somewhere else, because that man is not dead. I've been feeding that man.
Wait.
He's lying.
Stop.
What the heck is this? Okay, allegedly 2 men in hazmat suit turned up to block a flats, putting notices through people's doors that someone had died from COVID. But this is not true, according to one of the residents who lives on the block flats. The girl claims the man was taken away by the police, and the man is very much alive. Wow. So what is going on? They're scaring people. Why are they scaring people? Oh, Ebank, you could only type. I called his Skype number, his Skype. I actually called his old Skype. Yeah. All right, let me see if I can get Jacob back on the phone. He said he was going to be on the show, so hopefully he'll pick up.
Until you find out if this man's really dead and prove that.
I hope people's internet are not going down around the globe and everyone's pretty much getting cut off from the rest of the world. Lord Humongous is here. Always here. Fear is control. Let's put this on here.
Then you need to stop putting these letters on there.
Can I ask you to stop filming?
Can I ask your name?
I'm from One Housing.
You're from One Housing. Can I ask your name? When they put a letter under your door saying the man's dead, he's not dead, he's fine. The man is absolutely fine. The man's fine. He's putting letters under our door saying the man's dead. The man's not dead. He just saw him 5 minutes ago being taken by the police. Now, these are coming here in their little suits telling us this man's dead, and this man is not dead. We have just seen the police take him to the hospital 5 minutes ago. You are liars. You are spreading fear for no reason. No one died in this building today. Nobody died. Yeah, I have let you respond, and you've stood there and lied. You have.
I said, can you stop filming?
Okay, no. You're in my building outside my door causing fear amongst my community. Okay, go on. So show me who died.
Wow. Okay, so they're falsifying that somebody passed away. I believe in the lady's voice. I believe that she's not lying. I know she isn't lying. So are they lying, or are they misinformed? Are they at the wrong building? Do these guys know if they're tricking or treating? Who are they working for? Why do they not have any tags on them to identify them? That's the question, right? Oh, okay. We got Ashima here that wants to come on the show. Hold on. We got Globetrotter Mike sending me a pile of images here. We got, hold on, who else do we got here? Okay, let me call Ashima. She wants to come on the show really quick. Let's let her give her some time on the show here. Hey, Ashima, how you doing?
I'm doing good. And you?
Yeah, I just got your message.
That's all right. That's all right. We're all watching your program and everybody's in there. And yeah, this is the first time I'm coming on Mike in the Night.
Let me open your picture here for everyone to see.
All right.
Okay, here we go. All right, continue.
Yeah, so lots been happening, Mike. Lots been happening. But Mike, I don't know. I think that you were talking about walking journey, and I remember I heard him in one of those days that he said it's been planned for Trump. That he could be absolutely right. Because have you seen Trump's speeches on Thursday and Friday?
Mm-hmm.
Did you hear them?
Yep.
Yeah. So he said that his friends had it. They're all okay.
Mm-hmm.
If you have immunity, you're okay. And he's been talking on the G20. So I think, Mike, there's something which he knows, which Trump knows. And then, you need to remember that they put 1,000 troops on the border. This happened the first time ever.
Well,
with
here's
Canada.
the deal. They backed off on it and the U.S. kind of retracted that, right?
Yeah, but this is these are called diplomatic, the body messaging. Let's accept it. Trudeau did not do the right thing, and he said it too. Trump said it. My friends in EU who appear to my friends are not actually my friends. Because when they export some medical equipment to EU, they turn around and say that it's not the specification they needed. And you have to remember, just go back a few days in the NATO meeting when Trudeau and the EU gang were all gossiping about Trump.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And before the milkshake theory, so I'm just leading up to something which I've been really hearing on the internet, Mike. Why this crisis actually happened? This is a pandemic. But basically what had happened in the economy, it's really going on in the corridors, is that the velocity of money, which we all know, stop, but what happens to the velocity of money?
Mm-hmm.
What is money? How is it created? It's like either you print it, either the Fed prints it, or they loan it. You create a loan, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? So suppose I have 100 rupees and I deposit those 100 in the bank. Now the bank has a CRR, which is called the cash reserve ratio, which it has to maintain with the Federal Reserve or the central bank, any central bank. This is a global rule, right? And there are Basel 1, 2, 3 laws, and as per the laws, the banks expose their risk and stuff like that, right? So $90 after keeping that as like 10 rupees or $10 as CRR, the bank can give those 90 to the next person or loan it to him, right?
Yeah, that's we've been doing that for the last 100 years. This is the fractional reserve lending, right?
That's called the CRR ratio, right? So if how it is determined, how is the velocity of money determined in the market is 1 divided by, suppose, I'm just giving you a hypothetical situation, a CRR in a country X is 10%. So 1 divided by 0.1
right.
is your 10 times is your velocity of money, right? So a money can go around in an economy 10 times.
Okay.
That money, let us say hypothetically those $100,
Mm-hmm.
which are already in the economy. So now what happened? We created so many loans, right?
Right, and a lot of them have been backed with a lot of loans are unsecured too. A lot of people keep thinking of mortgages.
That is something else. We'll come to that later, right? So what happened in this crisis? How is this crisis being caused? Forget about coronavirus.
Mm-hmm.
This is the crisis. Now, how does money get destroyed? I've just told you how money gets printed.
Right.
How does money get destroyed?
Well,
do you know that?
Well, money gets destroyed. They destroy money. There's several ways of they destroy money to eliminate the amount of currency that's out there, right?
Yeah, but how do they destroy it?
Well, when people pay their debts back, the interest gets repaid, right?
Absolutely, yeah. So either they pay them back or they go delinquent.
Right, or they go delinquent,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so either they're not able to pay or they pay it.
Right.
Right. This is the way the money is destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So now what had happened was there were so many loans in the market. There was a high demand to pay the loans back or go delinquent.
Right.
So the money was going out of the circulation. We all keep on talking about how why velocity. So it stopped going out. It just stopped. Circulation of money just stopped. Right. But now the Fed, see, Mike, there was a crisis. They've been kicking the can since 2016.
Mm-hmm.
If you remember, December 2018, there was a major crack.
Right.
They all got up together. They put their heads together. They kicked the can, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then they could not hold it any further.
Well, they kept lowering rates, and they kept first person buyer loans, lower rates, and then less stress test, all Mickey Mouse.
Absolutely. So what happened was that people there was not cash enough. There was no circulation. See, what is employment? You're circulating money, right? So when the circulation of the money stops, people cannot either pay their debts or they go bankrupt.
Right. It's the old saying.
And this was happening not with you and me. It is happening with the governments too.
Yes.
Because what happened was, the USD, they thought that the more they'll print, it'll go, print or create will go, they'll put so much of dollars that the demand of the dollar will be high, and there'll be no inflation, because they actually when you have a supply of a dollar in the economy, it should be decrease, the demand should be decreasing, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that was not happening, Mike.
No.
Yeah, because of everybody else outside holds their debts or the treasury bonds or the T-bills or whatever in US dollar.
Right. It's like saying this. It's like the old saying back when you used to go back to Business 101 back in the day. For every dollar you own, somebody owes $1. Now, for every dollar you own, somebody owes $50 now.
And that is just not I and you. It is people outside US. Now, what happened was some of the countries called up Powell and did a FX swap because their currencies were depreciating. Not because they wanted to. The dollar was going up.
Mm-hmm.
They thought that they'll print more dollar and the dollar will go down. But it was not happening. Everybody was dollar starved, Mike.
Mm-hmm.
I know of people who were called by banks and said, we will pay you, if you have these many hundreds of dollars, we will pay you what you ask for your money.
Right.
Are you understanding what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Okay, so what happened was they did a swap. All these other, the G20 and whatever did swaps with Powell, saying, all right, this is my currency, it's going down. Can you give me in future, which is again derivatives, right? Here comes the derivatives. When you make a future contract, you are saying that you will buy X amount of dollars at so and so date in the future.
That's right.
That's the derivative contracts. So the whole system got linked like that, and then Trump put pressure on Powell, saying that if you can help other countries, since 3-4 years you've been hearing Trump saying, the Fed is not listening to me, they're not dropping the rates. How come the Fed dropped the rates now? Because he knew it. He put pressure on him, saying that you're helping all other countries, you're giving them credit, your FX swaps, you can't help Americans.
Yeah.
But we will really not come to know exactly what's happening. There are many theories going around.
Yeah.
But eventually the dollar in the short term is going to go up and then maybe go down. That's what everybody is saying, but definitely not going down because everybody wants dollars.
Right. And there's a shortage, and there's a mass shortage, and we've been having those shortages now. I don't know for how long now.
Not here. Everywhere else. China. Why is China talking to Trump? Why Trump has to talk to President Xi? He has to talk 1 hour coronavirus? Come on, he doesn't have a solution, nor does Xi. So Trump admitted he spoke to President Xi for 1 hour. What talk? And what do I talk to you for 1 hour? Coronavirus, what can you do about it? So what are they talking?
Well, they're talking geopolitics. They're talking finance. They're talking...
Yes. And then, give a small pennies to the common man and show them the cash. And rest everything else goes into FX swaps, into derivatives, into mortgage. And can you believe it? The central banks are just not buying your mortgage-based securities. They are buying your loans. They're buying your credit card loans. They're buying your student loans.
Student loan.
I mean, like it's a helicopter money. It's the funny money bazookas, So this has been happening. And here, the only problem in Canada is, Mike, do you know NAFTA, the new NAFTA, which has been signed?
Yes, the new NAFTA. I didn't read it.
Yeah.
It's like 980 pages.
Yeah. Even I don't know. They call it something else, the new NAFTA.
Mm-hmm.
They had, I believe that this is what had happened. Americas had said that if Mexico and Canada drop their currency, they've had it. But what dropped
That's
the
what I
currency?
was
Mexico
asking
had.
with the second or third caller on the show. I asked him about the Amero. The Amero, is the Amero a thing? Is the Amero, the North American currency, going to become a thing? Because it's obviously a stronger economic base. We'll get a lot stronger economy out of Mexico and the U.S. than Canada will ever have.
No way. It's not becoming that.
No?
First
Okay.
of all, America is never going to step down their grandstand pedestal. Right? And we've got a great leader. Canada has a great leader
I know.
whose rug can be put up by NDP any day. You know it.
I love China.
Right? NDP can just pull up the rug beneath his feet day before yesterday.
Yes.
Right? So you know it. He's whatever he's doing is because this is the only way out for him to last for a while. But there is something definitely these all guys know. Do you remember when Senior Bush had passed away?
Yeah.
There was a big controversy. Everybody was being handed some chits. And there was a big thing, I don't know, these theories go down, but this was got on the TV. Everybody was given some chits. Now, we don't know what's happening. I don't want to get into all that, but this is definitely a surety that this is a pandemic. Could be this is against Trump, but it could not have been because no central bank wants to risk going against US for the moment. They can't risk it.
Yeah.
Either they don't know the repercussions because their currencies be a lira, be Italian lira, be whatever, be EU, be whatever, euro. I mean, I don't believe that they can even risk a relationship bad with dollar because dollar is not a currency. It's a commodity.
That's right. What's America's number one export?
Dollar.
Inflation. That's right.
Yeah, dollar.
It's inflation. That's right. You're correct. Yeah, it's the dollar. It's the number one export. Well, You there?
Hello. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, it's just what I wanted to say. It's basically inflation is the number one export. How are things in your area for COVID? Are you noticing people going crazy and buying toilet paper still, or are they trying to get their money back so they can buy food?
There is no toilet paper in the market.
So
since the last 2 weeks I've not been going out, but I'll just tell you two facts. I saw an ambulance going somewhere nearby. There's an old care home, and I heard an ambulance early in the morning, and I prayed to God, and I heard and I read the paper. There was death, but those are old homes and care homes which are everywhere, Mike. Right? God forbid they should not even be a single death. But we have to understand that there are some people in that age group which are exposed every year, just not this time.
Yes,
you have to understand that.
Yeah.
And during Trump, he said that I think that we just can't let US go. We'll quarantine the hotspots and we will have the rest of America going back to work. He said it by Easter and he was supposed to decide today. And all those aides beside him, doctor, whoever, Fauci or whatever, Fauci or whatever, they stand next to him and they all talk about it. And that lady also, the pathogens consultant or whatever, he was supposed to be meeting them today and he was supposed to flag off some ship. That's what he did today. He flagged off Comfort to New York. It's a U.S. naval. I guess you saw it online, right? It's a U.S. naval hospital, which was sent to New York, and they're not going to have any people COVID going on. It's going to be a regular hospital so that they can accommodate people with COVID in the city, in the New York City.
Okay, yeah, I heard about that today. They were talking about that today, and I'm getting a ton of mixed stories from that, right? So a lot of conspiracy, lots of good stuff, lots of whatever, and yeah.
Yeah, but you will see, Mike, I'll tell you, this is going to die down in another 3 weeks. That's what I hear. Because the moment Trump says it has to die down, the whole world has to, Sir Dollar.
That's right.
Sam.
Okay.
Right?
Ashima, any last words? Because I got to go to the bathroom and I'm going to play a song.
Go ahead. We can always chat later.
Yeah. I'll call you later. I'll be here till like midnight.
I'm reading. Yeah, so I'm here. I'm reading, so you can call me anytime. I'm not sleeping.
No problem.
I just can't sleep,
Well, that's good that you're watching the show. I'll let you go for now, and we'll keep you. You call in almost every show now, which is good. So we'll I like your picture, by the way, on your
I
Facebook
love it
there.
too. Oh, this one. I like it too. All right.
All right. We'll talk soon, I promise, okay?
Go, run, go.
Okay, bye.
Run. Okay, bye.
Okay, guys, I'm going to hit the bathroom. I'm going to play some Gemini Crew for you guys. And I'll be right back.
In the night and the Gemini Crew. Night, you're here with Mike in the night. Mike it through the night, you're here with Mike in the night. Let's just talk about the world, give this page another turn, 'cause you're here with us tonight. Everything's alright when you're here with Mike in the night. Mike it through the night, you're here with Mike in the night. Giving the world light when you're here with Mike in the night. Mike it through the night, you're here with Mike in the night. Sometimes things are just absurd, so let's just talk about the squirrels, 'cause you're here with us tonight. Mike it through the night, you're here with Mike in the night. Mike it through the night, you're here with Mike in the night. Let's just talk about the world, give this page another curl, 'cause you're here with us tonight.
I bid everyone good morning, good evening, and good night, wherever you may be watching this transmission. And if you've sat through the pre-show, it's 3 hours. We've been going for the Mike in the Night-a-thon's been going on for 3 hours. We got 3 hours to go. And I want to thank everyone that came on the pre-show. I want to thank people who joined the channel. And if you guys, let's do a channel plug, a nice fresh plug here before we go over the COVID numbers and what's happening around the world. So here it is, guys. Here's the channel, guys. Don't forget to, here it is, live now, 225 watching. I can't believe I got to 250 people on Mike in the Night. That's pretty dope. Don't forget to set your reminder for Trends in the Housing Market, episode 199. It's been that long, folks. Yeah, it's been that long. And yeah, tons of videos up here for you guys to watch. Just dive into the channel, and if you want to support the channel, please go on Patreon. And I actually get the money directly from Patreon. I don't know what YouTube's been up to lately. I've been pretty teed off with YouTube. Get on Patreon, join the family on Patreon, and you could actually message me directly there if you need anything. And let's go over our COVID numbers here real quick. Let's refresh this and see where we're sitting at here. All right, here we go, guys. 663,748 cases, 30,000 deaths, 142,000 recovered. So let's go to the leader of the pack here. United States of America now has jumped since last time, since we started the show. It's actually jumped like 2,000 total new cases. So we're at 123,750. And total deaths, 227. Italy, 92,472. Total deaths, 10,023, and 12,000 recovered. Italy still at the 50-50 mark. Very dangerous mark to be in. Very, 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 very dangerous to be in that mark. Very dangerous mark, my friends. Okay, what else? So let's keep Margaret down. Spain, and then you got China with 45 new cases. What a bunch of liars. All these in the hundreds and thousands of cases, except where the virus originated. So here goes. Here, you're going to watch this. Don't blink. You're going to miss it. Here's to the 45 cases. Bunch of liars is what they are. Mike Banks sent me another $1. That $1 is going to go towards coffee. So I want to thank like the 9 callers we had on the show earlier in the pre-show. Thanks for joining the pre-show, guys. If you've been watching for the... Who here, don't lie in the comments, has been here for the last 3 hours? Yeah. Yeah, we got Lord Humongous. I know he's been here for hours. I hope he didn't miss dinner over this. Okay, we got somebody that wants to come in. His name is Jake. He wants to come on the show. Let's get him on the show. And we got to get Cody Banks here on the show.
Hello.
Yo, what's up, Jake? How you doing, buddy?
Good, man. Shit, you called me. Are we live?
Oh, we're totally live, buddy. You're the first caller in on the after pre-show. I've been live for 3 hours.
Oh, crazy. Yeah, that's good. My wife just went to bed, but I'm awake, man.
Where are you?
So I'm in TL.
Oh, you're in Toronto. Okay.
But I'm originally from the Van City. And that's how I came across your channel, man. And so I've been kind of tuned in.
Okay. Now let's get to
whatever you want to discuss.
Okay, are you prepared?
Yeah. Well, what are we? Yeah, because I tuned out for a bit, but I mean, I sort of told you I wanted to talk about the coronavirus, really, and just my thoughts. I mean, it's kind of hovering over everything, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, so can I talk about it? I mean,
talk
can we
about
get
whatever
right?
You want, buddy. What's on your mind?
Well, anyways, I want to say thanks for calling me, and man, I think you're doing a great job, and you're a good guy. You're a good dude. So, I mean, I saw the people earlier getting angry that they think you're negative, but you just put out sort of the real. You got to be critical, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's where we should start. And then in terms of the virus, I mean, I think it's just tragic. It's tragic, and I think the thing is, how do we get people to remain positive and stay busy?
Mm-hmm.
And that's sort of what I've been thinking about, because I've been seeing it. I've been seeing people are really getting down in the dumps, and just what do we do, right? Like, what can people do to stay up?
The question is,
what
haven't we done?
Yeah.
We're in a position right now where we don't know. We still don't know what we're dealing with. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Do you know exactly what we're dealing with?
No, I know. It's so uncertain, right? Like it's so unprecedented in the sense that, like in our lifetimes, I mean, I'm 31, so I'm a little younger than you, but this is really this is like a big thing, right? It's really unprecedented. And, I know you were on it earlier than most people. I mean, like typically in the mainstream, especially in North America, right, where we are, it was kind of just overlooked, and you sort of could see it, coming from a mile away. And it's just crazy how it hit. And the interesting thing you talk about economically, right, where, the housing market is a total shit show.
Oh, yeah. Again, back to square one. Average wage earner can't buy average wage home. Is it okay if I show your face, or is that okay or no?
Yeah.
Okay,
for sure.
I wasn't sure if I could show your face here. I wasn't.
Oh, no problem, man. No problem.
I wasn't sure. Like, I didn't know what your, like, if your company's
No.
fire
I'm
you
good.
or something.
Hey, man, I don't got shit to hide, man. I got the East Van baseball shirt. Actually, I'm rocking it. But what I wanted to say was, it's just, you knew shit was going to hit the fan economically, right? But the tragic thing is, it hit it economically this way, And now we're all dealing with the unprecedented situation of this virus, right? And I think what you do, and I think it's brave, and I think what most people have to do is call a spade, right? Because look, I mean, this will pass, right? There's no doubt. And obviously you had guys on earlier, who is fantastic. The plumber, he's
Steve
fantastic.
The plumber, yeah, Steve the plumber's a great guest. He's been on here for a million years.
Yeah. I caught a couple, and he really hit right down to the point. I mean, it's sort of as objective as you can possibly be. But I mean, he called a spade. And the thing is, you do that. And that's why I love your channel. But you talk about the reality, and the reality is that this thing came from China. It was overlooked. And the thing is, how the fuck are we going to... Can I curse?
No cursing.
What?
No cursing.
Okay, no cursing. Apologies. But yeah, how are we supposed to sort of deal with this afterwards, right? Is it going to be back to communist China? Is it just going to be overlooked? And are we just going to be going back and forth with this, right? There has to be implication, and there has to be a harsh sort of reprimand of what China's actually done. So, I mean, I guess we're looking a little further down, but, when a person commits an atrocity, or they commit bad behavior, they have to be checked. And so my concern is that this will just get swept under the rug. And, I've talked to people who are getting erratic about the president. Like, to be honest, I'm not a fan of Trudeau. I'm not really happy with government in general. But I mean, I never have been. But
who has really been comfortable with any government at all, right?
Of course. So, the notion that somehow this is, I've talked to people already that are got the, what's the term? Trump, the obsession, the derangement. And the notion that this is the United States' fault, or even Canada. Look, I'm not a fan of Trudeau, but really the idea that it's solely on him. I mean, the idea of not closing the planes is an atrocity. The idea that you can just let planes come in when you already know this. I mean,
yeah. Well, no, there's something behind it, and I already discussed this. This is like, again, like China, like some of these big cities, a majority of them are owned by China. Right, so they own these big towers, they own stadiums, they own Gross Mountain, they own most of Whistler. How are you going to close the border to your own country?
Can I recommend a book for your audience?
Sure.
It was just, and I got to check it out. Have you read it? It's called it's Claws of the Panda, and I got to get into it. But it's called Claws of the Panda.
Do you have the cover there to show us?
Yeah, let me show you. Yeah, I actually had. I'm gonna get into it, but here you go. And it's in the stores, right out there. Look at that.
Yeah, that's cool.
Claws of the Panda. Yeah. Beijing campaign of influence and intimidation in Canada. There you go. Bing, bang, boom. And this is not.
I'll look it up later and read a little bit of it on Amazon. See if I want to buy it. Hey, I want to ask you. Everyone's saying that you have a Mason ring. I'm like, no, it's a big skull.
Oh, yeah, it is nonsense, man. I'm just trying to look fancy. I got some other.
No, it's a big skull, yeah. And that's a college ring too, right?
No, man, you know what it is? It's the Punisher. So it looks fancy, but it's nothing.
Like Mason alert. You
know what's interesting, but anyway, yeah, I don't want to get too off track, but I just want to say, like, my concern is that people are just, and I'm a big free speech guy, right? And so I know you run into this wall all the time, especially with YouTube. And don't get me wrong, it's all the social media. But the concern that I have is that we can't speak freely and can't be honest about these things, right? So we never actually get down to it. And like what you just said, absolutely, the influence is unreal. I mean, coming from Vancouver, the property market was just insane, right? The foreign buyers, it was already there. Right. Yeah. So the same way this virus was already there. I mean, in late January, there are already reports going back to November and December. So, the government knew. And like you said,
we have $200 billion laundered money from 2010 to 2015. If you watch my channel, you know that.
Yeah. No, I know. It's insane. Well, I lived it, right? I lived it in Vancouver and I saw it. And it was just like, I mean, let's be honest. I mean, Richmond is basically China 2.0. Let's call a spade, right? So, And again, it's not the people. It's nothing like that. I know where you come from. I know exactly what you mean. It's the government, right? It's the government just totally infiltrating the whole operation, and it's just tragic because I'm seeing people really starting to, in a sense, lose it. You know, and like we're trying to keep together. My wife and I, like, she works. You know, she just works at what's the essential work? So she was doing
essential jobs. Yeah, one of those essential.
Yeah,
works.
the essential job. But you know what? Coming next week, they're already shutting down operations. So you know, Wellwide, you know, Shoppers, they're already cutting the hours. Like they're also the businesses are just getting pummeled. And the sad thing is, it's like I don't know how to recuperate it, right? And of course, the government is just pumping more money, and it's not real. So we're in quite a sticky situation. But I want people to somehow remain positive, right? That's the key. And so it's like people have to focus on self-improvement. I mean, you still do your business, you're pivoting stuff, which is great, right? And people have to continuously think about that, waking up every day, because, you know, this is unprecedented. Globally, we've never seen anything like this in our lifetime, where literally everything is shut down, right?
Yeah, our trade lines, our shipping, everything's collapsing.
I mean, let's talk, and like even entertainment. Like, imagine if this was a situation where it's like, you know what, I can, you know, you have kids, you know, I can take my kid to the hockey game, you know, for a night out to kind of get away from this. But even that's shut down, right? So it's like, what is a person supposed to do with their free time? So, you know, I think the thing is, like, you advocate with the money. It's like you really have to think about trying, you know, obviously, I'm not going to say it's too late, but there's a time to save, get the money out of the bank, right? There's things like that. You got to get out, you know, you can't really get out either. So I don't know, you read, like, what do you, right? What is the person, you work out, you know, like you try to do
a ton of karate.
Yeah. You know, and look, I will say this.
Lately. I've been really doing a lot of karate lately.
Yeah, like boxing in the house or whatever. And, you know, I guess maybe with your kids, you have more bonding time. And I think that's really important and that's essential. But, you know, we have the I think you talked about this earlier tonight. I shut off for a bit. I caught the first part. But you were saying, you know, and I believe this too, is that, you know, we have this technology. I mean, look, you're able to run a show right now, and it's great. And, you know, just imagine if this was even, you know, you said, you know, I think you said you were referring to 150 years ago. How about like 30 years ago?
Yeah.
Like,
we would have to depend on we would have to depend on print. We would have to depend on print and what the rumors are floating around. And the only way to get messages is from people relaying them from the other side of the world when they visit.
Yeah. So it would, I mean, if you think it's hysterical now, I don't believe it's actually as hysterical as it is. It's sort of, you know, obviously, if anyone watches enough, watches enough CNN and all that kind of stuff, you're going to go nuts. So obviously, I know your audience, and I totally don't, I strayed away from that. It's been years now. So, you know, I'm not programmed in that sense. So, you know, we live in a more privileged society and a high caliber society than we ever have lived, right? I mean,
exactly.
I can text my homie back in Vancouver. I called a buddy, did a WhatsApp call today, and we chopped it up. And it's like, you know, you can conduct business. I do a podcast, so I can still do my piece. I'm doing an interview tomorrow with a guy from Portland. And look, you got people internationally that are tuned in. So, you know, it is the capability that we've never had in the past. So it's one of those things where you want to have some perspective, right? Even though it's hard, you know, you get blinders because obviously we're in this pickle and it's like, when is this going to end, right? Because it is so uncertain. But, you know, you got to think we are grateful in the sense that we have this technological tool.
This technology is only as good as we could use it. And I'm just trying to let people and give people and get them to jump on this. Because 120 years ago during the Spanish influenza, it was very hard to get the jump on these things. You would start seeing people around you dying for no reason. And then you have no idea what the heck is going on. We don't want to wait till that happens. We want to get the jump on it now.
Nope. And you know, and for sure. And the thing is, you know, there are people that will say, you know, and look, everybody's, and again, I'm a free speech guy, right? So you're entitled to what you want to think and what you want to say. But obviously at this point, it's not just your average old flu, right? It's not just this common thing. So, when you do step out, have you stepped out at all? Or because I think
I went out like 3 times.
Yeah.
In the last
Or
like
the
2 weeks.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in the neighborhood here in Toronto, in a High Park area, I mean, it's like it's dead city, man. Like I'm one of the few that are able to walk out there, but it's totally shut off. And I think the thing is, you have to think about others, right? So I think it does make sense to quarantine. It does make sense to treat this serious, and I think that's what you're doing, right? Because I do some people, and I get it. Some people, want to brush it off. I think you had the gentleman who was talking about the ploy. It might be a ploy, but people are actually dying, and you got that like the case meter, right? I saw that earlier. Like that's real. That's real time. Like that's insane. Like that's nuts.
Yeah.
And I actually and bro, honestly, I checked it earlier today, and like those numbers are legitimately going.
Yeah.
Like they're skyrocketing. So this is not some kind of just take it easy. Like, no, people have reason to be very cautious. And you don't want to, look, I mean, you see the guy outside, he says, oh, it's all good and it's all chill. But if he's got something and now you're passing on something to, a family member who's an elder, and look, it can be just the chain reaction, right? It can just become a chain of stuff. So I think people really have to find in-home things to do. Like you said, you did karate. But if you have businesses, I mean, because you're still operating your business, and that's fantastic, right?
Oh no,
and
I shut it all down. I'm taking a break. I closed my store and I closed my eBay store, and I'm lucky I closed my eBay store because now we're getting word from Canada Post that they're closing down certain locations. So if my mail is going through that location, it's just going to stop dead in its tracks. So I'm not dealing with that.
Well, no, I'm not talking physical. So I'm not talking the physical. So with that, I totally empathize. I know that's a pain in the what, but I'm saying online. So like, you're doing this transmission, right? If there's a way to pivot into that, you can really try to utilize the tech, right? I think that's kind of the option if you're looking at business. And that's what people have to do. I mean, honestly, like doing podcasts and doing kind of shows and trying to set up, sales program. I know it's kind of ridiculous, right? Because you think who's buying, but every which way, there are people that are tapping into the market somehow, right? And like, I know buying low on stocks, like I know that's the thing too, but I guess what I'm saying is there has to be certain ways to maneuver in this where you just don't become totally despondent, right? Because I've talked to people that are just like they're sort of like giving up. But the problem is this thing will pass, right? And so if all these bad behaviors or habits are showing themselves again, it's going to take a long time to get out of it. So how do you not fall into the rut? Right. So
yeah,
I'm
just doing 52 things at a time. That's why I'm letting you speak. I'm trying to watch the what you might call it, the comments here, because there's a bit of a disagreement. People fighting in the comments, and then I'm reading the Skype here from other messages, and then I'm trying to fix this stupid microphone.
Hey, I'm good, man. I'm okay to speak. I love it.
Yeah,
I love it.
You see what I'm saying, right? So it's yeah, it's a tough thing to run a one-man show like this with 30 windows open. I just hope people could behave in the comment section. Yeah, I think people need to start. Yeah. Okay. Anyways. Yeah. Anyways, what else? So anything else? So you're prepared. You got your stuff. So.
Yeah, we're good.
You got Ghost City around you. I guess. How long do you think we're gonna see Italy here?
In Canada, not a chance. No, but it's tragically in the United States. Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, it's already passed, and I'd say mainly due to New York.
Okay.
You know, just because of the congestion, I think like the Steve Diploma said earlier, he was totally bang on. I mean, it's a congested place, right? You have a lot of Italians already living there. Who knows if they travel back and forth from Italy as immigrant too? You know, that whole thing. And then obviously the tourists, right? So you throw enough people in one spot with the virus. I mean, you just get a total mess, man. And, you know, you got to give hats off to healthcare workers and stuff, right? I mean, they're really putting their lives on the line. It's really crazy. But, yeah, New York's in big trouble. I hate to say that, but I don't think the other parts of the United States are nearly that bad. I know you're seeing rises, but I mean, that's just logically going to happen, right? Because this thing is out there. So, you know, the multiplicity of it is just natural. But in terms of the place that's really going to feel it, it's New York. So I would say the United States for sure. But I can't foresee Canada. Okay. Not, you know, people are already in quarantine, so I don't see it kind of popping up that much. And look, Vancouver's a ghost town, right? I mean, Vancouver was already a ghost town, but you know, now it's completely shut down, right? So, which is the right thing, I guess. You know, I mean, I don't like too much government intrusion, but you know, they're not wrong in the sense that you got to stay in, you got to be smart, right? Because you're not thinking about yourself only, you're thinking about, you know, the neighbor and your friends, and there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, people have to be kind, and so it would be unkind to be out there roaming like crazy, especially if you had a case, right? I mean, you got to be smart about it. So yeah, it's kind of unprecedented. I would love the fact that this brought everyone together.
It did.
And kind of
it did bring people together. It did take care of business in a way, in that sense. Yeah.
Right. We get rid of, you know, we sort of get rid of just the, you know, the race baiting, all that BS. And we kind of go like, look, this is an issue. This is an actual issue that you need to worry about. This is a practicality, right? Rather than getting caught up in skin color and all this nonsense. I mean, really, like, something like this should make people get into their heads. And so I hope that's the case. And I wish it, you know, it seems to be the case, you know, with human nature, is that it's something like this all the time that has to make people, you know, the bad thing has to occur for them to get it.
Yeah, to get people together. It's like what brings families closest together: funerals and weddings.
Yeah.
So
crazy, right? Yeah. So yeah, that's what I gotta say, man. I don't have much. I mean, otherwise, I want to talk about Vancouver, but I mean, just the fact
that on trends in the housing market. On trends, come back on trends in the housing market and talk about what's happening. What happened to you in your situation, and we'll talk about it then. So anyways, Jake the man, thank you for being patient and coming on the show. And
thank you for
message me anytime, any links or any show tips, anything, just send it to me on Skype, okay?
Okay. And listen, man, I'm going to support you on Patreon, so I'll get on that.
No rush, whenever. I'm just really pissed off with stupid YouTube.
Yeah, you work your butt off, man. So you know, you deserve, you know, look, you put in work, you get reward, right? That's how it works. So
that's right. All right, Jake. God bless you, and take care of your wife, okay?
Thanks.
Yeah, see ya. That's our man Jake in the house. So I had to hide somebody from the channel. There's a lot of guys. This is ruining our show, guys. Like this whole doxing thing and all this stuff. Like, I'm really, really upset with this whole fighting going on in the background in the channel. I don't know what the heck is going on, guys. I'll talk to three right guys. I thought we had this sorted out. I don't know what the heck is going on in the background of the show. I'm trying to run a show here. The people are supposed to be... The moderators... are supposed to be here helping me out. You know what I'm saying? And all they're doing is they're just fighting in the background. I don't know why. I don't know what the heck is happening. So I saw a few things there posted. I just said, okay, look, I can't deal with this right now. It's ruining it's just ruining, you know what I'm saying? The cult of Mike Martins is falling apart, says Solid X. There's no cult, guys. You know, there's no Mike Martins cult. You know, I actually applaud whoever made those posts about me on that website. That was awesome. Someone to take that much time and that much, you know what I'm saying? No, I don't need to take an intermission break. It was actually the comments that derailed me here. It was the comments that derailed me here, and it threw me off with the last caller. I'm really sorry to the last caller. I wasn't giving him full attention, and that's, let's, no, I'm fine. I don't want to take a small break. You guys sound like my wife. Drinking some Gatorade. I feel good. I feel alive. It's just sitting here talking without booze. Someone saying, can you guys hear me okay? Is my mic okay, guys? I don't know what the heck is going on, man. I mean, I can get audio technician to look at it. They'll just say, dude, it's just like whatever, Cody's saying dedication. Speaking of Cody, let's get my man on. Cody, where the heck is he? Man, I just found him. We got eBankU calling in from Japan. Yo, Mr. Japan, how you doing?
Hey.
It's so good to hear your voice. It's been a long time.
Thank you. What's your lag at over there?
I think it's like 8 seconds.
Okay. So I'm listening to what you had to say before.
Okay, yeah. Yeah. So, how are things? So, this is the man from Japan. If you go to my channel and type in a man from Japan in the search, you will find the video that we made about a Vancouverite who basically got tired of living in Vancouver and moved to Japan.
Yeah, that's your longest one you have on there too.
Yeah.
Which I didn't know at the time.
Mm-hmm.
2 hours, I think it was 2 hours or something like that. So
Someone's
what's going
asking
on?
me a quick question here from Christina Flores. What is your opinion on North Korea launching missiles today? I think North Korea should be testing for COVID-19, not testing missiles. Same thing with Pakistan. Last week, Pakistan was testing missiles too, and then within a mile or 2 miles of the flight, it blew up and didn't make it, I guess, to its destination. So countries should be testing for coronavirus or doing something else than testing missiles. Okay, sorry about that. Go ahead, eBankU. Tell us what's going on there. Are you prepared? Do you live in a condo? What's going on?
Well, I live in a house, and everything's fine here so far. Yesterday it was really hot, and today it's snowing. So I don't know what's going on.
How far are you from Tokyo?
30 minutes by train.
Okay, so are you finding, is it a ghost city or people are going on by their own business?
Well, there is no official lockdown. They just suggested that on the weekend that people should stay home, and it's up to them. Some people are still out there. I mean, people just live their regular lives. They have to shop. But I guess, last week there was a lot of picnics and stuff going on, but this week they're heeding the advice and actually staying home for the most part. But if you look some pictures online, you can still see people out and about.
Okay.
But it's not like Canada, that's for sure, where nobody's out there. There's no lockdowns or nothing like that. Businesses are still open for the most part.
Okay.
So
So what are they doing in Japan that we're doing wrong here? Because in Japan, if businesses are open, or was there mass layoffs in Japan?
No. Not really, no. There's nothing like that. Life goes on. Some people work from home, and some people are just going to the office. It's still normal. They acted early, and it wasn't as big at the beginning. They closed the schools like in the beginning of March for 2 weeks, and it just happened to roll into spring break anyway, so it's been a month so far since the schools have been closed. And the school system here ends in the end of March, not like Canada where it ends in June.
Yes.
So a lot of people lost their graduations, unfortunately.
Oh, so that's what they're doing. And stuff?
Yeah, they don't really do that anyways, but their ceremonies. Yeah, they have missed their ceremonies. They don't have proms. Not that I know of. But no, their ceremonies were canceled. A lot of things were moved around. But still, what can you do? You can't go against it. There's nothing you can do. So a lot of kids are upset. And even for my business, I'd say about 10-20% of the moms didn't show up for March for their lessons, but 80% of them wanted me to keep the school open because they had nothing to do. So it's hit and miss. I'm a private school, so I can do what I want. I'm not an actual school where you have to close down.
Interesting.
So It's a tough situation because you go against people. Some people will think, oh, you're evil because you're opening your school in the time of crisis here. And some people want you to do it. So you can't win either way. You're a bad guy no matter what.
Okay. Okay, so let's go to our graph here and see what the case is. It looks like you guys, to be honest with you, it looks like you guys actually curved this in a good way. I remember 2 weeks ago it was going hockey stick, and let me find Japan. Where's Japan here on the list? Japan. There we go. 1,000.
Japan has never been going crazy though. I mean, at the start it was Hong Kong, Japan, Singapore, and China at 1, 2, 3, and 4, something like that. And people in America and Canada were like, "Don't go to Japan. It's got the virus and stuff." And suddenly, within a week, America surpassed Japan, and now it's crazy up there. Japan has never been gone nuts. So
we got 1,693 cases into Japan, 52 deaths, 404 recover, and 1,237 active cases.
That's correct. The thing is you don't know what's being hidden though because of the Olympics. The Olympics were supposed to be here in the summer.
I forgot about that.
So maybe they were trying to hide things. I don't know. I mean, I'm not part of the system in that sense, so I can't tell you that for sure. I just go by what you do on the list here. You know, I don't see why they would lie, but you never know. You know, just to save face and so they don't cancel the Olympics. And now the Olympics have been moved to next year. The numbers should come out accordingly, but it seems to not.
So everything's like business as usual in Japan. Interesting, very interesting, because here it's pretty much a huge shutdown. I guess what they're doing is they're looking... Well, okay, so when did Japan close flights in from China?
That was a while ago, but I think they're allowing them now. I think they changed it to other countries now. I think China and Korea were the first ones to go early on, and they didn't like that, obviously, but you got to do it. I mean, if I was in charge, I would have closed the airports day one. All ports of entry, done, closed, no issue. But nobody ever does that. All they care about is money and looking good. So, I mean, obviously the logistics of it are pretty tough to deal with, but you got to do what you got to do sometimes, and this is one of those situations. You know.
We have Dave from Berlin asking me, Mike, how do you know those numbers are real? I'm just going off a prayer that this is somewhat according to what we... Yeah.
That's all you can do. I mean, what else can you do? I mean, why would people lie, though? It's just too much to lie about, if you know what I mean. Yeah. I mean, there has to be some truth in the world, or else the whole thing is all bullshit.
Right. I know. Okay, so I'm happy to hear that it's doing, like, Japan is kind of like business. Are malls, everything still open, I guess? Everything's okay?
Yeah, everything's running. Just people are not going out as much, but yes, everything's still open for the most part. I can go down to my local grocery store and buy the food I need they have everything there except for masks.
Do they have toilet paper?
Yes, they do. Not as much as before, and you don't always get to choose the brand you want, but yes, there's toilet paper. And there's tissues. Sure, why not? The only panic buying was the first time they heard that. And then after that, it's been okay. How many shits do you need to take? You can only use so much toilet paper, so it doesn't make any sense.
Can I throw a theory out there?
Sure, go for it.
I think Japan is kind of holding water right now, and the dam's holding water right now, because I think they close flights earlier from China than everywhere else.
Sure. Makes sense.
I'm just thinking that. That's the only theory I could come up with how Japan is holding water right now, or the dam is holding water, is because they closed off flights way before Canada still has open flights. I don't think Canada's never closed flights. So I'm just kind of theorizing here.
I mean, I don't pay attention to that stuff exactly, but the last I heard was Europe. A lot of flights from Europe was being canceled or whatever. And I had new tenants that actually moved. I just finished renovating one of my houses and I just rented it out. And those people came from, was it the Netherlands, I believe? And they came 2 days before the flights were canceled or they were not allowed in. So I got pretty lucky and they got pretty lucky, or else I'd have been stuck. So I got okay that way. I mean, I just think Japan is better prepared for these things. First of all, culture-wise, Japanese don't really live paycheck to paycheck like Canadians and Americans do. So in any sign of pain, it hits them because they don't prepare for anything. It's just the mentality, the way you guys are raised. And I never fell for that. For some reason, I was always different. I always kept money. I always had money for a rainy day. You know, I could last for 5 years with no job. But Canadians, 1 week, they're fucked. So excuse my language, but
yeah, Canadians are $200 away from going insolvent because they have to compete with the other person down the street to make sure that they're in competition.
Yeah, it's just a culture thing, I guess. You know, keeping up with the Joneses and living paycheck to paycheck. It's sad to watch. And now you can see the results of that with this Corona thing. Mm-hmm. So maybe after the Corona thing, people should rethink their lives and rethink what they're doing. I mean, obviously, it's a lot harder said than done because of real estate. Real estate needs to come down first, and that's the base of everything.
Well, because average wage earners can't live an average life.
That's right. So once your real estate's out of whack, then everything follows in suit with that. So that's the base of it. Real estate cannot be 50% or more of what you make. It should be down like to 25%.
Right.
Or else you can't save and get ahead. And that's how I was able to do that here because I don't have any bills anymore other than electricity and food. So it makes it that much easier to get ahead. So every house I buy, I can get to the next house that much faster because I'm building upon each other, you know. But in Canada, you can't do that. You're running on a treadmill. It's sad to hear.
It's becoming more and more.
That's right.
More and more impossible just to live the average life, and we're not talking about like living like the Kardashians or whoever those people are. We're not doing that. We're just trying to just pay rent for a room, and people are having a tough time.
That's right. It's pretty sad, man. It's getting worse and worse and worse. I saw the writing on the wall 20 years ago. And I had to get out.
That's why you double, or you got out of Dodge. That's why you got out of Canada, eh?
Yeah. Well, it's not like I knew Japan was a better place to go. I just said anywhere but there. And it just so happened that Japan happened to have these good values for properties at the moment. You know, just luck of the draw. So I don't know, maybe God was watching out for me or something.
Well, no.
Can never plan it.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, there's a higher, there's always something. And if you believe and you believe more, you'll get more, right? And more will come out of life, right?
That's right. Because at the time, I thought Japan was even more expensive than Canada. I took a gamble.
Yeah, and it wasn't. The average, can I buy something in Tokyo for like 200,000 American?
Well, sure, why not? I haven't, the only thing I paid more than 100K for was my condo in Tokyo.
Oh,
everything
100K?
Else is, no. The only thing over 100K was in the condo in Tokyo.
Okay.
I paid about 250 for that Canadian, I'd say, which is a great deal for Tokyo.
Yeah, no, because that same condo in Vancouver is like $700-800 grand.
That's right, and it was brand new.
Yeah.
At the time, this was maybe 13 years ago, 2007, something like that. But all my houses are all under 100K.
Right.
You know. Because you want to make 10% return on your investment from rents. It's just it's a number I look for. So if I can't pay less than that, then I'm not making that back. So all my houses have to be. Sorry, go on.
The problem is no. You have a lot of people here now in negative positions now in Vancouver. Not because of the Kobe thing, but there's a lot of people in negative position right now.
Yeah, the Kobe's just extra on top of it.
Yeah,
it's
extra gravy,
it just shows the truth of it, you know, of how bad the situation is. People make excuses for it or whatever, but it's bullshit, man. It's a big scam. It's really sad. Unless you guys have a revolution or some riots or something, there's nothing that's going to be done about it. Globalization killed Vancouver is all I can say.
Oh, Canada as a whole. Canada.
Yeah, that's right. Well, yeah, Canada as a whole.
No Canadian hires in our big industries, like that's death.
It's true. I mean, growing up, you competed with the rich of your city in your area. You still had a slim chance. But now when you got the rich and the average, the whole entire world coming in to rape your land, you're screwed. How can you compete with that?
You can't. You can't compete with all the wealthy and all the money laundering, all the dirt. You can't compete with that.
That's right. Especially when our culture was raised from paycheck to paycheck and their culture was raised to live off pennies. And now they take all that extra money and they buy up all your dirt cheap land and they rent it back to you. You're screwed. You know,
Exactly.
It's pretty easy to see.
Yes, and that's what I've been preaching that for years, right?
Yeah, people don't listen for the most part. You let people do what they want, and you live by the way you want to do it, by results, and they'll still deny your results anyways. So
Yeah, like even if you're right about something, they get mad at you.
I know, that's right. So that's why you end up being a loner, because it's no point, you know. But that's good that you keep preaching the truth, man.
I try my best. I try my best. I'm not asking, I'm not asking to change water into wine or anything, but I just hope people could connect the dots and see what's going on.
Yeah, it's the simple truth, and those dots are not very difficult to see,
Mm-hmm.
It's just what's the word? Admitting that you're wrong is the hard part.
Mm-hmm.
People don't want to do that, and that they were actually brainwashed to be the same way for the last 10, 20, 30 years. They can't fix that. It's hard because then they look like idiots. Someday you just got to say, stop, look, okay, I know what I'm doing is wrong. Let's do it this way now.
Anarchy is asking, Mike, ask about home insurance.
What about it?
Is it expensive? What do you guys do there in Japan?
Well, you can have fire insurance, earthquake insurance. What kind of insurance?
Is it expensive?
I don't know what's expensive. Like, for example, if somebody rents a place, they need to get $200 fire insurance, and that'll last 2 years. I pay $80 a year for my condo for earthquake insurance.
Yeah, okay, see, in Canada, that would be like $100 a month.
Yeah, but I don't even care about insurance. My houses are so cheap that if they burn down, fall down, I don't care. I'm buying it for the land.
Yeah, I know. See, in Canada, we don't have that chance. You know that,
No.
right? It's very hard for us to do that in Canada.
In Canada, you're paying $1 million for a piece of crap, and you're paying another $1 million for the piece of land. Granted, the land's bigger, but do you really need that big a yard? You're paying 3 times as much, 4 times as much for a yard that you're not even using. So what's the point?
Yeah.
There's no value, and the house is crap. It's complete garbage, man. It's a joke.
Garbage.
Garbage. I mean, my taxes on all my properties, I'd say all 6 of my houses combined in my condo is maybe about 3-4 grand Canadian a year. So there's no comparison. It's basically half a month's rent to pay for each tax, which is what I want for each property. And I'm not paying 4 or 5 grand a property. Forget that. It's a ripoff.
No, I hear you. I hear you. Yeah, no, you see, you did the right thing. You did the right thing. You made the right move. You made the you're doing the right thing, and I'm so proud of you. You have no idea. I think about you once in a while, and I'm like, I'm so happy for this guy. I really am.
Thank you. I wish more people would be like that, though, instead of coming up with excuses all the time.
No, I'm so proud of you. I'm so happy. That you've shown the rest of Western or like Canada that there's a place, there's a will, there's still a place on this planet where you could still be live like we did in Canada in 1983. That's
exactly what it is. This is exactly how it is here. You can actually live a life, and if you want to live dirt cheap, you can live out in the countryside. Houses out there, you could buy a house for $20K, $30K. It's not brand new, but it's cheap. You could buy a condo in Hokkaido for $5 grand.
Really?
Yeah, you could buy a house in Hokkaido
I'll
for
go to
$5
the next best town of that one and maybe buy one for 20.
Yeah, I mean, there's the word you're looking for is there's options and opportunities. That's what I'm saying. China's trying to buy what they can as well. They buy up land up in Hokkaido because of the water and stuff. There's obviously coming in. But when they're buying properties, they're also looking for profits as well, not just investments. So I'm not sure why they don't buy more here. Maybe the Japanese are keeping them out, which I'm glad. But I mean, I hope the prices don't go up. I hope they stay as is because it's affordable for people to live. In my area,
and the middle class people could get ahead.
Yeah, you can work at a 7-Eleven here and actually own your own place. If you can buy a used condo here in some areas of Tokyo or Saitama for 30, 40K. So if you buy one of those places and you work at 7-Eleven, you can pay that off,
But here's the good part. If you're in Vancouver, that place is $800,000 with $1,200 a month strata fee.
Yeah, I know. I had a condo in East Van for a while there. It was. I bought it at 70, sold it at 170. Now it's what, 400 or 500K for. It's not concrete; it's wood frame.
Ooh.
And at the time, I think it was $200 a month for strata fees. I don't know what it is now. You know, I pay $200 a month for my strata fees in Tokyo. So for a concrete building, which is very reasonable. Where you get what you're getting. What is the average strata fee in Vancouver now?
Oh man, it goes from $400 to $800 a month.
It's almost like you're paying rent still.
Yeah, that's what I say. That's why I had a whole trends in the housing market like a year ago where we talked about strata mafia.
That's a joke. Why would you want to do that? It's not like you're even.
If I could go back in time and I could go to see like Pablo Emilio Escobar and say, no, dude, listen to me. Make a little bit of money and then build a bunch of condos in Vancouver and collect strata for you and your family and the legacy of your family for the next millennia.
That's a joke, man.
Yep.
Not only is strata sucks, but you're relying on other people to be trustworthy for you. You know, whoever's controlling the strata, because that's a job. I don't want to be part of that team. You know, if I'm owning a bunch of condos, I can't go to every meeting. So you're hoping that the people running the strata are actually being fair and not ripping you off and double charging you for repairing the roof or something. You know.
Yeah, that's all Mickey Mouse. That's all mafia.
Yeah, that's why I only go for houses now. My first property was a condo in Tokyo. After that, it's been all houses because I have the choice of what I want to do, when I want to fix something, and how much I pay for it. You know, I have a budget for every place.
Good for you.
Not relying.
Good for you.
You know.
All right.
I want to make some videos on this stuff, YouTube and stuff like that, but if too many people come over here, maybe it'll screw up the market.
No, you wouldn't put a ripple in it, buddy. I'm not saying that you won't become popular, not at all. I'm just saying there's just so much going on. Follow you've been telling me you've been wanting to do this for a while. Why don't you do this?
Because it's scary. There's a lot of hard asses out there, man.
Oh, dude,
a lot
I'm
of
on
negative
the dirty.
people.
I got people tell me off all the time.
Yeah, I know.
My family threatened. I've had all kinds of stuff. I don't care, man. Like within where everybody knows they doxed me 4 times already. Everybody already knows where I live. Like, how hard is it to find a Mike Martins in Merritt?
That's right, PMO for life.
That's right, PMO for life, buddy. But
oh my God, you're used to it, man. So it's once you get out there, you're out there. You can't take it back.
Yeah, I'm not
No?
worried. I don't care. You know what I'm saying? Like I speak for my children and their future, and I want to make sure that they know that they should ask, because I don't want my kids to be my age, like when they get to my age and looking back and say, wow, my dad was allowed to say that back then. I don't want that to happen.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, you got to teach your kids speaking honest, man. Call a spade and speak from your heart and honest with a little bit of intelligence, you know, and it goes a long way. So many people are easily brainwashed these days that the conversation you have with most people is what they've heard from other people. You know, they don't think for themselves. And that's something we got to get back, where people actually worked from the earth, the land that they have, you know.
That's right. That's correct. That's 1,000,000% correct.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, I want to have you on Trends in the Housing Market. I'm going to do my 199th episode this Wednesday.
199.
Yeah.
That's a lot of episodes, man.
Yeah, you could tell us your story again, the whole Vancouver thing, and I would like that.
Do people want to hear that crap?
Yeah, they want to hear it. They need to hear that. They need to hear the hard reality.
They couldn't even handle 2 hours, man. I could talk about this stuff for ages. You know, if people want to hear the knowledge,
keep it 20 minutes. You know, 20 minutes and say, look, I got out. This is what happened. This is what I found out. I went back to see it, and I'm glad to get out of there.
Yeah, if they want to hear it.
Yeah.
Someday.
All right.
Yep.
I'll let
no
you
other
go.
questions?
Huh?
No other questions? Everything good?
Everything's great. I'm really happy that you let us know what's happening down there.
Who is PMO? Okay. All right, Mike, I'll let you get back to your show.
God bless you.
All right, have a good day. Or night, sorry. Night, everybody.
Yeah. Guys, that's eBankU. You'll find him here in the... subscribe to his channel. By the way, please subscribe to his channel. eBankU, a man from Japan. If you want to hear the full story, go to my channel. On the magnifying glass of my channel, just type in a man from Japan, and you'll hear his entire story of how he left. Now, he gave us some good insight. It's business as usual in Japan. Malls are open, people are out, people are going to work, everyone's kind of distancing, people are washing their hands. So it's kind of relieving to hear. It's kind of, I think Japan was in a good situation because I think they banned flights in from China and other hotspots early. I think because they did that, they saved. They're okay right now. You know. So, guys, we need everyone to start, please, behaving in the comment section. Please, I'm asking for everybody to please behave in the comment section. I'm trying to run the show. I don't want to deal with comments and people like going nuts. We got Formifist in the house. Yeah, Formifist said hi. He was in the comment section there earlier and said hi. And how you doing, Formifist? Hope you're doing good, guys. Don't forget to check out the Formifist channel. I gotta open my YouTube here. I have him on my channel here. He's also doing. He's got his own channel too. He's been doing really well. Let's see who we got. Let me see. I got a lineup of people. Man, I got a lineup and a half here of people. Man, who do I get on next? I promised like 5. Ah, there he is. Okay, I gotta get this guy on. Oh, it's my samurai dude. He hung up on me. I told him I was gonna call him. He hung up on me. Okay, he's typing. Hold on, he's probably sleeping. I'm here. Okay, pick up. Woo! He's hanging up on me. Give me a sec. Give me a call when you get back. Okay. He's having troubles turning on his Skype. Yeah, he's getting Skype issues. Yeah, it's kind of like this weirdness that goes around Skype once in a blue moon. It's not letting me. I don't know, man. I've given him the green light. All right, we called him. We got like 22. Like what are we at? 20 people called already? Ah, here we go. We got this buddy here from Australia here who's gonna give us. He's out in the bush. Let's see if he picks up. He's out in the bush in the middle of nowhere. Sometimes he doesn't get signal.
Hello, Mike. How's it going?
Hey, what's up, mate?
Yeah, pretty good.
I never get to use the word mate unless I'm talking to an Australian. Yeah, I'm just joking. How are you? Everything okay?
Yep, everything's fine where I am at the moment. What's the topic of the day, or multiple topics?
It's COVID, buddy. It's been COVID economic. What's going on economically in your neck of the woods?
Economically has been straining a bit, and there's been a lot of people lining up outside the social helping place called Centrelink.
Centrelink, I did a story about Centrelink a few days ago. Lineups went a mile, like 2 miles long.
Yeah, it's really bad for some people, especially in those retail areas where they can't do takeout or delivered food services. Mm-hmm. A friend of mine was part managing a nightclub in Northbridge in Perth CBD.
Okay.
And he told me that they had to close up shop and wait it out until this thing blows over.
Oh. Ooh. So Perth. So what's going on? Okay, like in Australia. Just hear me out. I'm hearing that all these people are going home and losing their jobs, asking to stay put, but they're allowing children to go to school.
Yes, that was a bit of a strange one, but I think last I checked, they have changed that, at least in Western Australia. They have limited the amount of students and teachers going to, forget exactly which school it was, but one of the parents tested positive for COVID, and they shut down that school. It was a public government school, but last I checked, most of the schools are still running, but I've had a couple of neighbours around here saying that they've pulled out their students, their kids, for safety reasons. So that's the parents' decision, not the school.
Okay, Because that was pretty weird. Because your Scotty there, the great Scotty Morrison, the great leader, basically stated that he doesn't want children to miss a year of school. It's like, wait a minute, that's the worst place to be in a grade school when you're trying to fight this thing.
Yes, it is a bit counterintuitive. Hey, Mike, I'm just answering you on my phone at the moment. Can I reconnect the call on my laptop, please? I've got a better microphone there and a better setup.
Yeah, okay, go ahead. Here you go. All right, I got you here.
Okay, how's that?
That's way better. Wow. Well, that doesn't matter. I still heard you perfectly. So, okay, I'm kind of concerned. I heard they're still bringing, like, flights are still coming in from China, from some of the heavily infected areas?
No. As far as I checked, all mainland China flights have been discontinued, cancelled. And recently I went to New Zealand back in late February, earlier in March this month. Right. And even then they were saying if you came from in Southeast Asia area, non-mainland China, you need to isolate for 14 days, mandatory. And when I came back from New Zealand to come back to Australia, they what do they call it? Anyway, they had a questionnaire on a machine basically asking whether if we felt sick and where were we in the last 14 days, and to basically answer all those questions honestly, and which we didn't have any problems with. So we went through immigration without any issues. But since then, even interstate travel within Australia has all been canned, unless it's for essential services.
Interstate travel, are they putting up or they have like border, like crossing checks? I know you guys have these really long highways, so it's not that hard to set up a checkpoint before you enter another state. Are they doing that yet, or it's just don't go between states?
Yes, as far as I know, there was a mad rush for the last day that people wanted to cross the border back into Western Australia. The line to get in, everyone had to be there by 1:30 p.m. at the borderline, or else they wouldn't be let in. So then they have to either wait it out at the border towns for so-and-so many days before they can be let back in, or they would have to go somewhere else for accommodation if there wasn't any at the caravan parks there.
Wow. So there's inter-provincial closures. Wow.
Yeah, travel restrictions within the states of Australia are now becoming a lot more restricted, especially in the Northern Territory, between the traditional owners communities, even far more restricted.
Interesting. Okay. Is there toilet paper in your local store?
Last I checked, no, and that was at both Coles, Woolworths, and also Aldi's while I'm thinking about it. The only thing that was left was packets of napkins, like party napkins, in pre-packaged little packs, and all of them.
Packaged cutesy stuff. It's cute, right?
Yes, they were all limited to 2 packets per person, and last I checked, they still only got one pack, one big roll pack of toilet paper per person at Coles and Woolworths, and they were all cleaned out. Entire aisles gone. They're buying them faster than they can replenish the shelves.
We got Anna Key in the comments here from Australia too. She's saying that Tasmania is completely closed off.
Yep, they were the first to go, to my knowledge.
But that might be a godsend. You never know.
Yes. And there are still a few cruise ships arriving in Fremantle Port here in Perth. They are taking all the necessary precautions to check if anyone's sick or not, and whoever needs to go back to be repatriated back to their own countries. And they're taking the necessary actions to help them get home, which is great.
Margaret O'Brien saying, my daughter is a public health nurse in the Outback in the Northern Territory. She is in lockdown.
Gosh.
So it's going to hit. You guys are in fall now. You guys are entering flu season in about a week or two, right?
Yeah, it's already starting to get a bit cloudy here. From coastal areas are getting a little bit chillier. It's definitely starting to feel like going into autumn now. And winter will definitely be setting in soon.
Or do you see a lot of cruise ships? I mean, I know you're depending where you are, but so I guess the flights, the ports, everything. Has anything been coming in as logistics, as in like coal, oil? Has anything been coming in, like food or anything coming into the country, or is it just completely locked down?
To my knowledge, freight for goods and essential services are still allowed. They're still active. And mining as well is still part of the exemptions for essential services. So they're still allowed to go about their business, but they're enforcing whoever's sick, go quarantine yourself for 14 days, obviously. So they're protecting their employees with the strictest of standards, as far as I know. Yeah, it wasn't until recently, actually, well, I remember it, the delivery runs to our supermarkets were restricted to waking hours, and the local state government have changed that to send out more delivery trucks to our supermarkets so they can replenish and restock as they need them.
Stephen?
Yes?
Have you noticed a spike in food?
Not yet. Not in our supermarkets. As far as I know, the food is still at a reasonable price. I haven't kept track of any specific changes. They still got pretty decent discounts, to my knowledge, at Coles and Woolworths on certain products.
Okay.
And initially, at first, there wasn't any spaghetti or pasta to speak of that you can get easily, except for this particular Italian brand of pasta that's really gluggy. Like they call it, it's like a soupy sort of pasta because it's really thick. I think it's made out of durum wheat.
Okay.
So that was still available. Shows its popularity, I guess.
I love China.
We can still get fresh fruit and vegetables. All the supermarkets have been stocking up on extra supplies, and there's actually been a little bit of a buying run on chickens. Actually, there's a guy down in the flats. I live in the hills of Perth, and someone in the flats was selling a fair bit of his 1-year-old laying hens. And as we got there, we bought about 6 of them. As we were leaving, about 5 cars with people turned up, loaded up, ready to buy some chickens. I was like, good thing we got here early, Mum.
Are these live chickens?
Yes.
Good.
Yeah, so having a little backyard pens is going to be a thing for a while. Everyone's trying to become more self-sufficient. Oh, and while I remember, a lot of seed potatoes and other plant seeds for growing food have all been bought up at our local Bunnings store.
Heirloom seeds?
Yes. From a big shop called Bunnings,
Mexico.
which is a local hardware chain, they have all been cleaned out. As far as I know, from here in WA and in Queensland, where my uncle lives, they've all been cleaned out of heirloom seeds there too. But we can still buy them from a shop online called Diggers. They got a lot of heirloom seeds and other odds and sods that not many people can get from the big chains. But yeah, it's all been cleaned out as far as I know.
Interesting. Do you see this tapering off soon, or do you see this getting any worse before it gets better, in your opinion?
It may get slightly worse in the short term, I believe, because we're pretty isolated here in Perth. It's the most isolated city in Australia. But the short term, near term, I would say will get a little bit worse. But after they enforce the regional travel restrictions within the state, I think it will start to get a bit better. So from this Wednesday, they're bringing in a regional travel restriction. So that was the last link that I sent you. In Western Australia, the interstate travel defined as movement through the boundaries of the regions of Western Australia have been restricted. So from the southwest to the goldfields, Midwest, Wheat Belt, Gascoyne, Pilbara and Kimberley have all got those inter-regional restrictions now, unless it's for essential services, employment purposes, freight, compassionate grounds is allowed. So people donating goods and services to people in need, they're all being allowed through those travel restrictions within the state. But there's a slight little concern that for me and my dad, because we have a environmental report inspection that we got to do on a mine site somewhere within the goldfields this coming Monday. So tomorrow I'm traveling out with my dad to this mine site, and from Tuesday midnight local time they'll be implementing this regional travel restriction. So I'm hoping that we can get back home by the time we finish this job. We'll be there for about a couple of weeks. Hopefully by then they would have lifted the travel restriction, but I'm pretty sure because we're contractors with the mining industry, they'll allow us in and out.
Yeah. Well, you're very strategically. It's very strategically important to keep you going, because you help the economy quite a bit, actually.
Yeah, mining's a huge part of WA's.
It's enormous. So, I mean, especially you guys are so isolated where you're at anyway. Being 6 feet apart from each other, I don't think it's going to be a big deal.
No, not a huge deal, except for the little choke points at like the airports and waiting in line to go into shops and whatnot. Yesterday I went to a hardware shop called Total Tools, and I looked at, which is right next to our Bunnings, where I needed to get a little part from an angle grinder. They had a line restriction, people restriction going into Bunnings, and I saw this massive zigzagging line outside, and people just lining up close, crammed in a little bit like sardines. I was like, what?
Yeah.
You know what? I'm not going to wait for that.
You see that quite a bit, actually, especially when you saw that lineup of the unemployment line there for you guys. That lineup went like 5 kilometers, like literally went far, man.
Yeah, I don't know exactly where that one was, the longest one, but I imagine it would have been probably somewhere in New South Wales.
Yeah, it was. I think it was one of the Sydney locations. I'm not sure, but I think it was in Sydney somewhere.
Yeah, it's a pretty big thing, but at least the government has laxed on the waiting times for people to receive those relief funds.
That's good.
Because beforehand it used to be
that's
6
really good
months
to know.
waiting time.
Yeah, that's good to know.
Do you recall the links that I sent you earlier?
Let me see. I'm trying to go into your messaging thing here. I got so much. Oh, okay, here we go. COVID final assistance. Is that the one?
Yeah, that's the financial assistance for the whole of Australia. Those who have been affected by COVID-19 employment-wise and needing to take sick leave and whatnot.
Okay, so this is the form they need to go to.
This is basically just an information form of what people are eligible for. where they can basically give us a quick rundown of dot points of what people can access and where they need to go from there, basically, to be able to access these funds.
Okay, guys, I'm leaving a link in the chat. If you're in Australia and you need to access or you need to know where to go to here. I just left a link in the chat. If you're watching this, there's quite a few people here watching in Australia because the time zone difference. You guys are like afternoon on Sunday, right?
Yep, that's correct.
Yeah, so here it's still like Saturday night, 10 p.m., right? So, yeah. And I've been doing this. Have you tuned into the show yet tonight? Or you're just... Because I've been doing this for like 5.5 hours now.
I have been listening to for about 3 hours or so, on and off.
Nice. Nice. I appreciate that. All right, is there anything else you need to tell us?
Yeah, while I'm still here, the local Perth Mint that sells gold and silver bullion.
Yes.
They all their silver cast silver bars in 10 ounce, 1 kilo, and 100 ounce options are unavailable currently. So
so it's also bullion dealers around the world are going completely out of stock.
Currently, as of now, on their website, for 1 ounce minted silver bars are what's left, and aside from silver coins and whatnot, they've still got quite a lot of silver coins available. But in the gold bars department, they've unavailable currently 1 kilo and 50 ounce cast gold bars. So all the big players are snapping them up, I'd imagine.
Yeah. We're having this huge physical shortage around the world. That's correct, yeah. Yeah, huge physical shortage. It's happening in countries like Saudi Arabia, of all places. It's having a huge gold shortage. Russia's having a gold shortage. China's having a gold shortage. Everywhere is having a huge gold shortage. Even Canada, United States, Brazil.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, I would have liked to have gotten some more, but oh well. But I think we're good for now.
Yeah, you'll be good for now. You'll be fine. I think it's going to take some time, but hang in there, Stephen. And that was some pretty good points you brought up here to help the show. Really good. Thanks. I'm going to let you go. And
okay.
I appreciate you taking your time and basically sending me links and keeping us up to date. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Yeah, and those other previous links too were really interesting to look at.
Oh, the Wuhan one? I'll look at that right now.
Yeah, the Sydney Morning Herald one, which I'm currently looking at, about Chinese developers.
Hold on. I got the Daily Caller. Hold on.
It's the one before that one.
Second developer flew 82 tons of medical supplies to China?
Yep, that's the one.
A second Chinese property company based in Sydney flew more than 80 tons of medical supplies on a corporate jet to Wuhan in late February at the time the virus was devastating the regional city. Wow. So they just bought up a bunch of medical supplies in Australia and just took it, eh?
Yep. Yeah, so that compounded our shortage issue with masks and overalls and supplies.
That's pretty bad, man. That's pretty bad. That's not good at all. That's dirty pool, man.
Yeah.
That's
I wonder if they're buying up toilet paper as well.
Taking supplies or provisions from a country that they know they're going to need later.
Yeah, well, they were obviously lacking it in their own country for at that time, but now we kind of need it more now as well because a few hospitals are running low on those essentials.
I know. All right. Well, thanks for that update.
And thank you so much for having me on.
Well, no, thanks for coming on. I appreciate your time. Thank you so much. We've been talking for 20 minutes. Woo! Thank you so much, Stephen. You stay strong, okay, buddy? Keep us on the pulse.
Yep, sure thing. Thanks so much, Mike.
Thank you. Bye. That's our man from Western Australia. Man, I had Former Fist message me. Just asked him if he was okay. Man, there's a lineup of callers. Okay, let's get Cody on. See if he fixes. He said he's drinking a bottle of gin right now. I was supposed to get Steven. I don't see him anymore. I'm not seeing. Who am I not seeing? It was like 7 or 8 people I'm not seeing here anymore. That were waiting in the lineup here to call. Where did he go? There he is. Let's see if we could get his. See if I could call this guy.
Hey, Mike.
Cody, what's up, brother? You're live. How you doing?
Pretty good. How are you?
Good, good. Guys, this is Cody, Mr. Peabody, in the thing in the comments, and yeah, he doesn't like when I call him. Was it Cody Banks or?
Yeah, I know Cody Banks. So that's what you used to call me when I was going to your shop, eh?
In Vancouver. So people.
Yeah, you remember that picture I posed alongside Han Solo there in your shop?
Yes, that was what 5-8 years ago.
Oh yeah, about 8 years ago.
Yeah.
I don't even think my daughter was born then.
No. Guys, this is Cody. Cody is someone that I've known, who is a friend of mine, has been a friend of mine for I don't know, like over a decade now. He's been coming to my store for years over in Vancouver. And then I met up with him not too long ago, and he's living in the Chilliwack-ish, Abbotsford area. And yeah, he works for a mine. Okay, he works for a mine. He's a miner, and yeah.
If Mike, if you don't mind, I'll do a quick introduction. I work as a geotechnician for a company called Sego Resources. I've got a lot of contacts in the mining industry, and I keep track of, what's going on. So, Mike, I guess, do you want me to leap off and tell you what's going on?
Tell us. Go. I'm right here. I'm going to sit back and drink some water here.
All right, stay hydrated, bud.
Yeah.
Okay. First of all, let's go over the prices here. Just for the base metals for people who aren't really paying attention. This is really important. You got. I work in copper mainly, and copper is at about 220. All prices are going to be in U.S. dollars. The current price of copper. It reflects around the 2015, 2016 area. You get the same thing with lead and zinc. I think what we're seeing right now, and Mike, I sent you a bunch of links if you wanna pull those up. That'd be some of my main talking points. What's going on in the mining industry right now is China. A lot of companies in China are declaring a force majeure, which is basically the smelters and the production facilities are they sign contracts for incoming copper, gold, all the metals that they use. So each month they have to buy a certain amount. And declaring force majeure basically says that we cannot, it's a way of saying that we cannot fulfill our end of the contract because of emergency. And that's part of the reason why I think China's, full of crap is because...
Hold on. Let me play I Love China. Hold on.
Yeah.
I love China. I love China.
Okay, go ahead.
That was my first tell is like after it's like, oh, Wuhan's fine and oh, we're not getting any new cases. And I think you're full of crap because there's copper stockpiles are at 4, probably now 5-year high. And that's stockpiles that's finished copper after smelter waiting for use in, iPhones and computers and, anything electronics. Any finishing, and so I say to China is if it's all right, why are all your factories closed? And you notice that companies like Apple and Microsoft aren't saying anything about that because the last thing they want to say to their shareholders is, Oh yeah, and our factory shut down because of coronavirus. You know, that's the last thing they want to do. But if you've seen those links there, I pointed out a bunch of mines have started. Some of the world's largest mines, Ecuador. I just closed the link by accident there. Anyways, yeah, no, South America is getting hit hard in terms of copper, and gold and silver are byproducts in open pit copper production. Excuse me. So the main point I wanted to put out to people is I'm seeing a supply gap. Is that smelters they'll usually have a year supply, like as long as smelters aren't being shut down in Asia, and I don't know if they are. I don't have a way of really. There's not an instant news source.
Here's the deal: if China says they're open, that means they're closed.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, and and when they say they only have 80,000 cases, they've got 300 to 500,000 easily, if not more. And I was thinking that number in mid-February, but I wanted to stay on track with what's going on with mining. Is because force majeure is being called from between the industry and the smelter side. So smelters, they take concentrate from mines and then they turn that into finished copper, iron, gold, silver. Well, all this industrial use metal is leaving the smelter, and it's sitting in warehouses right now. So usually smelters, they have like a year-long backlog, as far as I know. I could be wrong on this, but best of my knowledge is smelters do keep a good stockpile of concentrate at all times.
Right.
And so they're telling the mines, or at least most of the mines, that we're not taking your orders. Although one company, Codelco, that's Chile's largest copper producer, it's state-owned. Actually, it's the world's number 2. Codelco. They're saying that they're slowing down production of their major copper mines, but they're also saying they're not having supply issues. I don't expect that to hold. I think a lot of the supply line, your major smelters are in China, Korea, and Japan. Trying to think. Mitsubishi is actually, you think about cars. When Mitsubishi, they're actually one of Japan's largest smelter companies. They have a huge metal division. So if Japan makes it out all right, maybe their smelters will stay open and you'll get that flow of gold and silver, your precious metals. But as a result of this, I see a supply gap, like a delay in metal spikes, probably for a year. Is what'll happen is once things, if the world doesn't end, if the world economy doesn't fall apart, and business goes back to semi-usual, just with added debt. I mean, we already have that. Is these production facilities will reopen, and they will start eating up the stockpiled copper, and that the smelters also continue. Unless the smelters close, they'll continue to pile up in warehouses. So what I expect to happen is there's a gap between the mine and smelter, and that's when eventually. If things start up as business as usual, and as far as the mining industry is concerned, I've talked to a lot of analysts. I know a lot of people, and they have no clue what's going to happen. So anything I say from here on is just speculation. It's just best educated guess.
Do you see gold or silver going up?
Gold, yes. I'm worried that if you get your smelter shutting down, so I already told you Asia's the major smelting areas, and the only gold produced in North and South America via smelter is either at a mine that is large enough to smelt on location, to afford a smelter on location, or people who are panning for gold, and artisanal miners. So if it gets bad, so just imagine, this virus thing goes on for the next 3 months, and the demand for actual solid gold, like gold in hand and silver in hand, goes through the roof. With those if those shipping lanes go down, you're not going to be able to get gold unless it comes from your local area.
Yeah.
But I've told you before, and I'll say it again, I'm bearish on silver. Silver is down to $14, and between around 14, 20, 40 range right now, US dollars. And the reason for this is, I'm going to pull up this graph here. It's 2018 global silver demand by purpose. So do you mind if I read off some numbers here?
Go ahead. Go, buddy. Go.
Okay, so jewelry. This is 2018 numbers. Jewelry, 212 million ounces. Coins and bars, 181 million ounces. Silverware, 61 million ounces. So I would group that as your domestic use of silver. Some people stack jewelry. Some people coins and bars, and sometimes the silverware is a wealth market. So putting that together, we're looking at about 450 million ounces.
Mm-hmm.
Now the rest of it is industrial, going from 579 million ounces. Electronics, alloys, 58 million. Photography, 39 million. Photovoltaic is, I think that's TVs, but actually I don't know. 80.5 million. Ethylene oxide, that's 5.4 million, and other industrial is 146.9 million. So the total demand for that year was 1,033,000,000.5 ounces of silver. So half of that is industrial. So I ask the silver stackers, is if we go through a major depression and we go into a helicopter money situation, are all these poor people that are out of work going to be able to take up 500 million ounces of market demand if industrial demand collapses? And I don't think they can. I think silver is largely, unless we go back to a metal standard, and until we do, I really don't see. Yeah, I really don't see. I see silver as a largely industrial metal. Has a lot of medical uses.
Electronics,
we use
cell
it.
phones, TVs, plasma, all kinds of crap. Yeah.
Yeah, if we go through a major recession and suddenly these factories aren't working because the world is broke and going through revolution, and I'm not saying don't stack silver. You should always, like, if you're I live in the Vancouver area. I'm prepared for an earthquake. I will keep. Silver has advantage of being more divisible than gold.
Right.
I'm not carrying around. I'd rather carry around ounces of silver than ounces of gold, just because the the big gap in value.
Right.
So yeah, no, if you're preparing for, well, like, all hell goes loose, then yeah, no, it's okay. Keep maybe keeping 100 ounces stacked. But if you're in the market and trying to capitalize on something over 100 ounces, $100 per ounce, you're crazy, because if the world keeps on turning, what happens after $30 an ounce at current market condition, current economic conditions, is after you get past $30 an ounce, suddenly mines can make a huge profit.
Right.
And they capitalize on that by suddenly they have what's known as sub-economic reserves.
Right.
Which is if the current all-in sustaining cost for like the cost of mining an ounce of silver in most mines is about $9 an ounce. Sometimes it can get down to $4 in super high grade areas. But if you get up to $30, then suddenly you open up the market to tens of billions of tons of ore around the world that can be mined at $20 a ton. And I really want people to understand that. It's like, unless the global market, the global economy collapses and suddenly silver actually becomes money, it's never gonna, I pray for the day, as someone who works in this industry, I pray for the day that silver does go through the roof, because I'm gonna have some good work for a long time. And but for people who are using silver as an investment, I would suggest, pay attention to the market after $35. Maybe it spikes, because of inflation. Maybe it spikes up to $100, but that's, as far as my educated guess goes, that would be the roof in a normal situation. Because as a miner, I'll tell you that if silver spikes up to $100, we're gonna absolutely crush that with the supply that comes out. People will be going out with pickaxes and finding their own stuff and capitalizing on it.
Right.
And then the other situation is, if it goes above $100, I ask the question, is how much is a loaf of bread? Something has gone seriously wrong if it goes up that high.
Right. No, I see your angle where it's coming from. The supply, the oversupply is like oil. The oversupply in oil in the markets, the glut. Yeah. Right. But gold is a different thing.
Yeah. Now gold. Now gold is special. It holds a lot of religious value. Like around the world, there's a big cultural value. Like I was reading, back in 2015, that in India, the families spending 10% of their free capital per year on gold for religious purposes. Like there's a cultural significance with gold. And the other thing is people talk about gold and silver ratio, and in practice, like as someone who works with economic geology, I also study like the how metal deposits are formed. And you'll find that even though the average crustal ratio of gold and silver is somewhere between 16 to 1. I'll have to just off the top of my head. It's actually not that. It's actually the divide between those two elements isn't that high in average crustal concentration. But the whole point of economic geology is it needs a deposit needs to be economic. There's all kinds of factors that allow these elements to concentrate at a level that we can afford to mine it.
Right.
And
well, it's got to be like. But what about if they do what they do with oil? Just keep fracking the crap out of everything, and hopefully keep fracking at a loss. Maybe you might make some money. That's not going to work, right?
oh no, you'll go broke way faster.
Yeah.
Like the amount of, and Mike, I think I mentioned it before. Is maybe one day we can have we can have a special on like just talking about like the processes of how does a pile of rusty rocks poking out at the surface. What is the process of some prospector going, oh, there's gold and silver and copper in this, or something we want, and high enough. How does that that prospect turn into a developed deposit? And I think a lot of a lot of like good majority of my peer group, at least, are woefully undereducated. They don't understand the amount of work and investment that goes into that. Sometimes, like you can have, in copper deposits around BC, the space of time in between them become going from like a prospect to a mine can be about 30 years, depending on market conditions. And sometimes it's like applying to a sports team. Many are called, few are chosen. It's a really complicated business, and I'd love to share it one day.
We'll have you on. We'll do a gold and silver show just for you, and then we could have people talk with you, debate or discuss different angles. Right? We could have like a stream of like 3 or 4 of you guys. You'll start it off, and then we'll have other people come on and then discuss or ask questions or trying to debunk you type of thing. Or then this is important to have constructive conversation, right?
Yeah, and there might be some rock nerd in chat. I'm not looking at chat right now because I'm nervous. It's my first time.
Oh, dude, relax, dude.
Yeah,
dude.
But I could imagine someone out there is fact checking my every word. So I don't pretend to be an expert. I work for experts. So I try my best to pass on what I hear.
Sure.
Oh, actually, I wanted to talk about juniors, about exploration companies. So my company's plan is so this was late February. Corona was coming out, and it was looking, first cases in Canada were showing up, and so my boss's idea was, okay, we're probably not drilling because the last thing a small town, like a town of 6,000 people or less, last thing they want is drillers being flown from all over Canada. Ooh, we get run out of town with torches and pitchforks.
Yeah.
So, and rightfully so. Like, I love small town BC culture. But so our other idea was me and a guy named Dr. Ron Britton. We could instead of drilling, because we have over $800,000 in the treasury. Mm-hmm. We could go out and map a two man crew. Not a bad idea, wouldn't you say, Mike?
Mm-hmm. Nope.
A little risk, but then restaurants started closing down, and then things started getting a little more ugly, and now even a 2-man crew is going to get run out of town or lynched. So we called that off. But I talked to my boss the other day, and he said that a lot of, Vancouver, like the Vancouver Stock Exchange or the TSX Ventures, Canada has the largest amount of listed mining companies, especially exploration companies.
Yes.
out of the entire world.
Yes. That was discussed actually. I think it was on it was last year they were talking about it on that gold website that Tex, what are those guys? The gold guys that are always making articles that gold's going to go to $1 million. Keep forget. Okay, whatever. Yeah, they were talking about this last year actually. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
And so I heard from because my boss knows everyone. He's been in the industry for over 45 years. He started out as a prospector, and he worked his way up to a CEO. And hell, that's the American dream right there, the North American dream, that you can come, get really, really good at your craft, and then actually start leading people. And
I was going to ask you something, Cody.
Yeah.
If your boss ever wants to do like how like when you go to the website of the company and stuff, if he ever wants to make videos or do like something, tell him to contact me. I'll be because I'm really good at making videos, right? So, I mean, not like this talking. I mean, like real videos, like commercials and getting the company out there. Let him know if he needs someone to help promote the company, to go to wear a nice suit and to go out and kind of talk the talk,
Yeah, and the funny thing is you'd get eaten alive in the promoter industry, Mike. I'm sorry to say, there's a lot of competition there.
No, if you need somebody in the company, like if they're ever looking for somebody to kind of like market and kind of work something out with other.
Oh no, that's what I'm talking about. Is that industry? Yeah, we got Masters of Economics students sending in resumes all the time. Like it's a really competitive market. But as for having a conversation with my boss, I'll take a. By the way, he knows you're an investor. I've talked about you.
Yeah, I'm always investing in that company.
Okay, so going back to what I was saying about junior miners trying to get ahead. Mm-hmm. So this has been a thing for the last month, is that our company wasn't the only group trying to, maybe we can sneak in some work while all the other companies are behind. Mm-hmm. And the common consensus was there's one company going down to Arizona, and the town's like, no, not going to happen. And this is a thing of all over the place. And for a lot of the companies with prospects in BC, is you know about our large First Nations population. Mm-hmm. Now their history is smallpox. Mm-hmm. Imagine what they're thinking when a global pandemic is going out, and you got a bunch of miners that you may or may not like to begin with. Saying is, hey, we want to rent a hotel in your 90% First Nations demographic town, and they go, no. Did you read history?
I don't blame them sometimes,
Oh no, I totally understand. Like, I'll bring it up one day when we're in depth. But the first thing, my boss has taught me a lot, and the first thing we do in BC, a good company, a competent company, the first thing they do before they even buy the claims off the prospectors and consolidate a property is what you should do as a junior miner is talk to your locals. Mm-hmm. You go up to them and you ask them the real questions. Is we think there's a deposit here. We want to convince investors to invest a lot of money. Are you for it or not? As opposed to some of the bigger companies out there, or just some of the companies that haven't really caught up with the news, is they'll go in, they won't even have they'll go into, you get these idiots who are trying to develop a mine on a sacred lake
burial
to
ground and stuff.
Local band, and they haven't even started with a conversation, but then they find something, and then the conversation happens, and and the local band is F off. Go away. We didn't want you. We didn't want you here to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
So imagine being that CEO, having to explain to your investors that, oh yeah, we sunk $8 million of your investment into this, and because we didn't have this conversation to begin with,
you're screwed.
Yeah, you're screwed.
Yeah. All right, Cody, I'm gonna let you go because I need to get a few more callers in before. But you're on point. You understand. We'll have a gold and silver debate really soon on the channel.
Okay.
And I need you to be the wake up to reality guy, and then we need the other guys to come. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, can I say one last thing?
Of course. God bless America.
Hey chat, put down the black pill. Stay positive. If you're not under lockdown, get outside, get your exercise, stay positive. Like, I've got a long history of mental illness. You got to take care of yourself.
Of course.
All right. Have a good.
All right, Cody, I love you very much, buddy.
All right. I'll see you guys in chat.
God bless. Bye.
Bye.
I've known Cody for many years. Many years. And we're gonna use him on the show for sure. We're gonna use him and reuse him and use him again because he's got lots of information. All right, I love China.
I love China.
Woo! Guys, I got an hour left to go. I've been doing this thing, so we need to get... should we wait? No, we gotta get... what's his name? Let's get Lord Humongous on real quick.
Yo.
Lord, how you doing? Thanks for sticking around for a long time.
That's all right, bro.
I'm really surprised that I had over 200 plus people. It's going down now it's probably going to go to below the 200 mark. 200 plus people for a good 4 hours straight.
Yeah, well, I mean, I just got tired of all the moderators in there. There's too many that you've given blue wrenches, and it's ridiculous because they go in there and then they'll hide people's messages that aren't even that bad. Probably because they don't agree.
Yeah, no, I understand. People, it's fine. It's fine. I'm not, guys need to stop. Let people talk. I don't care. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I mean, it just got ridiculous. There's just too many moderators.
I think everyone's here at the same time. That's why. Because sometimes I do a show, like let's say like 2 in the afternoon. An example. I don't have a single moderator on there at all. And then sometimes in the evening I do a show. I don't have I might have 2. So this way, if I have enough, there's enough to cover the time zones in Australia, New Zealand, UK, and Canada, right?
Mike, you got a moderator named Harry Bullocks on there, for Christ's sakes. I mean, really? I mean, you have a moderator named Harry Bullocks.
No, I think he changed his name like several times.
I don't know, but the thing with Leaf, I just blocked him. I don't want to hear his bullshit anymore. I mean, the guy is like a whack job, seriously.
Yeah, the thing is, we just have to agree to disagree, and I've been saying this for the longest time, you know what I'm saying? Everybody needs to agree to disagree. Like, if people disagree with each other, that's fine.
Right. The guy's a kid. He's a punk kid, and all he does is just dox and shut people up and, just call people names. And why do you think the Ravens so pissed off at him?
I know. I'm just trying to have a,
Give it a rest. It's like, give it a rest, man.
I know.
Really.
I'm just trying to have a show here, and have fun with you guys. That's what it's about,
I love China.
I get it. I look. I understand. Whatever. Everybody's got their own points of view.
Mm-hmm.
But your buddy Cody that just called in doesn't have a clue on what's going on globally with economics at all. I mean, he's focused on metal economics or whatever, learning from a boss. I understand about properties and all that stuff, acquisitions of mines. He doesn't have a clue about silver, dude, especially when the U.S. dollar is paper. And that's, tied to every single paper currency on the planet.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no stopping it. That's why his metal's good. That's why mining did the best during the Great Depression out of any of those other stocks on the stock market.
That's actually true. If you go back to look at, I think late 1929 into
Yes.
1930, you saw a lot of golds, a lot of the big guys that are still out. That still, well, they didn't get bought out. That haven't gotten bought out today are
my point is-
still roaring.
So my point is that's your American dream. So it screws everything else up, right? While these banks print, QE to infinity of paper currency, it makes everything go back to zero.
Mm-hmm.
So he's dead wrong on the silver price and copper prices, because when this thing does go down, it's going to take every other single market with it. The real estate market's tied to paper, mortgages, oil, all those contracts are all tied to paper currency. So that what they want to do is they want to switch everybody on digital, right? So now you can have the slave working for even less than nothing now. You're not even working for paper anymore.
Okay.
That's the importance of precious metals. Okay, those people that are going to be holding and silver and gold and copper, they are still monetary metals, no matter what people tell you. It doesn't matter what the price is on them. That's what you're seeing now in the markets. You're seeing a separation of the silver price and the gold ratio, right? It's separating. That's making the currency fall even faster.
Mm-hmm.
That's why people are scooping up precious metals. They won't tell you this. This is the truth, because it's all part of the Ponzi central bank scheme,
Mm-hmm.
and taxation and usury.
Oh, Lord, can I actually interject really quick?
And you're going to have hold on a sec.
Yeah.
You're going to have 1% of these assholes that think they're better than everybody else control your every move in your life, because everything's tied to money. It's the lifeblood of any economy. But what is real money? Again, it's precious metals. Money's mined. It's not printed. And it's not created on a digital fart screen.
Mm-hmm.
People don't understand this real truth. This is the basic truth. Everybody's living in an artificial fantasy land, and they're getting duped. And when this thing comes down, it's going to be bad, man. I can't even stress how bad this is going to be.
Mm-hmm.
The mortgage market is already collapsing.
Oh, mortgage market is the frailest thing in the market. Is actually the most frailest thing in the markets right now is the mortgage market.
This economy, the capitalistic economy, collapsed in 2008. They didn't tell anybody about it. They just papered it over and pumped it up artificially through central banking. And debt is the number one export. It's not inflation, like you guys were saying earlier. We pump debt and the instruments of debt that are printed. See, people don't understand these basic things of economics. So it's like when you start talking about one sector or another, it's all BS, man. Because even the data is manipulated, it's corrupted. They've been suppressing.
Yeah, they've been spoofing markets. They've been doing all kinds of crap. People even did time in jail for it too.
Yeah. Well, I
Lord, are you there? Lord? Oh, we're
they're
getting.
using these.
Sorry, you went offline for a few seconds there.
Oh.
You actually disappeared. It said there was a disconnection. Hold on, Lord. Can I say something?
Go ahead.
When someone gets flagged or gets flagged in the comments, it's not somebody doing it. Do you know what's actually happening? YouTube has done that. They actually did an update mid-February that they're going to start auto flagging potential comments. So it's not somebody doing it. It's actually when it goes up, it actually disappears on my end, and I see that it's been auto flagged by YouTube.
That's just another form of control, Mike.
Yeah,
you can't
it's not me. It's not our moderators that are doing it. You
can't even have free expression or free speech on your channel without worrying about YouTube censoring it.
Yeah, it's not
really.
Me. It says it's been held back by our YouTube bots.
But this is part of the problem, Mike. It's part of the censorship of people. People aren't always going to agree with one another. Everybody has their individual opinions.
Of course.
It's just It's all one big system, man. Like I said before, you have to separate the real money from the fake money.
Right.
And these clowns that are pulling these banks and stuff, it's all crashing on them mathematically. It's imploding.
Yes.
They can't stop it. There's no stopping it. Every fiat currency reverts back to its intrinsic value of zero. That's why precious metals hold value.
Mm-hmm.
You
You're
know, they
1
have
quadrillion percent right.
value.
You're 100% right on the ball with that. It is. Yeah. We only
Because
agree that
I
something's
can
worth
physically-
something
I-
because we agree.
Right. But I can physically take a silver coin and I can trade it for another service because there's always going to be somebody there willing to take that silver, not just because it's money, real money, but because it does have those properties like your friend was saying. It's used in medical, it's used in industry, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if industry's all shut down, yeah, you're going to have a glut, man, because people are looking at it now as a monetary metal again.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where you see the separation. Don't look at the stupid stock market. We all know that data is manipulated. You don't look at the bond market. You know, don't look at any of the crap that comes out of the CNBC or these so-called financial experts because they're all duping everybody.
Oh, they kept, like in Canada, the financial housing experts in Canada kept saying, it's good, they're lowering rates, it's going to be cheaper. Go ahead, buy your $1.4 million bungalow, 2-bedroom, 80-year-old in Toronto. You'll be okay.
Right, and when they sell you that BS, they're jumping in their Ferraris after they do their show, and they're going down to the Hamptons for the weekend. You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand why anybody would without doing research, would believe a word that comes out of anybody's mouth, especially politicians, the president of the United States, bankers, financial people, media people. They're all lying to you. It's a big lie. That's what it is. And the lie is collapsing. That's the illusion. You know? I just don't understand why people can't wake up to that fact. It's like right in your face and people don't see it. They're still thinking, oh, we have Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies. You know what? Cryptocurrencies have been around since the 1950s. Who do you think invented the cryptocurrency?
Mm-hmm.
Who invented the internet?
The Pentagon.
You know? Exactly. The U.S. military invented the internet. You know? You think China is really going to damage America or North America? You don't think we have defenses against that stuff? I mean, seriously. We have 50 years of
Canada's. You know, if Mexico invaded Canada, Canada would lose.
Oh, maybe, probably. Who knows?
No, Canada
I don't
would
know.
have a tough time. Mexico has a sound military, believe it or not, and Canada would have a really tough time defending itself against Mexico.
The one thing the world doesn't realize in all these other countries like China and Russia and everything, you know, Americans have been beat up. You know, we have war fighters. We've been basically fighting since our inception, and we lose wars because of a political reason, not because we can't take anybody out. You know what I'm saying? Like we could have won Vietnam probably in 2 weeks, but the politician
They
because
just
of the
wanted to keep it going. They didn't care about winning that war.
That was all about the petrodollar, man. It was all about the oil dollar. You know, Kissinger. You know, trying to stop communism. There's some, you know, it's just retarded, man. And that anybody follows any of these ideologies is just ridiculous to me. It really is. When you step back and you look at the whole picture, you can see how these main players like Bill Gates with his little vaccine, you know, he wants to pump nanotechnology into your ass. That's part of that digital 5G system.
Mm-hmm.
They don't need to chip you. They'll just give you an injection and tell you it's a vaccine. You know, that's how sick these people are.
Yeah.
You know, and the thing about Leaf, man, is he seems like one of those people that just loves it, man. He loves that everybody else is suffering, and he's talking about how much money he's going to be making. Well, you know what, pal? Your shit ain't going to be worth nothing at the end of the day. You better take a hard look at your ass, man. Seriously. Because we're not giving up freedom like Canadians to the Queen.
No,
will never happen.
I kind of wish they left the serfs alone like they did back in the day. Just left us alone. They've been governing. They've been governing us so hard lately, censoring.
Yeah.
It's been really tough here lately. It's been really tough trek. Even having just a basic YouTube channel, it's been really tough, man.
Well, they got you putting on rubber gloves and practicing social distancing, don't they?
Yeah.
You see how easy that is?
You know what? As long as I'm home, I'm with my family. I check on my business once in a blue moon. I really don't care about anything else right now. I mean, what the governments. I care about people and stuff. I care about society and stuff. It's just a governance thing. I just try to kind of like block it out mentally, you know?
I understand that, Mikey, and that's what makes you a good dude, man. But you know what? What happens in the future when you want to leave your house and then they pass some law and say, you know what? Nah, we're not doing that anymore. It's too dangerous.
Kind of like when you freaked out when I read that article about a year ago that police could go into your house and do a breathalyzer in your house.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Inside your house, not on the driveway.
These are communist, totalitarian tactics, dude, that they're using.
And
I would even say...
Did you hear the other caller from Australia 3 callers ago who was talking about how they have like a border crossing in every province now?
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's all ridiculous, man. It's all to keep the money show going. Like I told you before, it's who controls the money, the monetary, you know, and the fiat illusion's blowing up right now. And there's no stopping it. It's done. There's going to be a new world very soon. You know, I hate to tell people, but that's the truth. You know, a lot of the conveniences have created this mess.
All right.
Technology itself.
Well, I want to throw something at you because I know you're old school, so I want to get your... But don't swear, please.
I won't swear.
Okay, here goes. Ready? We're going to lighten up a bit. Okay, here goes. Influencer who licked the toilet as a coronavirus challenge has been hospitalized with coronavirus. What do you have to say about that?
I think a lot of it's propaganda.
Well, it's on video of him actually licking the toilet seat.
I'm trying to lighten it up, but yeah, I think it's all prop, man.
You think so?
You know, yeah. I think there's a whole psychological game that people don't even see. They use it all the time.
New York being overwhelmed, COVID-19 cases soar. You think New York will be a hotspot for this?
Yeah, I do, because it's to cover the economy coming down.
Yep. You're about 3,200 miles from New York, so you're fine.
I don't know. What if the asteroid hits?
I know, we discussed that earlier in the show. It's like 2020, survived the asteroid, survived locust, survived famine, survived... Holy Christ, Lord Jesus, help me, please.
You know what, Mikey? To lighten it up, I do know this one fact, right?
Mm-hmm.
That nobody gets out alive.
That what?
I said nobody gets out of this game alive, so what does it matter?
Yeah. What does it matter in the end, right?
Exactly. So we could all be worried about COVID-19 and then an asteroid hits somewhere.
Yeah, and then that really flattens our, yeah. Oh, man.
Human beings are really dumb animals. We really are.
Oh, yeah, because all we think about is going to war.
Yep, that's part of the game. You know? How long have Americans been suffering doing that?
America's been at war, what? Let's say the 1777, 1877, 1977. So they've been like 200 years at war since they've been an independent nation.
Well, exactly. How long has Canada been at war?
I don't know. I really don't know what's happening with Canada when it comes to overseas interventions.
What about China? How long's China been at war?
I don't really know, boss. Like, I know it was kind of, they never really left their ports up until the turn of the century when they started, like, when they, importing miners and importing railway workers and stuff. I don't know, man. Like, I really don't know. I know these countries have these inter-economic or inter-feuds family, like shoguns did in Japan, like the Chinese and the different dynasties in China had their own feuds. They've been at war for thousands of years. Like the Afghanis have been at war with the Mongols. Like there's been wars going on over centuries, right?
But I'm saying in the aspect of geopolitical, right? So you got to look at that. I mean, China really hasn't been at war that much, have they?
Realistically, no. They were invaded by Japan in World War II.
Right. Right.
And they fought back. And
You think Japan could take over America?
no, Japan. They don't have the manpower for it.
And what about China? How would they get their billion-plus army of soldiers over here?
How do you not know that they already don't have?
How would they transport those troops over to America? Let's say if they wanted to invade America.
Oh, if they want to do that, I don't know, man. They need a lot of aircraft carriers, support ships, battleships, cruisers.
You know how many aircraft carriers China has?
2.
Exactly. You think they're going to invade America? I mean,
well,
come on.
no, I'm not saying they're. Well, no, I'm not seeing. I don't see a land invasion on American soil in my lifetime.
Yeah, but they're softening up the target on the whole West Coast.
They definitely are. The gateway to China is the West Coast.
Yep. But they soften up targets. That's how you try to do it. You know, then you get everybody sick in the country, and then you make your move.
Mm-hmm.
But us Americans that know what's going on are watching everything. You know.
Yeah. Sad Belly in the comments is saying China has been heavily engaged in civil wars for centuries. That's correct. Against the different dynasties and the different families have been control of that region there. But okay, Lord Humongous, yeah. What I was going to ask you? I was going to ask you something. Oh, damn, I forgot what it was. But I forgot what it was. It was something. It was something I was going to ask you yesterday or day before when I was talking to you. Then I friggin' forgot.
I'm just flustered from the whole like moderator thing, dude. It's like
you're stressed.
No, it just gets under my skin. It's just annoying. It's like, you know, people don't need to do that. You know, I think the world needs to practice some freedom.
Yeah,
you
for
know?
Sure.
Free speech. Protect yourself.
I get people tell me off all the time. I get people trashing me, sending me threatening emails. You know, I don't care. I'm like, whatever. Oh, you actually took the time to do this? Like, holy crap. Like,
I defend you, Mikey. So I always have your back regardless. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Because you're the only one that does bring free speech to Canada. You know, or the world.
But we have to. If we're not exercising this, it'll go away. You know that. You know what happens when you stop exercising, right?
Yep.
If I stop exercising us talking, and it goes away, and then I fall off, someone else falls off, other person falls off, we're doomed.
Exactly. It's just like your freedom of speech. You gotta protect it. That's a God-given right, man.
Well, you have to exercise it, right? That's why you need your freedom of assembly, freedom of the press, freedom to bear arms.
Freedom to bear arms. That protects your First Amendment right. Even though you're in Canada, but here it does. I truly believe that. Mm-hmm. They can call me crazy all day long, but at the end of the day, you know what? This paper charade's going away. Mm-hmm. You know, it's a private bank that's been printing America's money off of nothing since 1971. You know?
Yeah, 72 gold standard Richard Milhouse Nixon.
Yep.
Yep, he took that off the gold standard.
Dude, it's a private bank. It's not even part of the U.S. Treasury, for Christ's sakes. Why doesn't the U.S. Treasury start printing Americans' money again?
I don't know. And then you had John Fitzgerald Kennedy, second youngest president of the United States, Catholic president, who tried to fix that, and he was pretty much taken out.
Yeah, they took care of him, didn't they?
Yep.
Yeah, that's what you get for trying to help your fellow countrymen. That's what they do. Mm-hmm. These rat bastards. You know?
And then we got Nathaniel saying, what if they shut down and you know they will shut it down, the net? Do you think, Lord, do you think they'll shut down the internet?
I think we're going to come on a dark period very soon. I think April 1st through the 10th. I truly see that happening from what I see. But you know what? I've been wrong before, very, very few times. But when I take my shot, I'm very accurate. You know?
You're like Bullseye. You're like, is that the guy? What's that guy's name? Is the guy of the Marvel superhero? Is it Bullseye or
Silver Surfer?
No, you're like you're Bullseye. You barely miss.
I don't. look, I don't want to have to use my weapons, but I will to defend, the freedom of this country and the freedom of my countrymen. And I don't care what the goddamn government says or their bankers.
Mm-hmm. It all, Lord, do you think I'm nuts by saying, I've been saying this, I've been saying this for a long time, even on my morning coffee with Mike shows. Do you think I'm nuts by saying that the Antichrist is money? Money is the root of all evil. If you follow the money, you'll get your answer to 9/11. If you follow the money, you'll get your Gulf of Tonkin incident. If you follow your money, you'll get every answer you're looking for. If the root of all evil is money.
I don't think money is the root of all evil. I think gold and silver and precious metals are God's money.
Mm-hmm.
I think the artificial bullshit paper is the Antichrist.
That's what I mean. Like the whole.
I think the digital technologies and the nanotechs and all that stuff for the Antichrist system. Yep. Yeah, I can totally see that. I think, you know what I think? I think the Social Security number that they gave every American in this country is the Antichrist.
Yeah, that's a number. Your number you're given. That's a number you're given. That's your mark, basically. That's without that number, you can't get a job.
Or even yet, better
you can't
yet,
open a bank account.
The birth certificate. Go look at the birth certificate. Did you know that if you look at the back of your birth certificate, you are a traded commodity on the New York Stock Exchange? Did anybody ever tell you guys that?
Yeah, you actually mentioned it last year on the show.
Right. Hey, it's all numbers, man. It's all numbers. Ones and zeros. That's the Antichrist.
Uno y zero.
Uno zeros. Yes.
Uno zero. So, yeah. Okay. All right. I'm going to let you go now, and I'll see if I can get Supreme Canada to help me wind down the show. It's like 11:20 right now.
I'm going to bed anyways. I'm tired.
I'm freaking tired, dude. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'm gonna let if Supreme Cannon's still friggin' alive or still awake.
God bless. God bless free speech. God bless all the rights he gave you.
Yes, God-given rights. Exercise your God-given rights, because once you lose them, it's gonna hurt.
And don't let any man take them away from you.
Yes, that's why you have guns.
That's right. Capiche?
Yeah, capiche. Revert to first rule. First rule doesn't comply. Revert to second rule. Go back to rule number 1. Go back to 2. Go back to 1.
Fight Club rule.
That's right. God bless you, Lord.
All right.
Lots of love, buddy.
Yep. Bye-bye.
Bye. I'm getting really, really, really tired. I'm getting desperately tired here. Let me go here real quick. There he is. Let's see if he's still awake.
What's going on?
Yeah, we're going down 40 minutes to go. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Just start talking about tonight, man. Go ahead. Talk whatever you want to talk about.
Sure, okay, I'll blabber on. Give me a second, guys. I just gotta mute the stream here. Hi, how y'all doing? It's been a long night. I've been here from the beginning. So
really, you've been here from the beginning?
I've been here since the beginning. Yeah.
I thought you took a power nap.
I at 10 o'clock. I went to get something to eat and use the little boy's room. Yada yada yada. Okay. So, but no, I hung around. No, it's good. I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying the interaction. You got some new callers, and that's good. And everyone, please be patient with new callers, guys, because a lot of them haven't done this before. And so it's something that, they need to get comfortable with it, and they need to get a flow going and think about what they're saying. So much of this is random, right? The questions, Mike likes to change up the subjects, and that's good. It keeps you sharp, keeps you on your toes. So I'm going to just chime in for a little bit before the questions come, and I'm going to give you my impression of what's been going on for the last little while. So if you'll lend me your ears for a minute, I'll be as concise as possible. I have said many times, and I maintain, that there is a civil war going on among the elites. And it flares up from time to time. And I believe that what is happening right now, what we're seeing, is part of it. I don't believe that this La Cerveza bug is the only reason we're off the streets. It's a good enough reason because no one's really giving us anything that we can recognize as a truth. I'm seeing more rhetorical statements. I think it's real. It may not be as serious for most people as it's made out to be, but it is definitely serious for some people. And it doesn't matter how old they are, how sick they are. Okay? They're human beings. They're someone's mom. They're someone's grandma. They're somebody who has contributed to society for a long time. They've paid into the system, and it's only right that we at least try to keep them going. I don't regard anyone as expendable in a case like this. So I have a hard time listening to that. I'm sure some of you feel the same way. But still, we have to think about the kids too. We have to think about the future because there is one. The world is not coming to an end. I've been listening to this crap since I was a little kid, and that was a Cold War with actual nuclear weapons. And most of you over the age of 40 know exactly what I'm talking about. So I'm going to say some things, not necessarily in any particular order. Don't mind the noise. I'm just making a coffee here. Several things have happened in the last 72 hours that suggest to me that my theory is correct, and it is actually a mass theory. You know, I hear somebody mention Q-tards on here and things like that. Well, it might not be that, okay, but it doesn't matter. We have a world on lockdown. People are off the streets. Things are parked. The economy is not dead. It's someone turned the key off and told everybody to go home. That's not the same as saying the car is on fire. This isn't a crash right now. Unemployment is spiking because people are going home. They're off the street. That doesn't mean that the money has disappeared. It doesn't mean that things aren't going to come back online. Yeah, there's some businesses that aren't going to exist, okay, after this because they were barely hanging on anyway. Right? You know that, and I know that. There's a lot of people, and we've been talking about this for over a year too, that got involved in real estate. They got involved in the mortgage business. They got involved in subprime. They got involved in all of that stuff, and we all knew that they were going to lose their ass when everything went bluey. Well, guess what? It got accelerated. This isn't exactly how we expected it to go, obviously, but it's still happening. So I'm gonna relate some, not necessarily in any particular order, but I'm going to relate some events to you. In the last 72 hours, it appears that Donald Trump is now the chairman of the Federal Reserve, basically. The Pope has said he's not going to be there much longer. For the first time in 8 years, Bob Dylan wrote a song, and it's 17 minutes long, and it's about the assassination of JFK. And JFK's grandchildren just did a video too on, I think, on Instagram. Yeah, Donald Trump is that powerful, yeah, because of the Defense Production Act. He has war powers right now. Okay, the Federal Reserve has been defeated so far as we know. At very least, he's seized control of the exchange stabilization fund. That's trillions of dollars. Okay, like there was not that long ago, there was $35 trillion in unaccounted accounting in the Pentagon alone. There's a lot of money that has disappeared, particularly from America, but it's definitely been siphoned out of the world. And we all know that. Yeah, go check that out. Okay, there's definitely a war going on where it comes to the Fed. So the Pope stepped down. Bob Dylan wrote a new song. And, oh boy, what was the last thing? Yeah, apparently that relief bill that just got signed. Excuse me just a second here. I'm just responding to someone else. Sorry, guys. Apparently he has complete discretion to decide where the money goes. It's supposedly it's earmarked for a bunch of Democrat spending things too, but he actually has discretion to bypass Congress and say where the money's going. So there's upwards of $6 trillion now in zero interest money that Donald Trump has at his disposal. Okay. Oh, and the other thing is they just activated 1 million reservists for a period of time. There's something going on. I don't see a depression coming, Craig. I'll tell you what I do see. I see a freeze like we have right now. I see support coming. We're hearing about these pittances going to the people. and what that means is, like $1,200. Well, big deal. What's that going to do? If this is over in a month, well, that's enough. If it isn't, then obviously everyone's going to get more, or all you've done is delay the collapse for 30 days. That's not going to help. It won't help in Canada either. I think that there are things going on behind the scenes. Tens of thousands of human traffickers have been rounded up in the last 3 years. That is definitely true. There are 600 or 700 members of a dangerous cartel from Mexico that have been arrested. There's going to be there's something going on behind the scenes, and I believe part of it is why we're off the streets. Simple as that. Think about it. Think of it logically. Like I've said before, I believe I even said it last week. If you have war powers and you've got everyone locked up at home, okay, for this coronavirus, which I'm not saying isn't serious. I think it is potentially serious for a lot of people. Low roller, I will sum that up with one word. Yes, I think there is a reset going on, and I think it was planned. And it's not a matter of, Fifth Buddha, it might be Q, but I'm going to tell you what I think it is. I think, if nothing else, it is a worldwide coup d'etat that's going on. There are white hats in government as well. There are a lot of white hats in government. And of course, we've got a whole bunch of white hats here talking about this. I don't know who's going to win this war. I have no idea. You're dealing with powerful enemies here. But there's no question that a lot of people are waking up.
We still have to win the war on our psyche because they have a war on our minds right now.
That's right. Yeah, they've been spreading fear, and look at all the psycho harassment and psychosexual harassment, Mike. Mm-hmm. Right? Like we get absolutely bombarded with smut, with perversion, with corruption, with family breakdown, with pitting men against women and vice versa, pitting all of the different races and cultures against each other, which most of all, really, when you get down to it, barely knew of each other's existence before the modern world. Why does the Pope kiss the black people's feet? Well, he's the Pope. But he's a globalist. Okay, it's a demonstration of. Remember that he has been talking about bringing in refugees and migrants or whatever they're called too, right? So it's not really. He's not really Catholic. Okay, he's a Jesuit, and Jesuits, you would think they're Catholic, but they're actually not. I look at it this way, Mike, because you're a Roman Catholic, so you probably understand this, right? The Vatican City is the oldest continuously operating nation state in the world. Mm-hmm. And the Jesuits, the Society of Jesus, okay, is the oldest continuously operating information network on the planet. It's been around for 500 years. There isn't anything that they don't know.
That's true.
They're behind the scenes about everything. Mm-hmm. Yes, pardon me here. I'm doing a little moderating on the side here too.
You know what I like? Do you know what I love about the whole Roman Catholicism thing?
Yeah.
Is it's like an onion, and you got the outside, which is all this corruption and all this stuff, and this is what I guess brings out the true religious, like not the true religious, like I go to church every Sunday type of religious. I'm talking about the true believers are way down, layered down in that. So they have all this smut, all this disgrace, and tell me what industry on the planet doesn't have that?
Oh, it's everywhere.
It's everywhere. So when people look at the church has been doing this, the church has been doing this for the last 50 years, 100 years, the church has been doing this. So has Hollywood, so has people in the travel industry, so has people in the housing industry. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, it wasn't an invasion. Okay, it was an infiltration.
Yeah,
there were a lot of evil people that over time were. It was called the Long March through the institutions when you were talking about Marxism. Okay, going through the educational institutions and into television. Television used to have a code. Like I might have been relating it to you before, but when Hollywood first started, when you first had moving pictures that were just silent and black and white, they were making hardcore pornography almost 80, 90 years ago, Mike. Mm-hmm. But you had a code in Hollywood, and you couldn't do that. And that code, they found 100 ways to get around it by the 50s and 60s, right? Especially when television came out and mass media began pumping basically various forms of smut into people's homes, 8 hours a day.
Yeah.
Right. Some of it was entertainment. Some of it was educational. But certainly by the end of the 60s, they were calling it a vast wasteland. Television is called a medium because it's neither rare nor well done, as one guy said, and that was a little TV joke, right? No, I know I sound like I'm a little shaky. I'm not. I'm just moving around here. I'm sitting down now. Hi, everyone.
No, but what I'm saying, it's that, you see, someone comment, all the money that the church got, it all yours and mine. It's not even that. It's you got to go further back down the onion to get to the truth of the matter, right?
Oh, sure you do. John H. 23, Jesuits were banned by the Vatican. Yes, they were. If you read a book called Rulers of Evil by a gentleman named H. Tupper Southey, the Jesuits were supposedly banned by the Pope at that time in 1776, just before the Illuminati began. And the Illuminati began by at that point, former Jesuit, actually. His name escapes me at the moment. It's on the tip of my tongue. But they were reinstated quietly in the 1820s. They never really went away. Mm-hmm. They have been involved in a lot of things. And the idea is to bring the world into subjection to the papacy. Well, there's lots of ways to do that, but obviously in a lot of the world, it's got a lot more to do with manipulating money and just simply taking power out of people's hands. Their belief, is that they bear the mark of Cain, and therefore they have the right to rule all the evildoers of the world. And only God is allowed to rule the believers, Mike. Mm-hmm. That's how it works, and it spells that out in the New Testament too. The authorities bear the sword, all right, to punish evil doing. Well, as you've probably noticed in the last 50 or 60 years, the emphasis on punishing evil doing has kind of fallen by the wayside. And there's a lot of very funny, Toby. Item wise help. Thank you. There's a lot of things that have been let by the wayside. So I think at some point in time, in the last, say, 20, 30 years, these people behind the scenes decided that they were going to go for it. And I think, and I maintain, that their Stalingrad was in 2016, which doesn't mean that they lost the war, but it did mean that from that point on, there was another side in it. Right. So there was actually a war going on instead of just a long, tedious retreat. Now, it seems to me, obviously, something that complex, there had to have been a plan. But it's like if you have a tree, whose roots are spreading into your yard, or the branches are coming over your fence or something along that line. You can't hack at the branches of evil. This is what's happening to us. The branches of evil are entwining us. We get hit from every single direction. Every day we're being visually and verbally assaulted. We're being told to shut our mouths. We're being told not to argue. We're being told that the world as we see it.
We're being told not to question something that's completely out of the ordinary.
That's right. Yeah. The idea that there's something wrong. I had a listener in the comments after one of your shows a couple of weeks ago that took me to task because of something I said about the transgender movement. Mm-hmm. Like he or she really didn't like it. Mm-hmm. And I didn't back down because I'm right. I'm not worried about that. Mm-hmm. But there are things that they upset a lot of people, and the idea
because someone's offended, it doesn't mean they're right.
Well, it doesn't mean they're right. Of course not. But the point is that when people try to shut down your speech, the one thing that you must never do is back down. So unfortunately, that means you have to pick your battles.
Supreme, I don't think it's shutting down speech. I think it's just kind of reprogramming our speech.
Well, that's the idea, to make sure that you're always careful about what you say. One of the biggest frustrations that you have as a quote-unquote conservative is that you have leaders that have to spout the same progressive bona fides as liberals do in order to not be hamstrung by broadcast media, right? Because they'll just edit what you say. They'll put a spin on anything. If you get the last word in every exchange, you pretty much win every debate, right? And that's the thing. As long as they had the high ground where media was concerned, they could control any debate. Or they could just unperson you. You can have free speech working in any office in the world, but if you say the wrong thing to the wrong person with your free speech, you can wind up living under a bridge. That ain't free speech, right? And the whole point of it in the end was to shut down any kind of debate and push towards the goal of ultimate control. And so that's why I maintain the high water mark was 2016. I think what we have right now is pushback. I think we're shut down because there's a war going on behind the scenes. I don't know how it's going to turn out. Nobody does. But I'll tell you what, right now, it's a war. At least it's a war again. And at least we have at least some idea of, who's on whose side. The good thing is that a lot of masks have fallen off in that time. You see it in broadcast media, certainly. You see it in politics. You'll see it in your personal relationships with people. If you say the wrong thing or you don't believe as they do, marriages have broken up. Children and parents have disowned each other. There's a lot of, it would seem that it's sad, but when you're talking about the fundamentals of what you believe to be right and wrong, and people are standing by those principles, it's just natural. You're going to see a separation of the wheat from the chaff, right? Right. Yeah. The sheep and the goats, all of those things.
So Craig Cook is saying, what you mean? I'm not identified as a toaster. I'm an Apache helicopter, by the way.
That's right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that kind of thing, right? I mean, it's obviously ludicrous, but when all of a sudden 12 or 1500 media outlets are simultaneously telling you, is the next wonder food going to be mashed caterpillars? We should we should do that to save the planet. These people fully intend to force you to do this. Yes. They don't intend to listen to you. They're torturing you. They're attacking you. They're demoralizing you. They're doing everything they can to break you down. If you'll do them the service of just killing yourself or drinking yourself to death, obviously they don't care. If your family breaks up over it, well, that's fine. That's the goal. I see that Mr. Soros's Open Society just ran an article about the quarantine has proven that maybe it's time to abolish the nuclear family. They're never going to let up.
No, they're not.
They're never
not
going
to. No, they're just going to push this
you.
agenda for the next 100 years or the next millennia. And
yeah, unless we win. Simple as that. So at least there's a war. Globetrotter, if we all stay off the streets, what is there that we should not see? The big thing is to keep you out of harm's way. I've likened it to the Wars of the Roses in England in the 1400s. You had the House of, I believe you had the House of York and the House of Lancaster that were fighting over control of the throne. Okay, but this was a war between two ruling families, all right, and their mercenary armies. The thing for the average person to do is just stay the hell out of the way.
Yeah.
Just get out of the way. And that's what this is about. It's reduction of casualties and to keep minimum damage to people and property. It does not necessarily mean that we're ushering in a new millennium of global peace and harmony, because we're still human beings in a fallen world. But what it does mean is that there is a particularly insidious and evil system that apparently, down to the point of drinking blood and eating people, okay, and I'm not exaggerating.
I know you're not. God it was. I know you're not.
Yeah. Okay. They need to be wiped out. That doesn't mean that all the problems of the world are going to be solved, but this is an ancient evil that goes back to Babylon, and it needs to be exterminated. And just like what Lord was saying, in the end, it's going to come down to if they expect you to line up and get a needle stuck in your butt after all the things that they've done to us. I hope you're ready to war to the knife.
Yep, fight to the knife.
I hope you're making weapons in your basement. I hope you're ready, because if they don't feed us, then people are going to come boiling out of their apartments. They have riots in China right now.
They are.
I mean, it's China.
Let's look that up right now. Let's talk about COVID for a bit. You got 18 minutes left.
Sure, no problem.
Let's do some COVID. Riots.
Yeah. Now, remember, guys, that some of the deaths, especially over here, that are attributed to COVID, okay, were listed as other things. They died of a heart attack, but they were positive for COVID. They died of COVID. If they got hit by a bus and they were positive for COVID, well, then they died of COVID. There is a fear campaign going on. It doesn't mean that the danger, okay, isn't real. But for most people, it's not going to be that dangerous. And it does appear that there are fairly simple and cheap therapies. Yeah, that's true, Asteroid. Some people would enjoy getting a needle in the butt. And you know what? I do believe they'll get their chance. I think that in the end, there are going to be people that will do anything the powers that be tell them to do. You know, there are NPCs in the world. And there are people that, if half the world wakes up, the other half will just rebel. Mm-hmm. So it's still going to happen. The point is that you're going to have an opportunity to refuse it. You know, we live in fear, and the problem with living in fear is after a while it begins to conjure up what I've called before an egregore. It's like the things you fear begin to manifest. It's the old saying, that which you fear the most can meet you halfway. You've got to decide that whatever is going to meet you halfway, that you're going to hit it with a stick, folks. That you're going to shoot it in the head. That you absolutely are not going to go down without a fight. You've got to make up your mind. Yes, sitting on your couch in your house in lockdown, right? Eating bonbons and watching, you know, whatever god-awful thing is on Netflix. That when the time comes for you to go out the door, they better have some straight answers for you. Because this is unacceptable. The people that claim to speak for you and know better, okay, did this. They let this happen. Solid, I don't know the answer to that, but I have a feeling that we'll get the vaccine this time around. I think we're going to get it this time around. In fact, I'm inclined to think, just from what I've been reading, that this hydroxychloroquine cocktail they're talking about, it's cheaper than hell, and it appears to be working. I think this thing already has a cure. That's what I think. It may not work in all cases, but it'll work in it.
Since like the early 80s.
Yeah, they had a drug cocktail. And I mean, if there was anything, okay, that needed a quarantine system, it would be HIV, right? And that should have been real simple, right? Just give it a little while until you identify who has it, and don't share needles, and, you know, wear a Jimmy hat, right? Well, did any of that happen? No, none of it happened. Mm-hmm. You're talking about depravity. You're talking about people in a lot of ways that have already lost their minds. Of course they're not going to moderate their behavior. Of course they're not going to control themselves or be safe. The whole thing was about lust. The whole thing is about escape.
Well, I got this here. Peru exempts the military patrolling the country from coronavirus from criminal responsibility.
Yeah, so there's a message there. Stay inside. Stay the hell out of sight. You know, in Europe right now, you've got migrants that are not obeying the lockdowns. So they're out in the street burning cars, and the cops are out there trying to fight them.
They've got tanks.
They've got tanks, yeah. But tanks in urban environments aren't that useful.
I mean, but they got tanks and Humvees and stuff like that. I'm saying, like all kinds of heavy military equipment patrolling the streets.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I'm sure the progressives will pick up, M. Howden. I'm sure they'll try. Mm-hmm. The question is, has anyone's attitude changed since? Are people going to modify their habits? If people really, truly understood what they've been doing to us for the last 100 years, you know, it wouldn't have happened. The first time that they jacked up interest rates, or the first time that there was a bubble of some kind, if people understood that the crowd is going to do these things and run in the opposite direction, you know, that's how you make yourself anti-fragile. You've got to pretty much do the opposite of whatever these people tell you to do. Right? So, but if it comes down to the point they say, well, okay, Mr. Gates has got the answers, so you all line up and get your vaccine, and we'll give you your ID card or whatever else. You know, what are you going to do? If there was ever a time for a mob to get together and get the baseball bats and go start cleaning out some of these nests, that would be the time to do it. Yeah, Toby, I agree. We have all been through this before. The world was owned by several great powers 100 years ago, and they were all united by blood. And they're the same royal families, apparently, that are behind this stuff now, guys. Okay, and everybody thought it was going to be a new age of peace and prosperity. Think about the technological advances that were happening 100 years ago. Like, the world had already been revolutionized. Not to the extent we have today, but really what we have today is just improvements on things that already existed back then. I'm talking about aircraft and telecommunications and things like that. All of that existed 100 years ago. We don't really, other than the internet, we don't really have anything that innovative. And even in the 20s and 30s, they were talking about people talking with telescreens with a headset on. There really isn't anything new under the sun here. The only difference is we've had 100 years to learn. You know, and I mean, we've had 1984. The book has been out since 1949. Right? Everybody uses those terms. They understand what's going on. Well, understanding didn't stop what happened in England, but I think there was a lot of political railroading going on there. But that doesn't mean there are no guns in the UK. And that doesn't mean that there aren't 100 machine shops that couldn't crank out more. They were going to hit a limit where they were going to ask too much. Because the mood of the average person, especially if this turns into a depression, Mike, is going to be white hot. Yeah, insert a chip in digital currency. Yeah, are you going to take a chip from these clowns? Are you going to let some purple-haired apparatchik stick you with something?
Nope.
No, I don't think so.
No.
I think there's a lot more people out there than you would believe that have hit their limit. So even if this Trump thing, or this war between the elites doesn't pan out the way we hope it will, I think it will be sufficiently weakened. There's enough people now that understand what's being done to them, and they're tuning it out. All of these woke corporations are going broke because their machine only goes in one direction. They can't. They're like the Red Army. They only go one way. They don't maneuver. They don't pull back. They just double down and scream and throw things at you and threaten you with more and more terrible punishments. But they're doing it because they don't know how to do anything else. They trained all these little weird, heavily pierced stormtroopers to get them all ready to come and harass us into suicide. And now their money's drying up. Right? So they're screwed. Yeah,
Listen
Dennis, exactly. You already have a chip. You have a cell phone. Everyone carries their own telescreen, just like
you can even get more technical and say we have a social security number. You can get more technical and say our birth certificate. You can get more technical. There's so much.
Yeah, they already know everything there is to know about you, and yet they still don't control you. So I'd say they suck at this game. And I think they passed their peak point. I think they've passed it a couple of times. But I think they're on a schedule, and I think that schedule's been thrown off a little bit. And I think that's all it takes, because they use a lot of symbolism, right? But a lot of that symbolism is kind of being decoded now. So, and that's how you transmit a movement like that over centuries, multiple generations. Is you need symbolism. You need common. It's usually degradation, right? I mean, you exchange power for your soul, basically. Maybe the people that don't believe in God or the devil don't think they're literally doing that, but they definitely submit themselves to degradation in exchange for money and power and fame and whatever else.
That's right. We've heard of like lots of celebrities like coming forward and saying, "Hey, walk in this room. You can have all this here if you do this, this, and this." And a lot of not celebrities, but people have walked away from it and said, "Nope, I can't sell myself."
Yeah, and some of them have killed themselves, or they go into therapy. Some are blowing the whistle, and I think that some are turning right now. I think some are singing. I think some of them are singing now.
Trump issues order to bring in retired troops back to active duty to assist in COVID response.
Yeah, there's troops on the street. Well, there's the possibility of looting. All the things that we were talking about would happen.
We got like 1 million break-ins, like in the small town I'm in. I'm gonna go check tomorrow my store. I checked yesterday; it was fine. As long as my alarm is set and my my cameras are rolling and everything's on the cloud, I'm not too worried, right? But still, it's a pain in the arse.
Oh, sure it is. Yeah, and that's true. They're not that clever. They're not what they used to be, just like most of us, right? Your average person, your average working person years ago is so not as literate as they used to be in so many ways. Like the standards, my God, I have a grade 12 diploma from a small town high school, and I can exchange conversations with educated professionals today. They don't intimidate me at all. Their social graces are missing badly. It's part of the breakdown of civilization. Corona is a pretty good implementation. Layla, I think Corona was desperation. I think that was the last card they had to play. Because you got to understand, it's not just about Trump. Okay, it's about number one, the movement behind him and the power block that he's built, which is why I've compared it to the Wars of the Roses. All of a sudden, you have a competing elite. Okay, and that's what I mean. That's the image I want you to have in your mind. It's not about, oh my God, Donald Trump is the savior of the world. No. There's a movement. There was something that was going on behind the scenes, and Trump was the front man for it. So yes, he was chosen, but he wasn't chosen by the same people. If he was, they wouldn't be trying so hard to attack him. That's the logic that I'm using. I don't think we're about to be hit.
Very grateful that Hill Dog isn't in power right now.
I know I'm grateful that she's not in power because the Civil War would have started already. I believe that there was a plan among all of those army officers that Obama up and fired. It is achieving a lot, Layla, but it's also creating an opportunity, isn't it? Because everyone's off the street. It's hard to have false flags when everyone's at home.
Yeah.
Right? All the stadiums are empty. All the shopping centers are empty. All the cruise ships are empty. All the planes are empty and grounded. That is an opportunity for everybody involved who's got any kind of power. And I went off track there. Sorry about that. But
don't be sorry. That's fine.
Yeah. So I think Trump is the front man for it. I think that's what it is. They used him, his charisma, and the fact he'd been building his reputation for 40 years. They said, yes, this is the man we want. Yeah, a third of the world was protesting. Absolutely. People are awake. People are pissed off. These people have already lost everything. Okay, and they're tired of these people that are just incompetent and useless and don't give a crap about the people that they're supposed to be working for. Right? And it just doesn't seem to be, it doesn't matter who you elect. It just seems like you get the same people all the time. But you know what?
Same broken record.
You'll see that lament in newspapers from 100 years ago, Mike, 200 years ago. This crap just goes round and round and round. And it's a cycle. That's all.
It's a bunch of garbage.
It's a bunch of garbage. Yeah, we needed a break, Scott. That's the thing. We all got a sabbatical. And a lot of us are going to get a sabbatical with pay. They're going to send you some cash to sit at home. So make good use of the time. There's a lot of people that need to reassess their lives. There's a lot of people that are going to be forced to sit at home, and I think it's the other way around, Layla. Yeah, the like I said, there's more than one elite. There isn't just one elite. They're not monolithic. I don't believe they're monolithic. If they were, they're certainly not anymore. Half of America is never going to vote for these clowns again. And now that they actually have somebody to vote for, or at least a direction to vote for, yeah, anybody that doesn't follow the Trump line is, the next Republican successor. No, that'll be it. I think that the U.S. Army, all those dismissed generals, you've got to understand that in America, okay, there are tens of millions of people who are fanatically dedicated to the Constitution of the United States. And I think it's an amazing document myself. And they are absolutely not going to lose that country without a big-ass fight. And no, the U.S. Army cannot disarm the American public. That's not going to happen.
No.
Yeah, I know, Layla. There's no question there were attacks against him. As for meddling in the Middle East, well, if you're going to get yourself out of a tar baby like that, what choice do you have? Right? I mean, sometimes if you're going to get your hand out of a trap, you got to go in a little bit further in order to extract it.
Well, sometimes the way out is you got to get in.
Yeah, that's right. And he can't take the U.S. off the petrodollar standard until he gets rid of the Fed.
That's right.
He's got to take control of the American currency supply before he can go off the petrodollar, and then you got to go on to something else. And it will probably be a gold standard. And that will almost guarantee peace because China and Russia, of course, have huge stockpiles. So all of the biggest possible, we're not going to run out of food, Cyrus. There's lots of food. Food is still being produced. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. Is if the world goes on to a gold standard again, China and Russia have lots of gold.
Yep.
You know, like they'll all.
Portugal has lots of gold.
They have lots of gold. Most
They have
countries
one
in
of
the
the
world.
biggest reserves, like physical gold reserves in Europe, because their currency, the escudo, was actually backed by gold.
Yeah, that's right. And most of those countries, like I think the second or third largest gold reserve in the world is actually Italy. Believe it or not, I think they still have lots of gold.
With Italy, I actually looked into this like about 8 years ago. It's all on paper, and most of it is below the Twin Towers.
Yeah, that gold got moved out. But here's the thing. They know where that gold is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the U.S. Army is all over the world. They just moved 30-odd thousand troops Cody, Trump's got the Fed. He appears to have taken it over. And he's fully aware of what happened to JFK.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I think the U.S. has gold. I wouldn't be surprised. I'd be very surprised if they didn't have some. I understand forward swapping and leasing and all that stuff. But they've had time to get it back, and even a place like Canada, we don't have any gold sitting in the Royal Canadian Mint, of course, but we have lots in the Earth's crust that we happen to own. We can go get that. We can create money and we can peg it to just about anything. Even though we have a fiat currency in Canada, our currency came up to par to the U.S. dollar in 2007 from 63 cents. It took less than 8 years.
It did. I remember that very clearly.
Yeah.
I still remember that.
Yeah, because like Australia, we're considered a resource currency. Our currency is backed by the resources that we have in our territory, which are massive. They're absolutely enormous. And they're a fundamental part of our prosperity. So no, it's not hopeless, guys. We just got to see how this all plays out. That's all.
All right, Supreme. It's 12 o'clock. I want to go to sleep, buddy.
Okay, all right.
We'll have we'll have another show maybe during the week. I'll be home, so we'll do another show like we did, guys. Guys, if you want to hear more Supreme Cannon, he's on the channel here. Go to the video that we just did a video the other day together.
Yeah, you bet. Yeah, I enjoyed that, Mike.
I'm going to show people the video if they want more, like an hour of Supreme Cannon. Where the heck? Where is it?
Yeah, what was it? Wednesday, Thursday?
Yeah, we had where was it? Damn. It was a 1 hour long video here we had together, and I don't know where the heck it is, man. I know it's here. There's a long video we did like this week.
Yeah, it was Wednesday or Thursday, I think.
Here it is. It's right here. Guys, I'm going to give you the link to
every
this.
day.
And guys, don't forget to follow. Here it is. It's 2 hours long. Is that the one, Supreme?
I can't tell on my screen here.
Me on Facebook here. Cases has surged to more than 2,200.
It's 1 hour and 5 minutes or something.
4 new deaths Tuesday, bringing the.
Let me just max it here.
Let me see if I could find it here. I think it was that one.
Yeah, because we talked for a while before and after, right? Yeah. No, it's great to chat with you. Been too long. We can't wait till this quarantine's over.
Yeah.
Come bring some donuts. Get caught up, my friend.
Lots of donuts.
Yeah. While you're looking that up, guys. Yeah, that's my take on it. I think that's what's going on. I think there's something to it. I'm never going to buy completely into any theory because I don't work that way, and you shouldn't either. But just understand there is good in the world. Okay, this is still God's world. All right, and even if you don't believe in that sort of thing, well, if there's no God, then there's no devil, which means that these people, their power is imaginary, isn't it?
Yep.
Either way, it's imaginary, which means that they're not as powerful as you think they are. If you're not divided,
I put in the chat.
Okay.
I have it right. Yeah.
If you're not divided, you know what? You're fine. You outnumber them 99.9 to 1, and they're the ones that have to hide from you, not the other way around. Okay, so yeah, enjoy your time off. Enjoy it as a hey. Take it as a sabbatical. Take it as a time to reflect and meditate. Take it as a time to get caught up with your family. Okay, and make some resolutions about what you're going to do with the rest of your life, because most of the economy, they're just going to turn the key back on, and some of it won't run quite as well as it did before, because obviously there'll be businesses that won't exist. But people are still going to need to eat. They're going to need to travel. They're going to need to do things.
Yeah.
Okay, and you're going to get a head start from your government. If food gets short, they'll ration it. Okay, the farms, there's all kinds of farms in the southern U.S. and Mexico and everywhere that go year-round. There's millions and millions of cattle and sheep. Okay, dairy. No one is going to run out of food. If it's wartime for a while, they'll ration it. Okay, they'll find a way. But yeah, this next 2-3 weeks, I think you're going to see a resolution to most of this, including COVID. I think they already have the solution. I think they have the cure, and it's fairly cheap and abundant, and I think it's going to be out shortly.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, so have some faith, guys, and yeah, and we'll talk each other through this, okay?
Yeah, we will.
Yeah,
Thanks.
I care about all of
Supreme.
you.
We'll do a show during the week like we did last week, eh?
Yeah, I'd love to do that. Yeah.
Okay. God bless you, Supreme. Thank you so much.
God bless. Talk soon.
Bye. All right, guys, that's it. I'm a Dunners, man. Guys, one last guys, please. I'm on Patreon. Do not use that thing to sign up on YouTube. They're taking my money on that sign up here. This thing here, where you join the channel, they're taking my money. They're not even paying me for that. So if you want to hit me up on Patreon, please do a Patreon for me. $1 a month, $12 a year. It's not a lot of money. So if you want to support, please do that. I'm done. 6 hours later. 6-hour Mike in the Night.
Gemini King, Mike in the Night, and the Gemini crew.
About the world, give this page another turn, 'cause you're here with us
tonight.
Everything's alright when you're here with Mike in the night. Mike it through the night, you're here with
Mike in the night.
Giving the world life when you're here with Mike in the night. Mike into the night, you're here with Mike in the night. Sometimes things are just absurd, so let's just talk about the world, 'cause you're here with us tonight. Mike into the night, you're here with Mike in the night. Mike into the night, you're here with Mike in the night. Let's just talk about the world. Give this page another whirl, 'cause you're here with us tonight.
Thank you, everyone. Good night.